Good morning, everyone. Welcome to INGENIUM, the flagship startup conclave of XLRI 2024, brought to you in association with our banking partner SBI, our merchandising partner OneWay, our food and beverages partner UDP Upahar, and our radio partner 92.7 Big FM. My name is Pranav Verma, sharing this stage with my colleague Ondula Mukherjee, and we are honored to welcome you in this long-awaited session.
Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed faculty, and my fellow classmates, we are thrilled to introduce the spectacular event of entrepreneurial brilliance, INGENIUM. Embarking on India's entrepreneurial odyssey, this flagship startup conclave, hosted by XLRI Jamshedpur, promises a thrilling exploration of the highs, lows, and victories within the startup universe. As we stand here on the edge of innovation, INGENIUM is more than a conclave. We promise a dynamic roller coaster ride through narratives defining India's entrepreneurial spirit. Brace yourselves for a day filled with insightful discussions, powerful keynotes, and an inspiring exchange of ideas to fuel your entrepreneurial aspirations. Once again, welcome to INGENIUM.
To commence this auspicious occasion, we would like to inaugurate INGENIUM with a symbolic lamp lighting ceremony, seeking divine blessings for the success of this event. It is an honor to invite our distinguished speakers and our respected professors to join us on the stage for the ceremony. We express our sincere gratitude to distinguished guests and our professors for gracing us with your presence and officially inaugurating the event.
I would now like to request Professor Sunil Sarangi to share his welcome address, setting the tone for the enlightening journey that INGENIUM promises with his insights and words of wisdom.
Good morning. In his most famous classic, which has been enshrined in my heart for quite some time, Steve Blank's in 4 Steps to Epiphany talks about discovery to development. And in my estimation, entrepreneurship is all about discovery and development. Friends, you know what? The meaning of entrepreneurship is entrepreneur, as was told to me by one of my French colleagues. And ever since then, I have believed this is the finest definition of entrepreneurship. And in this journey, MBA graduates probably might find it very, very weird to be delving into entrepreneurship, but they are the ones who are best suited for the world of entrepreneurship. And I'm sure in this panel discussion that you've lined up today, our esteemed guest would be definitely unraveling that powerful element in all of you. And in this discussion, I'm sure you'd be discovering and you'd be developing yourself as probably future entrepreneurs. And with this, I would rest myself because I think we need to look forward to listening to the horses who would be sharing. their journey and their epiphanies with all of us. Thereby, I believe it's my first step to epiphany, and I'm sure it will be your first step to epiphany. So let's get going and let's enjoy. Have a terrific day. Thank you for all of you participating, and I thank all our esteemed guests for taking time from their busy schedule and to be with us here today. And I'm sure with this, they'll be inspiring all of us through the personal journey and personal tales. Thank you once again. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Sarangi, for your warm and insightful words. It has surely set the stage for the provoking discussions that are to follow. I would request you to stay back and felicitate our guests with a token of bouquets. Dear guests, I request you to come forward as I call out your name one by one. Mr. Pradeep Jadhav, co-founder of Taucentric. Dr. Malik Mohammed, co-founder, VP Research and Head India of Twin Health. Thank you, sir. May I now request Professor P.C. Pradhan to come forward and felicitate the ceremony. I now welcome Mr. Ish Babbar, co-founder of Insurance Dekho. Mr. Amrendra Singh, co-founder of Dilhat.
Thank you, Professor Pradhan. I now request Professor Kanagraj to come on stage and felicitate our guest, Mr. Bhakta Keshtar, co-founder and CEO of Chara Technologies. Thank you, Professor. So let's get the ball rolling with our first panel. Our first panel discussion, titled Decoding Dhanda, Hacks to Make a Profitable Business, assembles a distinguished group of entrepreneurs celebrated for their innovative strategies in the business realm. This segment aims to unravel the intricacies of entrepreneurship, providing valuable insights into the hacks and strategies that lead to profitable business ventures. Fellow batchmates, please allow us to introduce our first panel. Dear panelists, kindly take your seats on the dais as we call out your name one by one. Welcoming Mr. Pradeep Jadhav, co-founder and senior executive at Taucentric, a Zoom company. With over 25 years in experience in management consulting, Pradeep has been the driving force behind Taucentric's success, shaping consulting delivery, organizational capabilities, and fostering collaborative culture. An industry expert and corporate advisory board member, he brings invaluable insights to our discussion today. We welcome you, sir. Welcoming Dr. Malik Mohammed, co-founder and vice president, research of Twin Health. A distinguished alumnus of IIT Madras and REC Trichy, his expertise lies in healthcare technology and strategic decision-making. With over 300 research publications, Dr. Malik has significantly contributed to the industry. Today, we are privileged to have him share his insights with us. Welcome, sir.
Introducing Mr. Ish Babbar, co-founder and CTO of Insurance Dekho, India's premier insurtech. With 20 plus years of expertise across telecom, travel, social games, and insurance, Ish led Insurance Dekho to unprecedented success, raising $150 million in Series A funding. An enthusiastic angel investor, committed runner, and avid reader, Ish is a dynamic force in the startup ecosystem. Welcome, sir. Welcome to Mr. Amrendra Singh, an NIT Jamshedpur alum and director of Dilhat, a leading full-stack B2F agri-tech platform. His leadership has propelled Dehat to be one of India's fastest growing agritech startups, serving 1.8 million farmers and 11,000 micro entrepreneurs. His accolades include awards such as the Company of the Year in Agro and Agritech Company of the Year. Once again, welcome to all the panelists. Thank you for joining us for this segment. We now hand over the floor to our friends Poonam Shri and Sugandha Singh to drive the discussion.
Um, yeah, so we would like to begin today's first panel with a thought. Uh, the best way to predict the future is to create it. This was said by Peter Drucker. Uh, with this thought, I would like to welcome our esteemed guests to INGENIUM 4.0, where we will be embarking India's first entrepreneurial odyssey by taking insights from our speakers gathered here for our first panel, Decoding Dhanda, where we would like to discover practical strategies and clever shortcuts for building a successful business. Sugandha, let's take it from the top.
Hello. Hello. Yeah. Thank you, Poonam. Thank you for setting the stage. As we know, India has the third largest ecosystem for startups, and we have already have more than 1 million registered startup in the country. And I think it's going to go only grow from there. And we are lucky and fortunate to have people with us who have already been there and done that. So I would like to start by putting a question to all the panelists, and they can put up their opening notes and also share the view on this question. So the question is, how are you as founders at the forefront of innovation, identifying and navigating emerging industry trends to shape the future of your respective sectors? How are these trends reshaping your growth strategies and driving your vision for success? We can start with Pradeep.
Great. Thank you very much. Firstly, thanks a lot for having me here. It's an honor to be in this event, in this institute with such an amazing legacy. So thanks for that. Okay. So very relevant question to start off with. Firstly, if we don't innovate, we will fall significantly behind in the market. So for us, there are a few ways where we try to stay ahead or try to keep pace with the market, with the competition, right? So one is internally it's our team, our employees, right, our teammates. So we do invest a lot in helping them keep up with the newer stuff, right? So getting access to the online learning forums, etc., encouraging a lot of knowledge sharing sessions, right? So those are the simple, easy things that all companies can do to keep up with the innovations, right? But then the two other larger external pieces for us are, one is definitely the customer, right? We try to stay very close with the customer, their business. We get deeper into their long-term plans, right? That's where we get to understand when they are trying to take their business, right? And that helps us understand where we need to focus on, what technologies we need to focus on to innovate, to help them support with their business challenges, right? And the other big stakeholder for us, from where we learn a lot, is the partner ecosystem, or sometimes even the startup ecosystem, right? We know our strengths. Our strengths are with customers and managing their digital transformations, but there are startups, companies who are doing a lot in coming up with these technologies, applications of these technologies. So we try to stay connected with the startup ecosystem, learn what are the different things that are being done in the industry. And that also helps us just stay with the pace of the market or stay ahead of the market, right? And of course, that also impacts on how we structure ourselves, when we grow, how we structure ourselves internally as an organization to enable us to deliver to what market needs, right? So those are just few points, and as an opening statement, I'll just rest there. If there are further discussions.
Uh, Thanks for having me here, and so excited to be amongst you. The reason is earlier avatar was I was a chairman of a group of, even now I'm a chairman of a group of institutions, but I'm also sitting as a director of the institutions. I was teaching, doing research, right? So seeing students are always, it gives a different vibe. So thanks for having me here. And talking about innovation, it's all about, I keep telling, necessity is the mother of invention. And this company evolved because of two reasons. One is, as part of my PhD work, I might have spoken about how technology can be towards offering solution towards precision treatment. And later, I had a very bad episode in my life. I had my 8-year-old son who underwent a liver transplantation. So I tried to connect these two dots, and I Touchwood is doing great. He's in UK doing his masters, wanted to become an entrepreneur like you all. But the story here is that made me think, because when he underwent liver transplantation, doctor said that lifelong he has to be under medication. It's like getting this kid married to me. And these specialized kid, right, once they had undergone a specialized liver transplantation, they have to be treated by the specialized doctor, which is really complex. That's where I started to think through, try to build a solution, continuing my PhD work, right? I built a mobile sensor network, and that won the best paper award. I submitted to the Indian Science Congress, that won the best paper award. I keep going and talking about this. Necessity is the mother of invention. This is what it is. And nature made it happen. And when I was talking on the floor about this particular concept of innovation, I had another man sitting there, and he was the great man who invented Wi-Fi through mobile phones. What we are using today was his invention. He was the one who revolutionized the world on IoT. And his company, Jasper, he has worked with Elon Musk to build autonomous driverless car. And he was there, and he said, hey, you talk about precision treatment. Why don't we come together to solve a global problem on the healthcare? Because that's huge. Can we pick up something and try to do it? And we started to hunt for narrowing down the problem. We spoke to hundreds of doctors across the globe, and eventually everyone said that, can we solve chronic condition? Can you find a solution to build a technology to solve the chronic condition? And very, very proud to share that we were so quick, narrowed down the problem, and we are the first company in the world who had invented a technology called the whole body digital twin, by which we're able to remission chronic metabolic diseases, right? And it's all about again, innovation, and how do you connect whatever you had come across in your life with speed. And we came to the month of July. We started the company in the month of September. We launched the product in the month of November, right? So that's the pace with which we had moved forward. And ultimately, again, time, innovation, as Professor started. So thanks for the opportunity. Let's keep talking later. Yeah, otherwise I'll keep talking, because professors, you cannot stop them.
Thanks a ton. Thanks a ton for inviting me. It's like a deja vu. I haven't been to a student event for a very long time, and I can just feel sitting out there and listening to someone who was on this particular side, right? And to be here, it's an honor. The XLRI, we all know what it really stands for. I believe for entrepreneur, everything is really getting driven through passion. Yeah, it starts with the cause, and then it turns out to be your only way of living. And you get to a state that, in case there are 20 things which you have to try out, can I try them today? Can I finish them today? Can I figure out how I can absolutely change, not an incremental change, but maybe a very big monumental change within that particular day? So as you said, speed. I believe speed comes because, in case everyone is working 8 hours, entrepreneurs land up working 24 hours.
Very, very true. Very true.
So And I believe that's where you're always on top of what is really happening in the market. How can I take advantage of what technology disruption is really happening? And you just can't skip. You can't skip a moment. You would see how you're going to leverage that particular change. Like I would say one of the biggest disruptor, specifically in India, if I really talk about fintech and movement of digitization, which happened in payments. Everybody used to earlier on give their insurance policies through check, through cash. All of that disappeared overnight. Everything really changed. That was something which nobody really planned, but the organization which really adapted to it, they just grew. So it is not a straightforward journey that you can plan what is going to happen. It is about how quickly you will be able to adapt, change, and then commit yourself to the changes which are really coming, whether it is Gen AI, whether it is blockchain. You have to be on top of it. That's how I really feel. You have to be there 24/7 looking into what is really coming on your way.
Master. Morning everyone. क्या थोड़ा excitement create करते हैं ना? The art is all about that. So please, मतलब I think thank you all. मतलब every day so entrepreneur ना तो ये it's a privilege to be here and मैं तो NIT जमशेदपुर में तो इधर इंटरव्यू देके गया था, हुआ नहीं था. ठीक है, उसके बाद 2000 so we started from 2011 2011 as a देहात जर्नी. तो थोड़ा 1 मिनट लूंगा, देहात करती क्या है, ठीक है? So मतलब we are the only one जो किसान को समझते हैं, मतलब नॉट किसान को समझते हैं 360 डिग्री व्यू से, और कि ये किसान खेती कर रहा है पैसे कमाने के लिए, तो सारी चीजों पे अपन कोशिश कर रहे हैं कैसे करने के लिए पिछले 12 सालों से. सो आज की डेट में इंडिया में करीब 24-24.5 लाख किसानों के साथ काम कर रहे हैं और उनको अलग अलग तरीके से खाद बीज कीटनाशक सलाह मार्केट फिनटेक इंश्योरेंस टेक जितना है सब कुछ करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं. एंड आने के लिए मतलब मुझे पता चला कि आप लोग और पढ़ रहे हो तो इसका पर्पस, मेरा तो आने का बड़ा सिंपल पर्पस है. जो सर ने बोला ना कि ये नेसेसिटी इज द मदर ऑफ इन्वेंशन, मुझे लगता है कि कंस्ट्रेंट ब्रिंग्स इनोवेशन, कि जब आप कंस्ट्रेंट में रहते हो ना तब इनोवेशन आते हैं. एंड आप मतलब आप लोग इतने 115 लोग आज बैच मुझे पता चला यहाँ से निकल के ना, मतलब क्योंकि हम लोग प्रिविलेज्ड है इधर, वी आर वेरी प्रिविलेज्ड टू बी हियर, मतलब थैंक यू ऑल आर वेरी प्रिविलेज्ड. बट आगे मतलब इंडिया में, इंडिया के बाहर बहुत सारे लोगों को खाना पीने की मतलब किलते हैं खाने पीने की अपनी जरूरतें की, तो यहाँ से निकल के कुछ लोगों का अगर प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व कर पाओ सो विल फील कि मतलब इट्स वर्थ कमिंग हियर. सो थिंक इन दैट वे. यहाँ पे बैठ के अटेंडेंस नहीं बनाते हैं प्लीज. हाँ मतलब जाते रहते हैं कहीं पे इसको तो ऐसे नहीं सोचते हैं, बट सोचते हैं कि वी आर प्रिविलेज्ड, वी आर ट्रेन्ड as a system, as a culture. Can we co-create something? Can we impact life of any 4-5 7? ऐसा नहीं है कि सबको सब कुछ आना है ना, बट सबके पास गिफ्ट है, कुछ तो है. एवरीबॉडी इज हियर विथ ए स्पेशल गिफ्ट. निकालते हैं वो गिफ्ट, वो पैशन, उसके लिए ऑब्सेशन क्रिएट करते हैं और कुछ इम्पैक्ट करते हैं. तो अगर आप लोग कर पाओगे, वी आर एंड वी फील इट एवरीवे. तो इनोवेशन तो हम लोग जब शुरू किए तो हम लोग को खेती आती भी नहीं थी, और एंड वी आर लाइक मतलब एवरीथिंग नाउ विथ टेक्नोलॉजी, एंड हमारा धंधा 24/7 चल रहा है जस्ट बिकॉज ऑफ टेक्नोलॉजी. सो वी नेवर स्लीप, सो देहात नेवर स्लीप्स. दिस इज ऑल अबाउट कि मतलब 24/7 वाला धंधा हम अपन कर रहे हैं. सो इट्स ऑल अबाउट अडेप्टिंग. जो आप प्लान नहीं करते बट समय के साथ आपको रोज बदलना है, बट बदलने वाले का ही एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप है, और हम लोग वो कीड़ा सबको काटे रहता है, तभी रोज बदल रहे हैं अपन. थैंक यू सो मच. थैंक यू सो मच.
Thank you. Hello. Thank you all the panelists. It was very interesting to hear you all speak, you each coming from different sectors, and all of you identified necessity, constraint as the mother of innovation. And it is very interesting to see that, the things that change in a market, they are done and seen by people who see the gap and the pain points of the people. So continuing with this discussion, which is beginning to be very enlightening, I would like to pose my next question to Pradeep. Pradeep, the company, DAO-centric, it has a very unique name. And if I understand correctly, the core value of the company comes with customer centricity. So I would like to understand from you, how does DAO-centric remains customer-centric in this diverse Indian market where they have to adapt to varying needs, both market-wise and region-wise?
Hello. Hello. Okay. Can you hear me? Okay, great. Okay, cool. Just to go back a little from before we started Dow-centric, right? So I and my colleagues who started it, we have been in technology deployment programs with large customers across the globe, right? And we've had a successful deployments, successful enablements, and technically what we call as go lives. So we've been through all that. But somewhere over the period of time, we realized that we have deployed technology. We really don't know how much the business has got impacted, right? Because we deploy technology, we move on to the next project in a consulting business, right? So that's the urge that we started the company with, to say, let us not go through a deployment for the sake of technology deployment, but make sure that the business impact that is supposed to be coming from the technology deployment actually happens, right? So that's the philosophy with which we started with which we started the company. So for us, the business enablement, the business success, the business KPI impacts are the core to whatever we do, right? So the way we work is, first, to not think of us as a vendor who's going to deliver something, right? For us, our thought process is always that we are an extension of our customers' team. We put ourselves in the customer's shoes, and when I say customer, not just from where we get the purchase order or the invoices paid from, right? For us, the user of the technology, the business user, the business planner, that is the core for us, right? So we put ourselves in their shoes, right? And we work with them, we sit with them, we go through their daily routines to figure out what does their day look like, where are the issues, where are the problems, and hence the next step for us is, okay, where is it that technology can support, right? Rather than saying, here is a technology, it's supposed to solve this problem for you, right? Because many times it's not just the technology that is going to solve the problem. There are a lot of other things that a typical user goes through, whether it's a process problem, data problem, and just simple knowledge gap in terms of using the technology that's been deployed. So there are a lot of other things. So we put ourselves in their shoes, we work as them, and then we step back and say, here are different things that can be done, including the technology deployment. So that's how we keep the customer as the center of our business, and enable them and ensure that they are successful post the technology, whatever we have, digital transformation work that we have done.
It's interesting that you bring out the customer perspective. I read somewhere that Henry Ford said that if we ask the customers what they would want, we would probably build faster horses and not cars. So it's important to bring perspective, but disruptive technology is also the basis that we see so many of these startups coming in. And that brings us to the next question to Mr. Maluk. I'm heavily invested into the idea that your company does build. And just with a show of hands, maybe, how many of us know anyone personally who has been afflicted with a chronic disease like diabetes or blood pressure? Almost everyone, I feel. And that is the level scope of work that Twin Health has been doing. We would love to know Twin Health's whole body digital twin technology and how it works. Could you walk us through the journey of the conceptualization and the partnering, and how you really went from scratch to where you are right now?
When we decided that we wanted to do something on the healthcare, we were not knowing where we need to narrow down our thoughts. We spoke to hundreds of doctors across the globe, and eventually everyone said, can you build a solution to diabetes? That's where they started. Then we wanted to, being engineers, all three founders were engineers, we started to read in a big way to understand about why is this disease seen to be a lifelong progressive disease and with lifelong complication, and no one knows when it is going to strike someone badly to with the complications, right? So we started to dig deeper. Almost we read, he said 24 hours, right? So we started to read about MAT, and we hired a couple of junior doctors. So because ultimately you cannot go ask questions to senior doctors and they will feel bad. And we hired a couple of young doctors for whom we could go ask questions. When we started to read, we found out that all these diseases, so-called diseases, diabetes, hypertension, obesity, cholesterol, fatty liver, name any of these chronic diseases, they are not disease at all. They are all conditions. They were symptoms. The actual root cause of all these problems is only one, which is the disruptive metabolism. The truth is that entire medical fraternity was completely aware of it. When I mean metabolism, it is 1,000+ biochemical reaction that takes place in a human body at every instance of time. Just imagine, at every instance of time, 1,000+ biochemical reaction that takes place in human body. God's creation is so beautiful that no two humans have the same metabolism. Forget about that. We ourselves don't have the same metabolism throughout our life. What we had 10 minutes back is not what we have now. It is so complex and dynamic. Because of its complex nature and dynamic nature, we did not have a way to measure it. So eventually the medical fraternity were left in a space where all these conditions are horribly bad. So they have to treat it. And when they treat diabetes, the so-called medications which are there, anti-diabetic medications which are there, are only to remove the sugars from the blood and not to go solve the root cause of the problem. Hypertension, right? So ultimately the saddest truth is when someone becomes diabetic, 100% believe me, 90% of diabetic people will be obese, right? And high sugars in the blood gets converted to free fatty acids and leads to cholesterol. And when you are in cholesterol, doctor will put you on statins. Statins are bad for diabetes. So all these are not connected. The medications are not connected. Which you take diabetic medication, that's bad for statins. You take medication. So ultimately, eventually, it's going to make a mess out of it. So then we narrowed down, as we narrowed down that it is the disruptive metabolism which is the root cause of the problem. Can we build a technology precisely measure the metabolism? That's the problem statement we picked up, right? When we picked up the problem statement, how can we solve it? The problem in any of these projects are identifying the problem. Once we identify the problem, building a solution is very, very easy. It's not a big deal, right? We were able to identify the problem. So now we pull the genesis of what we had built in our earlier avatar and what we had done. So my academics on building a mobile cluster helped me. Jahangir solution on building an IoT platform, digital twin platform for Tesla helped us. We put together all these thoughts and we started to build a whole body, a digital twin of every human. Right? I asked Pradeep, how are you doing? How do you know? How do you know? So we are not trying to answer using our energy and mood. But if you ask me, I'll just pull my mobile, look at my digital twin and tell my metabolic score is 80, I'm doing great. But my metabolic score 15 days back was 87. It has come down to 80 because for the past few days I have been madly traveling. And it is showing up that it is impacting my body. Right? So we were able to build a digital twin, but we wanted to build a digital twin of every human. We want to be very, very cautious that we wanted to build it which is friction free. Don't put sensor, don't make people go lie down on the hospital bed and try to build. That's not about, right? We build a digital twin with non-invasive sensors, a set of blood work and some causal data, right? And it starts to learn, understand, by which we are able to precisely measure the metabolism of human. And now my digital twin will tell what I need to do. It will precisely tell what I have to eat, what activity. We all say, many people we might have heard, I do yoga. I walk 10,000 steps per day. I do cycling. I'm a shuttle player. In spite of it, I'm not able to solve my 100% will not solve. Undoubtedly will not solve. You need to precisely do what your body wants. My digital tool will tell. It will start in the morning, say, you walk 7,000 steps per day now. Eventually, now I'm talking, right? I'm exerting, right? So now if you go and look at my digital twin, it might have reduced my steps. Again, I do crime by eating some horribly bad, it tweaks it. It precisely tell me what food is bad. In the entire dietary world, so-called the fat dietary people who are trying to talk about reversal by cutting the source of sugars, right? Ultimately, sugars gets normalized at the expense of elevated cholesterol and organ damage. You need to look at the body holistically. This is what so far the world has been looking at. You look at the body in silos: diabetic, a diabetologist treat; hypertension, a cardiologist treat; fatty liver, a gastroenterologist treat, right? But the truth is, everything is interconnected to single thing. Fix it up. You make yourself golden, and that's what we are doing. We had built first of its kind in the world, a revolutionary whole body digital twin which is patented. We are scientifically validated through randomized control trial conducted both in India and US with Cleveland Clinic. We have proved that weight loss or weight gain or whatever it is, every individual is unique. Offer solution to individuals based on which you will be able to make your body get back to your newborn condition. So the aspiration with which we are all working is, we want every global citizen to own a subscription of twin. That's a tab which we are looking at. Why should someone damage their body and come to us? I don't have any condition. Right now, look at my metabolic score was 87. It has come down to 80. If I don't wake up and start to fix it up, it's going to deteriorate. I correct it. So my digital twin start to tweak appropriately to recommend what is good for me. Right? I'll keep talking again, I said. So let me pause. So our solution is, we had built a whole body digital twin. We built a digital twin of a human by which we are able to measure the metabolism of a human, which offers precise solution by which you transform the body from the state of what it is to a state of bringing back your metabolic memory to an optimal state and travel there to make you all happy and healthy. That's what we do. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. It was a very interesting conversation that we were having before this also, where you explained, like where you shared how you got into this business. And I was just trying to, understand more clearly that how this technology and overall your mission can be further used to enhance the life of the people that come and join you. And I think this is a very important thing that we have to understand, that we have to start taking care of our health right from where we have it in our hands to, do something about it. So moving on, I would like to put my next question to Ish Babbar, sir. Sir, the insurance landscape, it has been very, we have seen insurance grow from what LIC has posed to the world and what now it is with other companies that are coming up in this domain. So traditional insurance often used to feel very complex and impersonal. So how is Insurance Dekho as a company using data and AI to personalize the insurance experience for customers, leading to higher engagement and profitability?
So while I'm audible, yeah. So while we are going to keep a promise for ourselves in terms of we're going to keep our health at first, please get insured, right? Now, coming back to how we really pick up insurances, right? When Ankit and I, both of us really were looking into this domain to solve, specifically in India, what is the promise which you really get out of a insurance policy? How much we are able to decode that? I believe there's a huge gap. We had personal experiences, and it always really starts from a personal experience. That insurance is one of those products which you buy, but you don't want to use it. God forbidden you land up using it. It should actually give you the facility for which you have really bought it for. So you can't really touch and feel. It's a promise. Now, how insurances are actually sold, not just in India, worldwide, is primarily there is a network of people who is in the family, whom you really trust. That person would have a personal interest in your network that in case something is going wrong, he's the one who's going to stand up right next to you, will ensure that the policy which he bought for you is going to give you the service at the due time. And that's where it turns out to be a lot more complex. Yeah. Now, for that particular person, the distribution used to happen more from a perspective that he was more or less connected with only one or two insurers. He can't really understand there are at least 50 plus different plans from here, from where he can actually choose from. So what we started uh, right from day one was to understand for that particular agent partner who is selling that particular policy to you, what all he really needs to get the best personal plan for you. And the insurance which I really need may not be the same which you will really need, right? So that understanding of the input parameters which are really required, that level of portfolio which you can really give on a digitized platform from where you are able to pull the all the policies upfront, you are able to compare different plans and offer the personalized plan to the end customer is what we really started our journey with. Yeah. So as the largest B2B2C platform in India for insurance, our first and primary focus was to ensure that personalized plan for a particular person one is able to choose from. Secondly, turned out to be as a broker, right? Since we are sourcing the policies from the insurers, we are not supposed to work on claim settlement or endorsement, but that's not what insurance is all about. We also worked on the infrastructure to really help anyone who is taking policy from Insurance Teco, how they would be able to have a seamless experience both in endorsement as well as in claim. And that's where you create differentiation. That's where you are able to give a platform to a person when he is making a promise to the end customer, ensuring that what our end customer is picking up as a part of policy will serve its purpose, it really get insured. So that's where the differentiation started coming in. And once you really start creating that platform, and as we started our journey, the initial goal was to start with this part, but where we are today, I would say there are plethora of new tools and new functionalities which we are really giving to the agent partner, with which it's not just personalization, a lot more can happen on the platform. And that's how we believe in a way social cause, right? What typically happens is the information was logged in. When information is logged in, you will have very few agent partners who will be able to understand insurance and would be able to offer to you. And that means it is going to be more costlier. But what in case you are able to make new agent partners to really come, and that too from, let's say, tier 3, tier 4 cities. When you go to that part, if you are able to train them, if you are able to give them a tool, if they are able to easily figure out the right policy for the end customer, you have revolutionized the way insurances are distributed. And that's what we have done.
That was very interesting. I would also like to bring into light another fact in terms of insurance. As a woman, I would say that I started taking my financial decisions quite later in life when we first started our job, probably, and then that is when I realized, okay, that was the CDC, and this is what I'm going to get in hand, and these are the ways that I can probably invest, save, or insure myself. I think a lot of efforts can be done towards the insurance or the information, the dissemination that could happen towards the women in the audience or everywhere, and that's something that I'm also very inclined towards. So I would love to hear later about that. Our next question is pointed towards Mr. Amrinder. So I would like to know, Dehat has remarkably transformed the agricultural landscape in India. Could you share insights exactly what kind of integration of technology and that you have used, and how it has really helped the villagers achieve their goals?
थैंक यू आई थिंक सबकी जर्नी जैसे सर ने बताया ना कि प्रॉब्लम स्टेटमेंट को समझना था. सो वी आर नॉट हियर लाइक मतलब हम लोगों ने पढ़ाई किया, वी आर ऑल्सो फॉर्चुनेट की पढ़ाई कर लिया, मतलब हमारे गांव में हम लोग बिहार के रहने वाले हैं. तो एज ए फाउंडर्स वी आर फ्रॉम 5 फाउंडर्स वी आर ऑल फ्रॉम बिहार. गलती से अच्छी जगह आ गए, पढ़ लिए, तो सोचा कि फिर बिहार में ही शुरू करते हैं कुछ. एंड तो मैं कॉलेज खत्म हुआ एंड आई वाज ऑन द फील्ड. समझने के लिए सीधे किसान के पास चले गए हम लोग. तो वी स्टार्टेड ऑल, मतलब हमारी जर्नी तो ऐसे रही कि गांव में बैठ के शुरू कर दिया हम लोगों ने. वैशाली इज द प्लेस इन बिहार वी स्टार्टेड. 5 साल उधर ही रहा, एकदम पेशेंटली समझने की कोशिश की. एंड एवरीथिंग वाज कि ना हमारे पास पैसे थे, ना हमारे पास सॉल्यूशन था. सो बस जाके गांव में बैठ गए और वहां से समझने की कोशिश किया। तो 5 साल तो किसानों को समझा बेसिकली कि एक्चुअली सर ने बोला कस्टमर, आपने पूछा कि कस्टमर तो पहले जिनको सर्व करना है उसको समझना पड़ेगा। So we feel at least we feel very privileged. We understand the farmers, we understand the soil, we understand the plant. 5 साल समझा एक एक चीजों को, जो समझ में आया भाई कि मतलब है ना कि 80% जो किसान है, सो इन इंडिया द मतलब आप देखोगे तो 14 करोड़ किसान है एंड एवरेज लैंड होल्डिंग ऑफ इंडिया इज 1 हेक्टेयर। सो अल्टीमेटली 14 करोड़ हेक्टेयर पे खेती हो रही है। उसमें से 80% जो किसान है वो ना मतलब अल्टीमेटली अपनी जो सारी जरूरतें हैं वो किसी और पे डिपेंडेंट है। सो अल्टीमेटली जैसे मैं थोड़ा सा बताऊं आपको, एग्रीकल्चर तो चलता कैसे है कि अल्टीमेटली जो मैंने बताया कि खेती करना है पैसे के लिए, तो उसको बढ़िया मिट्टी, बढ़िया खाद बीज कीटनाशक, बढ़िया पानी, बढ़िया लेबर, बढ़िया मशीन, बढ़िया आउटपुट, तब ये बेचेगा, तब पैसा आएगा। और ये इतना सारा सर्कल है, तो वो और सब कनेक्टेड है। और एक भी गड़बड़ हुआ, सो गेटिंग गुड सीड्स doesn't guarantee कि I will get a good return in from the market. In fact, getting a good harvest in fact doesn't guarantee कि मतलब बेचा हुआ पैसे ही लेके चला गया। This happens. So 80% लोगों की जो समस्याएं हैं वो ये वैल्यू चेन में दूसरे पे डिपेंडेंसी है। और ऊपर से थोड़ा हमारे मतलब क्लाइमेट, भगवान जी, हम लोग बोलते हैं कि भगवान जी कि सोओगे 4 बजे बारिश कराएंगे, तुम कुछ कर ही नहीं पाओगे। सो इतनी सारी अनसर्टेनिटी है। सो हम लोगों ने व्हाट वी फेल्ट एज फाउंडर्स, एज देहात, कि बेसिकली सुकून नहीं है। किसान खेती कर रहा है, पैसा कमा रहा है इतने सारे लोगों के लिए, बट दे आर नॉट इन वो राइट फ्रेम ऑफ माइंड, सुकून इन एज एन इंश्योरेंस की सुकून नहीं है। कल वो देगा ट्रैक्टर की नहीं, कल वो पानी देगा कि नहीं, वो कल मार्केट में मुझे बिकेगा कि नहीं। एंड इट्स एवरीवन इज गोइंग थ्रू दैट साइकिल, और वो रोज हो रहा है, एवरीडे। तो इसीलिए सर मेटाबॉलिज्म डिस्ट्रप्टिव हो जा रही है। एंड दिस इज द फैक्ट। मतलब आप देखोगे मतलब देखोगे हर साल कि कुछ लोग सुसाइड कर रहे हैं यार। मतलब दिस हैपेंस, दिस इज द ट्रैप दे आर इनटू। कुछ लोग हैं ऐसे जो फंसाते हैं अच्छे अच्छे ऑफर्स स्कीम देके, और फिर चीजें डजंट हैपन एंड देन यू आर फोर्स्ड टू टेक सर्टेन एक्शन। सो वी हैव सीन ऑल दोस थिंग्स। तो सुकून नहीं है एक किसान की जिंदगी में। सो हम लोगों ने सोचा कि हम लोग तो ऐसे ही काम करेंगे कि सुकून लाने की कोशिश करेंगे। और ये सुकून तब होगा जब सारे पीसेस कनेक्टेड होंगे। वो एक कोई अच्छा मैं बढ़िया बीज ला के दे दूंगा, मैं बढ़िया मार्केट ला के दे दूंगा, मैं बढ़िया मशीन ला के दे दूंगा, दैट इज नॉट गोइंग टू सॉल्व। वो प्रॉब्लम को समझना कि वो सर हिल गया आपका मेटाबॉलिज्म, तो कनेक्ट करने की कोशिश की। तो वी व्हेन वी अंडरस्टूड दैट कि ये सारे पीसेस को कनेक्ट करना पड़ेगा, देन वी रियलाइज कि आदमी भी नहीं कर पाएगा, है ना। मतलब इंसान तो कर ही नहीं पाएगा। हम अपने घर की सब्जी की प्लानिंग करते हैं, है ना, हम अपना इनफैक्ट मंथली प्लानिंग करते हैं कि मैं तो इतना करूंगा, वो तो मैनेज ही नहीं कर पाते हैं। तो दूसरे किसान की दूसरी की चीजें कहाँ मैनेज कर पाएंगे। सो नोबडी कैन टच इट। सो 4 साल 5 साल ये समझा, एंड देन वी स्टार्टेड बिल्डिंग टेक्नोलॉजी, और एक एक डॉट्स को कनेक्ट करना शुरू किया कि कैसे सारे करेंगे। तो वी आर द वन हु हैज बिल्ट टेक्नोलॉजी अराउंड एवरीथिंग, एंड वी आर द वन हु डज 360 डिग्री फॉर सर्विसेज फॉर द फार्मर। क्या उगाना से लेके कैसे उगाना है, क्या करना है। सो वी आर इनटू एवरी जर्नी ऑफ द फार्मिंग। बढ़िया खाद, सॉइल टेस्ट से लेके बढ़िया खाद, बढ़िया बीज, बढ़िया एडवाइजरी, बढ़िया मतलब मैकेनाइजेशन, इरिगेशन, और ये सारी चीजें अपन लर्न कर रहे हैं, अभी बिल्ड कर रहे हैं। बढ़िया मार्केट, आप समझो कि हम आज खरीदते हैं और किसान को अगले दिन पैसा देते हैं, वी फील वेरी प्राउड। मतलब इट्स ए प्राउड मोमेंट, अगले दिन जाता है किसान के अकाउंट में पैसे। आप समझो सरकार इंश्योरेंस करने की बहुत सारी स्कीम्स हैं, बट वी फील प्राउड कि मतलब 2 साल से सर मतलब हम लोगों ने रिम्बर्समेंट किसान को घर के बाहर निकलने से पहले घर पे पहुंचा दिया। उनको पता भी नहीं था कि कुछ इम्पैक्ट हुए हैं, एंड दे हैव गॉट द क्लेम्स। सो ये छोटे छोटे इम्पैक्ट है जो हमें मोटिवेट करता है। बट इट्स ऑल अबाउट टेक्नोलॉजी। एंड अगेन मतलब जो सर ने बोला कि हमारा टाइम तो इतना पूरा एवरीवन इज योर टाइम। सो वी सी कि मतलब एवरी फार्मर इज आवर टाइम एज वेल। एंड मतलब व्हाट वी इन्विजन आवरसेल्फ कि बेसिकली हम 24/7 हर एक किसान को एक पर्सनल असिस्टेंट, डिजिटल पर्सनल असिस्टेंट दे पाए क्या, वेरी वैसे ट्विंस क्रिएट कर पाए क्या, कि एक पैरेलल एक पर्सन है टू हुम ही कैन टॉक टू ऑन ए डेली बेसिस। कंस्टेंट है एंड टेक्नोलॉजीज आर देयर। तो एक एक फार्म के फार्मर को डिजिटाइज करके उसको 24/7 हम कैसे सर्व कर पाए, दिस इज व्हाट वी आर इन्विजनिंग। या सो एंड इट विल हेल्प ऑल हैपन थ्रू टेक्नोलॉजी। आई थिंक मतलब आदमी तो कर ही नहीं पाएगा, वेरी सिंपल। वो अपने घर का खेती नहीं प्लान कर सकता, किसी और का नहीं। तो वी नीड डिजिटल, वी नीड टेक्नोलॉजी, एंड थिंग्स आर हैपनिंग। सो मतलब एंड वी आर वेरी एक्साइटेड अराउंड एग्रीटेक। मतलब आप लोग मतलब मैं तो बस मोटिवेट ही करने की कोशिश कर रहा हूँ ना कि चीजें हो रही हैं यार। आप समझो कि विद इन एग्रीटेक लास्ट 3 इयर्स इतने सारे कंस्ट्रेंट, कोविड, अब चलो एग्रीकल्चर और फूड तो चलते रहा, And matlab, I think within India, I think more than 10,000 people has just created such enterprise around the problem statement around agriculture. It's a humongous, मतलब जितना 200, 250, 300 बिलियन डॉलर के इंडिया के टाइम है, and the same problem statement is across globe. तो जहां जा सकते हो, जहां कर सकते हो, कर सकते हैं.
Thank,
But and it's doable. So technologies around there, we can find solutions around that. Thank you so much.
thank you, sir. And considering India is like about 70% an agrarian country, this is such a very good innovation to start with. My next question would be to Mr. Pradeep. It so Tau-centric, I'm sorry, Tau-centric has been a pioneer in transforming businesses through technology. Could you share, probably if you can, any specific example of transformation that you all might have done and the nitty-gritties of it?
Okay. I'm not a professor, but if you get me started, I'll not stop. So I'll try to contain and just try to give maybe a classic case study that we've been through, right? And that's a template that generally most of our engagements have been, right? So we were called into, and this was when we were just a 3 people company. We were called in by a customer to say, we have in one of our markets, we have stockouts, yeah, and it's peak summer season, and deodorants are stocked out at the distributors, right? And the production planners and the distribution planners are complaining that that the technology is not delivering, and yeah, so they're putting the blame on the technology, and so here is where we are. We don't know what to do, right? So as we started to look at it, we realized that just less than a year ago, a new technology, a new optimization tool was actually deployed there, right? Which should actually have helped all the planners to reduce their time into trying to create the production plans and the distribution plans, but help them just work on exceptions, right? So it was quite strange. So as we stepped in there again, but from my experience, from all the past work that I've done, right, it was almost a classic example of what happens when you deploy technology because there is a technology and then just go away, right? So that's where we stepped in, and we started to work. So far, our first step was to actually just get a gripe list of what is it that you don't like, right? From all the planners that were there who used the system, right? To just understand what is your problem. So we just got a list. We knew that, and as Sir has said, Maluk Sir has said, right, a lot of them are just symptoms, right? That's not the problem, but it's good to know the symptoms to get to the problem, right? So we got a gripe list. We made that list. We tried to categorize them, and then we said, okay, you know what? There are few problems that could be there. The next step was, again, as I discussed earlier also, right? We sat with the production planners, we sat with the distribution planners. We worked with them to say, show us what you do, show us how you go through your day, right? And we create what we call as a day in life of planner, right? Or a week in life of planner, right? We create that whole template of what all different activities they do, right? Once we created that, we realized that there are few problems or opportunities where this can improve, right? So one was definitely the processes that they were following, right? So as advisors, we also had to bring in our knowledge from past experience and what other companies, other industries are doing, right? To say this is not the best way to do to solve a certain production planning problem, right? So this is where your processes need to change. So that was one big area that we started to tackle, right? The other one was around data, right? And master data, and I'm sure some of you have worked in these kind of areas, gets obsolete very soon, right? So if master data is not updated, your optimization is never going to work because you're working on the wrong data, right? And a third big gap that we saw was the users, the planners were not very convinced about the technology, right? They are used to their own systems that they have been working for a long time, and believe it or not, Excel is the most widely used tool for anything everywhere, right? And all business users, planners are very, very comfortable with their Excel. The more techno savvy among them have built macros, and it is like, they have Excel on steroids basically, and they're very comfortable with it, right? So they were very skeptical about the technology because for them it was a black box, right? They're getting a solution which at least we know, because it uses the latest and greatest optimization, etc., is really good. It's the plans coming out are really good, but it is not very easily understandable, right? The planners are used to saying, okay, this is the basic plan that Excel has given out. I'll change a few things here. I understand what it is, and this is my plan, right? But when the technology is a black box, right, they don't get convinced about what's coming out from the technology. And hence the skepticism to say, I don't really understand this, so I can't go with this because I think I know my system is probably better than this, right? So these are some challenges that we started with, as in we distilled it saying that, okay, these are really the root causes of it. And we started to work on each of them. Again, for us, sitting with them in their factories, uh, talking their language. I think that's the other big thing, right? You go in and start to talk about configurations and random forest algorithm and stuff. It doesn't work with them, right? You have to talk their language, their factory language, what ails them, how they work with exceptions. In their life, a lot of things happen on a day-to-day basis. Production lines go down because of whatever issues. A distributor call says, sorry, I had given an order for this, it has changed, my retailer is asking for something else, so my demand has changed. So these are examples of what a planner in a factory goes through, right? We sit with them, we understand them, and that's how then we go back to configure the technology to suit what their business needs are. And we also try to open the black box a bit for them, right? To say, you know what, we know that this is not your core skill, right? But here is what it's actually doing, right? These are some of the next layers of understanding of what these analytics is, what this optimization is, right? And hence why you can trust this technology to help you, right? So this we did this and then solved the root causes, came up, things were back on track, they started using the system, and got the benefit that they wanted. So that's as brief as I can get on classic case studies that we've delivered.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. I have a follow-up question, like
Sure.
little follow-up question on this. So we know that the digital is everywhere, and it's also ingraining itself in the DNA of most of the companies. So now that the companies are, undergoing digital transformation and they're trying to, upskill themselves. So is your job as a consultant and, solving their problem, is it becoming difficult or easier with this? Like if you can brief it.
Um, so I don't know if I would call it difficult or easier, but we definitely see a big skill gap in our customers as they move on to newer technologies. So for us, our job is, as I said, trying to open the black box of technology for the business users as much as we can to help them cope up or really think about newer and even more different ways of using that technology, because there is only so much we do. But they are the business folks, they run the business. They can think about more use cases of where this technology can help them. So that is, I think, an interesting challenge that folks are going through today and will continue to go through over the next few years as technology evolves significantly from here.
Thank you so much. Now I would like to move on to Maluk sir with my next question. In healthcare sector, it is very unique. Like innovation is something that you can, take it to masses, like most of people who try to use your product. So with respect to you, how challenging it is to scaling your innovation and how Twin Health is navigating these challenges to read a wider patient population or the healthy population, as you suggested, ensuring financial sustainability while maintaining its focus on personalized preventive care.
Yeah. You said that revolutionary solution in healthcare, it's easy to reach out the mass. The truth is not, right? Because it comes with cost. This is the analogy that we had understood. Typical Indian mentality, the least priority they give is to health. And he could add in a bigger way because he's in the insurance sector, right? So it might be highly educated or even a big family too. But still, when it comes to health, they give you least priority. And the same person, however he is rich or poor, when doctor is going to say that you won't die, he'll sell out everything to survive. That's the problem, right? So now you say that, hey, there's a solution which is going to transform your life in a big way. People don't want to believe. People don't want to believe. People want to do research. Yes, that's fine. We provide all scientific validation and other things. They look for cheaper solutions. But say yesterday, if someone has followed me in my LinkedIn, I posted something because there's a so-called competitor, because we are a monopoly. We don't have a competitor, but a so-called competitor goes and say, why pay 3x to an health? Join us to reverse diabetes, right? Which is not possible. Practically, it's not possible, right? So what I'm going to tell is there are a lot of noise around. Who says that we'll be able to reverse in 1 week's time, 10 days time, 3 months time, right? So we need to fight against all these odds. So as it's a thus we are a monopoly, where first is we cannot antagonize the existing healthcare system, which is the doctor ecosystem. So we are very clear that it is a precision treatment offered by doctors. So we did not want to eliminate them. That's the first thing. Second, well, in fact, first year we were very, very silent to understand how does a doctor react? How does the pharma industry react? Yes, doctors still believe. As doctors, there are a lot of doctors who are unhappy with it. So I'm very honest here, but within this all, let the message not go out because I don't want to go talk negative against anyone. The truth is, many doctors believe that when someone gets chronic condition, they have got a patient for life. Because they all know that it starts with one medication, two medication, third medication, it becomes bad. And the complication is going to strike bad. And now we are going to say that, yeah, we will come and say that, no, we are going to stop medication 90 days time. We are going to reverse the conditions. So doctors' acceptance was a bit tough. We were so fast in our growth because the other side of the world, in US, the payers are not individuals. The payers are the insurance and the employers. They were looking for solutions by which they could optimize the healthcare expenditure. So they were quick to embrace us. You name any big companies in US, they had partnered with us. Blackstone, Berkshire, Geico, they started to publicize us. And they started to promote us in a big way. So other side of the world was aggressive in promoting us. And here we had challenges. But now the ecosystem is so strong that ultimately we all look upon the developed countries for latest solutions. Right? So now the proven scientific solution, doctors don't say no to it. But to help people to write, the solution is very, very meager. Some individual has to go and ask, can I do this? Then they write, right? So the challenge, we had now mitigated it. We had come to a stage where we could move to the next level. But we need to now go hit the minds of the individuals, people, right? Saying that, hey, the reason why, if you had posted, I wrote the posting sitting here in XLRI guest house. And later today morning, my other founder called and said, Maluk, let's not be hitting others' business. They may be cheap, let's not do it. I did not but name them, but I tried to justify, to tell the public that, hey, this is the reason why ours is a bit costlier. But on a long term, the benefit is huge. Right, so now we need to reach out masses. So even if you take even the healthcare system in India, including the insurance sector in India and corporates, including Twin, when it comes to insurance, we look for how much cheap we could pay for our employees. Right? But in US, it's completely different. What I'm going to tell is, we need to be open-minded. We need to embrace good solutions to people. And we are now, I'm especially working very, very hard, and my time is completed towards that. going and meeting corporates, explaining them, hey, the truth is when you are able to promote this particular solutions to your people, the productivity of that individual improves. Because I'm not telling, there are scientific data which says that the productivity loss for a chronic disease person is 47%. Will anyone believe? So if this awareness starts to spread, corporates are not going to recruit people who have such condition. Corporates are going to say that get enrolled and regulate your condition otherwise. So we are trying to educate. Look at a longer outcome by which we are able to solve. We are in the crux of, we are just exactly in that transition period in India, but we are far ahead in US. So with reference to profitability, we had already become cross margin positive. We are heading to cash flow positive in a couple of months. So we should be, I think we are already there. Yeah.
Sir, I'd like to begin with the fact that I come from the pharma industry. My previous organization was Novartis, and I understand where you're coming from. So we build medicines that really treat symptoms and not really the root cause. However, I do see the shift happening, but it's very, very gradual. So with regards to that, I'd like to move on to the next question from the insurance industry. I'd like to ask you, sir, how is Insurance Deco utilizing technology and partnerships to democratize insurance and drive growth in potentially a profitable way? Can you share any specific example that you may have?
Before coming to Insurance Takeover, I'll start with something which, how many here would like to be an entrepreneur? I'm just taking a wild part. How many here want to be an entrepreneur? I can see just few hands out there.
Yeah.
Some more real. Okay. The reason why I asked that question, when we want to be an entrepreneur, right? What is our first problem to solve? Is it the technology? Is it the product fit? Sorry, I can't hear. Pain point, huh? Someone from here? What else? Sorry? And what will you do in case you have to solve the problem, right? Which will be your first step in terms of building the product which you are really going to give to anyone? Empathize, right? You get to execution, yeah? And when you get to execution, the very first thing which you really do, you find out the cheapest way to get to your first MVP. है ना? सबसे पहला काम तो यही है, cheapest way निकालेंगे, किसी तरह पहला MVP तो बन जाए, right? And उसमें tool जो होता है, मतलब we all say a lot more that Excel is not a good tool. Excel is an excellent tool. Yeah, use it. Now, we don't use Excel. Primarily the only tool at Insurance Deco. That's not what I'm really arriving at. But generally, when we really start up, we really want to build the best solution at the cheapest price, right? Price turns out to be secondary when you really start looking into what is the promise which you're really giving to the end customer on the basis of which that product is really getting built, right? Now, when we are really working on that particular problem, then we really start driving into what are the patterns on which we have to go ahead and ensure that my cost really turns out to be minimalistic. Now, when you really look into insurance, now I'm coming back to insurance, and probably we can have a later discussion in terms of how to really build a profitable dhanda. But so what typically happens at our level at Insurance Deco, we are integrated with, let's say, 46 different insurers. Somebody is trying to pull up the right plan for someone. Yeah. When they're pulling up the right plan, it is not just the level of integrations which you have to do with the insurers to pull up those plans real time. You also need to have a very comparative view. Yeah. When you analogy would be in travel sector, when you go to Make My Trip, right? Or let's say to Yatra, you pull up information from different carriers and then you are able to see all of them together. That a flight from Indigo, a flight from Vistara, a flight from others, all of that is really coming in front of you, because then you can really compare in between what is the price differences, and then you can pick up one. And there is an amazing technology which really goes behind in empowering that. And when it turns out to be real time, when it turns out to be taking lot more parameters in, it is pure play fun. From a technologist who is sitting at the back end, it is the, I would say, euphoria of finding out in real time. I'm able to find this information and I'm giving it to the end customer, and customer would be able to pick up the right plan, will be able to move ahead. So one part is comparison. Second part really turns out to be that if the plan itself is not, let's say, giving you the entire information. Now, how many of you would have really heard about Gen AI? All of us, right? How many of us really fear that Gen AI is going to take the jobs away? Okay. So there is a lot which is there in the media, right? It is going to take jobs away. It is going to really get to a stage where we will have to look for alternatives at certain times. But it is a tool which is coming in hand, right? Which tool is helping you to automate lot many things. And when we really see it from a perspective of tool, there is lots of leverage which you can really do. Even at Insurance Deco, we leverage Gen AI. And then from there, we are able to very clearly identify, give a virtual assistant to a lot of our partners where they're able to ask questions. And when they're asking questions, you are getting answers in real time, right? That turns out to be a differentiator. Now, if I really see from a differentiator perspective, that's a differentiator. Today, will that really remain tomorrow or day after? It won't. Yeah. That's why an entrepreneur typically sits back and figure out for how long he is ahead of competition. Yeah. So you constantly innovate, you constantly bring back more technology, you constantly bring back more interventions with which you are able to create a differentiation. So we'll happy to connect with anyone who wants to know more about what all we're really doing at ID. But by and foremost, my two requests to you would be, right, all those who raised hand who want to be an entrepreneur, right, please start working on creating your financial independence. This is the right age. Get yourself insured. You don't want to really get into a stage where any iota of a different condition or a variable puts you back. No, do that now. And as organizations, whomsoever is really running an organization, they would be giving best possible plans to you. So I really believe all of us here are running organization, whatever the organization really gives as a part of amount to ensure the employees are safer, is the best they can really do to have a profitable organization run. But please be mean to yourself as well. Please get some health insurance apart from what you're really getting as a insurance which the organization really gives.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for those notes, sir. Now I would like to move on to Amrendra for the next question. Amrendra, as I understand, like we were discussing till now, that agriculture is almost 16% of our GDP, and 44% of the entire workforce in the country is somehow indirectly or directly related to the agri industry. But when we talk about agri-tech, it is very difficult to, implement solution across India, because the Indian subcontinent it is varying in terrain, it is varying in the weather, climate. Everything is so different from region to region. What is implemented in Rajasthan, it cannot be implemented in Punjab or Haryana or Uttar Pradesh. So if I understand correctly, you're working in 12 cities right now, and you're already catering to 1.8 million plus farmers. So how do you motivate the farmers to come join you? Because farmers, like we said, we mostly believe what we already know, or our method is the best till now, and they have been learning this technique of farming through generations. So how do you motivate them to join you? Because it is sluggish and incentive driven. So if you can throw some light on that.
Thank you. यार as you mentioned कि समझना है, so we believe that और ये farming जैसा मैंने बताया कि लोग it's been like 50 साल 60 साल से जब देश आजाद हुआ तब से खेती हो रही है, और जब पहले की खेती होती थी तो हमारे पास पॉपुलेशन कम थे, तो मतलब we are subsistent. फिर उसके बाद जब अचानक से we really moved from 70 to 90, तो बीच में क्राइसिस आ गया, मतलब भूख वाले हमारे जोन में आ गए, तो ग्रीन रेवोल्यूशन आया, राइट. उसके बाद फिर हम लोग नेक्स्ट लेवल पे आ गए, जहाँ पे थोड़ा हम लोग ज्यादा प्रोड्यूस करने लगे, तो एक्सपोर्ट होने लगे. नाउ वी आर इनटू प्रोसेसिंग. किसानों की बात करें तो बेसिकली बड़ा सिंपल है, हमें समझ में आया कि उनके साथ रिलेशनशिप बनाना पड़ेगा, ट्रस्ट बनाना पड़ेगा। तो जो हमारी शुरू की जर्नी रही 5 साल की, वी आर जस्ट लिविंग द जर्नी विद द फार्मिंग। मतलब ऐसा कोई खेती का कोई ऐसा काम नहीं जो हम लोगों ने किया नहीं है ना। बोरे ढोने से लेके जाके काटने से लेके बगान में सोने से लेके ऐसा कुछ काम था नहीं वो जो किया नहीं। एंड तो वो समझना, एंड देन फ्रॉम वहीं से समझ में आया कि अचानक से कुछ डिजिटल रेवोल्यूशन नहीं होगा। सो हमारा मॉडल आप देखोगे तो इट्स लाइक ए वेरी फिजिकल मॉडल। वी टुक लॉट ऑफ एफर्ट, एंड इनफैक्ट वी टुक लॉट ऑफ एफर्ट टू उनको सिखाना पढ़ाना कि पहले फिजिकल कर लो, पहला एक स्टेप कर लो, फिर आ जाओ टेक्नोलॉजी पे। चलो एक एप्लीकेशन भी है, इसमें भी देखो, पहले व्हाट्सएप पे देखो। सो वो अवेयर करना, एजुकेट करना। आप समझो तो वी वर्क विद अराउंड 15,000 माइक्रो एंटरप्रेन्योर्स अराउंड दिस 15 स्टेट्स। और ये सब छोटे छोटे दुकानदार थे, एकदम घर पे बैठे, गांव में बैठे। वो आप समझो उनको जाके मैं डे जीरो में ऐप देने लगता तो बोले भगा के देता। हम लोगों ने पहले उनको धंधा करने के लिए पहले उनके जो पेन पॉइंट थे वो सॉल्व किया, फिर उनको बोला अच्छा ये करने के लिए ना फिर ना आपको इस पे आना पड़ेगा, फिर ये करेंगे तो फिर इसको। एंड आई एज आई मेंशन ना, समझो कि रात के 11 बजे अब पेमेंट ट्रांसफर करते हैं हमारे। अगर हमको जरूरत पड़ता है कि भाई जरूरत है तो दे डू। तो इस लेवल पे हम लोगों ने उनको छोटे छोटे इम्पैक्ट क्रिएट करके बदलाव किया। तो मतलब ये बिहेवियरल चेंज करना था हमें कि अगर ये बदलाव लाना था, वे आर करेंटली वी आर कि एटलीस्ट 15,000 लोग डिजिटली अडेप्टेड हैं, अपने धंधे को 24/7 चला रहे हैं। वी टुक टाइम, विल मेक लॉट ऑफ एफर्ट। तो हमारा फिजिकल मॉडल है जहाँ पे हमारी टीम है जो उनको सिखाती है, पढ़ाती है, एजुकेट करती है, देन वहां से फिर हम लोग आगे बढ़ते हैं। सिमिलरली विद द फार्मर्स एज वेल, कि मतलब वो डे जीरो पे नहीं करने वाला है वो कुछ भी, तो हमें छोटी छोटी चीजें दिखानी पड़ती हैं, डेमोन्स्ट्रेट करनी पड़ती है। एंड एग्रीकल्चर इज वेयर वी डेमोन्स्ट्रेट लॉट मेनी थिंग्स, चाहे वो न्यू न्यू टेक्नोलॉजी की या न्यू प्रोडक्शन, न्यू वैरायटी। बट ऑन द टेक्नोलॉजी साइड ऑल्सो वी had to demonstrate too many things, and so as मतलब आप समझो कि वी आर लाइक ए 2,000 पीपल, उसमें से 1,200 लोग फील्ड पे ही हैं जिनका रोज यही काम है कि कैसे किसानों को रोज समझना है, उनको कैसे एजुकेट करना है, कैसे अवेयर करना है। तो सिखाना भी है, पढ़ाना भी है, और उनके से सीखना है। मतलब देखो हम लोग सिखा, हम वी आर नॉट एन इनोवेटर, वी नेवर फील कि देहाती इज एन इनोवेटर। We just we understand the ecosystem, we understand the farmer, we'll bring innovators. In fact किसान, मतलब आज के डेट में किसान बहुत कुछ ऐसे किसान है जो खुद ही इनोवेटर हैं, एंड दे आर इनोवेटिंग पीपल अराउंड दैट। सो ऐसे ऐसे छोटे लोगों को समझ के उनके इनोवेशंस को दूसरे जगह पे पहुंचाना। सो वी आर देहात इज जस्ट लाइक ए प्लेटफॉर्म जहाँ पे सबको आओ। सो वी फील आवर सेल्फ एज कि मतलब हम लोग स्टेक होल्डर है तो हमारे। हमारा अपना देहात का अपना जो मिशन है कि हम लोग 3 तरीके से सोचते हैं, हम वैल्यूज बोलते हैं जो है ना, कि इनोवेशन है, क्रिएटिविटी और फार्मर फर्स्ट। तो उनके लिए मतलब जो करना है विल डू। मतलब इन द इकोसिस्टम वी आर ब्रिंगिंग लॉट मेनी technology who are not present in India, मतलब other part of the world, to small holders farmer across India, कि छोटे छोटे एक एकड़ के किसानों के लिए सॉल्यूशंस लेके आने के लिए अलग अलग पार्ट ऑफ द वर्ल्ड। सो ऐसा ही बन गया इकोसिस्टम। सो वी अंडरस्टैंडिंग दैट उनके की मतलब हम सॉल्यूशंस हैं बाहर में देखोगे तो 1,000 एकड़ के लिए कि वीट भी कर लेगा, सब कुछ कर लेगा, पूरा एकदम हाई टेक। बट क्या वो सेम सॉल्यूशन एक हेक्टेयर वाले किसान के लिए ला सकते हैं क्या? दिस इज वेयर वी आर ट्राइंग टू अंडरस्टैंड, क्योंकि वी अंडरस्टैंड कि वो नहीं देगा पैसा, उसको जो सोल्यूशन उसको 50 रुपए में चाहिए, उसको घर पे एडवाइजरी चाहिए वो 20 रुपए में, उसमें वो ये बना सकते हैं क्या? सो अंडरस्टैंडिंग दोस्त की उनके ऊपर समझ के उनके सोल्यूशन पे। हाँ कोई किसान होगा जो ग्रेप्स करेगा वो खर्चा करेगा, बट वो पैडी करेगा वो नहीं करेगा बॉस। ग्रेप्स वाला 2.5 लाख खर्चा करता है और ये पैडी वाला 10,000 रुपया खर्चा करता है। तो सोल्यूशन ऐसे समझना है। तो अंडरस्टैंडिंग दैट वे वी हैव क्रिएटेड द सॉल्यूशंस अराउंड दैट। थैंक यू।
Thank you, sir. I'd like to bring to your notice that Excel actually gives us the opportunity. All the students of Excel have an opportunity to go for a rural immersion for 2 days, where we visit nearby villages and stay with them and learn what kind of difficulties they're facing. Um, get to know what is the situation there. And our experience, if I can represent the batch, it was quite astonishing to say with how much minimum level of amenities they were doing the work. And something like even like arable land is very difficult for them to make. So I would imagine that it's a huge effort to even get all the data as to what people require to do all of this.
But
So-
Poonam, just to continue with what Amrendra was specifying, like to get all the farmers on a common platform, there could be a day where a farmer in Tamil Nadu is solving a problem of a farmer in Punjab or some other state. So it is a very good innovation which is happening in this field, which was very required, I think, till now.
Agreed. Um, so with this, we'd probably go to the winding question. We've been talking about each of your experiences and specific examples, but out of your entire entrepreneurial journey, what would be, and this is for all of you, open to all, what would be one hack that you would have thought that if you had known this when you had started your idea, then everything would have been much better, a slight better, whatever. So, if any one of you can volunteer. Yeah, please, sir.
Okay. So it's tough to pick one because there are so many things that you wish you knew a little earlier. I'm sure all of us here will agree. But one thing that comes to my mind right now, and I think thanks Ish for asking the question on how many of you want to be entrepreneurs. So for them, one comment that I have as the response to the question is I wish we had built the next layer of leadership a bit sooner and with more intent early on. For quite some time, all the 24 hours a day that we worked as entrepreneurs, we were neck deep in execution and getting work done, working on customer projects and delivering. Uh, we need a few hours in that 24 hours to step back to think about long term what we need to do and where we need to change a bit. And for that, we need the next layer of leadership. So yes, in the beginning, it's inevitable. It's your business. You will do everything. But the sooner you get the next layer of leadership in place to take over what you are doing so that you can step back, I think that will help your long-term journey much better.
Success in one area where you had established yourself need not offer you a success in something else, right? In an aspiration to grow aggressively, because never we worked like a startup. That's a problem. We had money. Investors were investing in money us in a big way. So we hired top class people, and which was a big failure for us. They came and in their own style, in order to grow aggressively, they opened up in a big way, and they started to say, come test the product and then pay the subscription. But what happened was the platform was not ready to accommodate the volume of patients who are getting into it. And everyone came into the product, got into the platform, got the sensors and ran off. And the minute they started to understand that they are trying to give it sensors at 100 rupees, they started to enroll with different numbers. They spread the message among their friends and others. Everyone came and took the sensors and went off. And ultimately, all those big leaders whom we brought, 2 leaders, big people, high profile people we brought, they were a total failure. And that's where then I jumped in and I said, let me lead from the front. I calmed down, slowed down. In this journey, we gave the customer a horrible experience. People lashed out us in a very, very big way. Then it took for me 18 months to go correct the entire soft system. 18 months I went back, was calm, went back to the doctors, went back to the patient, went open to tell that we had corrected. And now I'm very proud to share that our NPS is at 61 with a response rate of 58%, which is not so easy in healthcare sector, right? So now we had stabilized. Now we are ready to accelerate. So the message is not a person in one trade successful can be successful in the other. He has played cricket successfully. He cannot play hockey successfully, right? And the one message is, friends, if you want to be an entrepreneur, be ready to work minimum 18 hours for a day, minimum 18 hours a day, and you need to let go everything. No family, no pleasure, no happiness. If you all are not ready to do that, don't venture into this. That's a truth. That's a real truth. Because if you want to be successful, you need that kind of speed with which you could do high impact work with joy. If you don't do it with joy, gone, right? And be focused in what you want to do. Thanks.
Thank you, sir.
I think one thing which I would actually talk about too, right? One thing which I would like to change. Yeah. I took my first plunge very late. Yeah. And I regret that. Because many times, you have those wonderful ideas in your head. And you believe, yes, that's the one which I really, want to build. But you're also in that state, unfortunately or fortunately, we are part of that middle class segment now. वही upbringing है हम सब की middle class वाले. So there is a safety net. तो salary आ रही है ना, every 30th we're getting some salary. We are in that safety net zone. And we are doing wonderfully well. We are having some fun while we are in a job, right? But that's a safety net for which we're really looking forward to. But when you have that idea and you're sitting on it, you're not putting it to production, you're not taking it live, you're not taking it to a stage where somebody's testing that particular idea, you've already killed it. Yeah, that's the biggest regret. I started working in 99. My first plunge was somewhere in 2015. But when I see from that perspective, it was already too late. If you believe in yourself, take the plunge the moment you really feel your safety net is being really done, right? So that would be my first tip. Please, 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 if you definitely feel that that is the thing which can really change, you don't want to get up next day, see in the newspaper somebody else. Somebody has already, really nailed it. सबसे पहला तो मैं आपको वो टिप दूंगा. मेरा regret है, आप please वो मत करना. Please feel free, take that plunge when you really believe you're ready for it, right? My second part or second request to you would be, right? See, everything we really believe or we really start working on with is with a vision. And that vision primarily turns out to be what I really want to achieve at end of the, let's say, life. This is the kind of life which I want to have. This is the kind of overall achievement which I really want to have. And it might be related with मैं कितना पैसा कमाऊंगा ना, बड़ा आदमी बनूंगा, पैसा कमाऊंगा, 1 crore, 2 crore, 5 crore, whatever it may be. But all of that really starts with one discipline. That is about how to really get financially independent. Touched upon that particular part. If you really start investing today, yeah, you will be financially independent a lot earlier in your life. And entrepreneurship is about risk taking. Yeah, there is a risk. आप अपना capital लगा रहे हो, क्या होगा नहीं होगा पता नहीं. But eventually, in case you're financially secure, you'll feel a lot better. So please read about how to become financially independent and start investing from today. That will really help you to take your life's call on your own terms. These are the only two things which I would really say, given the time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think हम लोग घुमा फिरा के ही बात कर रहे हैं दोस्तों. कुछ करना है तो अभी दिस इज द राइट टाइम. ठीक है. आप बोले ना कि क्या मतलब रिग्रेट किया या कहाँ लगता है कि वो सुधार सकते थे. तो वी आर वेरी अनफॉर्चुनेट एट दैट टाइम. 2010-11 में एग्रीकल्चर की कोई बात ही नहीं करते थे. और ऊपर से बिहार में आप समझो कोई आना ही नहीं चाहता था. अरे बिहार में कहाँ तुम शुरू कर दिए भाई. एपी तेलंगाना शुरू करते तो अपन एज इन्वेस्टर कोई सोचते भी. सो आई थिंक इकोसिस्टम नहीं था. हमें लगता है अगर इकोसिस्टम उस समय 2011-12 में ऐसा रहता तो वी कुड हैव यहाँ से अब शायद कहीं और होते. बट आई थिंक फिर अच्छी चीज क्या रही कि हम लोगों ने बहुत अर्ली शुरू कर दिया. सो वो समझने का भी टाइम हमें मिल गया. सो वी टेक इट इन दैट बोथ वे कि अर्ली शुरू करने का एडवांटेज है. बट अगर इकोसिस्टम उस समय रहता तो शायद वी कुड हैव टेकन ए डिफरेंट रूट या डिफरेंट डायरेक्शन. 2 मिनट ही है तो अपना थोड़ा एक्साइटमेंट क्रिएट कर लेते हैं यार. थोड़ा मतलब अपन आए मतलब कुछ यहाँ से लेके जाते हैं. ठीक है. अपन तो जो कर रहे हैं अपन सीख रहे हैं. रोज सीखना है. मतलब एज एन एंटरप्रेन्योर यू लर्न एवरी डे. आपको टीम को सिखाना है, खुद सीखना है. वी हैव टू बी मतलब इसको ऐसे घुमा फिरा के बोल रहे हैं. अपन आपस में बात करते हैं. वी आर 5 फाउंडर्स आप समझो है ना. तो मतलब आपस में ही भड़ास निकालते हैं. जो करना अपन आपस में ही निकालते हैं. बट एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप इज ए वेरी 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 लोनली जर्नी. यू विल बी हिट एवरी डे, एवरी सिंगल डे. और रोज सुबह उठ के फिर जो उतना ही जोश उतना ही मोटिवेशन यार अपन तो बदल देंगे. एंड यू विल बी हिट एवरी डे, एवरी सिंगल डे यू आर गोइंग टू गेट हिट है ना. कुछ क्लाइंट भाग जाएगा तो कुछ ने पैसे नहीं दिए तो कोई गाड़ी पकड़ लिया. एंड वी आर इनटू वेरी सप्लाई चेन. तो समझो कि इतनी सारी चैलेंजेस होते हैं. बट as a every day what we feel and that gives us energetic as well कि रोज सुबह के इतना ही सेल्फ मोटिवेटेड हो के लोगों के लिए फाइट मार रहे हैं. आप नहीं डाउन हो सकते हैं बिकॉज आपके नीचे 2000 लोग फिर डाउन हो सकते हैं. होगा हैंगओवर, करो हैंगओवर. लेकिन फिर 5 बजे 6 बजे उठ के फिर यू हैव टू बी मोटिवेटेड. हैंगओवर हो कि घुटना छोड़ हो गया कि हॉस्पिटल में जाना है कि बिटिया को पहुंचाना है, सब सेकेंडरी है. बट दैट इज द व्हाट वी फील मोटिवेटेड एवरी डे. एंड मतलब यहाँ से निकल के बस मेरा पर्पस है यार. भगवान ने हमें वी आर वेरी वेरी फॉर्चुनेट. मतलब बार बार ही बोल रहे हैं कि हमें यहाँ आ गए इतने बढ़िया पीछे. मतलब आप सब लोगों ने नौकरी की हो इतने अच्छे से जगह के, यहाँ पे आके इतनी अच्छी पढ़ाई कर ली है. मतलब बहुत सारे लोगों की जरूरत है ऐसे इकोसिस्टम में। मतलब मैं बिजनेस के हिसाब से नहीं बात ही करता, मतलब है ना, बिजनेस तो मिल जाएगा अगर अपन प्रॉब्लम स्टेटमेंट खोज लेंगे तो कंसिस्टेंटली टिके रहेंगे तो फिगर इट आउट। मतलब सोच सोच इंपॉर्टेंट है रास्ते में, फिर वो है ना, जब आप जिस तरीके से सोचते हो और जहाँ जाने की कोशिश करते हो तो सब बिजनेस प्लान ही चेंज हो जाता है, मॉडल चेंज हो जाते हैं, सब सेकेंडरी है। बट मतलब there is not many people around the world who needs us. There is lot many people, lot many people, और यार as a world, मतलब थोड़ा आप समझो, मैं हम लोग क्यों मोटिवेटेड हो रहे हैं रोज। इंडिया मतलब पूरे ग्लोबल का पॉपुलेशन आज है 800 करोड़ है हम लोग अजय और 800 में से में 100 करोड़ लोगों को ना खाना नहीं मिल रहा है। मतलब बेसिक नीड्स फिल नहीं हो पा रही है, बेसिक खाना नहीं मिल रही है। और जो 100 करोड़ और हैं उनको बैलेंस डाइट नहीं मिल पा रहा है। एंड विद इन 27 ईयर्स, नेक्स्ट 27 ईयर्स विल बी लाइक 1000 करोड़। कहाँ से खाना है? अब कोई खेती करना नहीं चाहता। नोबडी वांट्स टू डू द फार्मिंग। सच्चाई यही है, जो खेती करने जाता है उसकी शादी नहीं होती अभी इंडिया में, तो मतलब सच्चाई यही है ना। दूसरा कि आप समझो कि सॉइल डिटोरिएट हो रही है, जमीनें घट रही हैं, हम कंस्ट्रक्शंस कर रहे हैं, इतना कर रहे हैं तो। और तीसरा क्लाइमेट के हम आप पढ़ रहे हो कि भाई ग्लोबल वाला आप सब एक्सपर्ट हो पढ़ते हुए पूरे देश दुनिया, बहुत ही ह्यूमंगस प्रेशर है। 2000 मतलब इतने सारे लोगों को खाना खिलाना, है ना। बस हम तो ऐसे ही देखते हैं कि इतने सारे लोगों को खाना खिलाने की जर्नी में अजय देहात वेयर वी कैन कंट्रीब्यूट एंड देयर आर नॉट मेनी। और इन्हें इनोवेशन ही होने हैं, फिर बायोटेक्नोलॉजी पढ़े हो आप, राइट, मतलब ऐसे बहुत सारे लोग कर रहे हैं। इनोवेशन ही है इस इकोसिस्टम में। थिंक समथिंग मचाते हैं यार, मतलब लाइफ में हैज लाइफ शुड हैव ए पर्पस। मैं पढ़ते रहता हूँ, बस एक और लाइन लूंगा कि सब में टैलेंट है। और ना आप समझो कि आप कुछ नहीं किए लाइफ में और जब लास्ट टाइम आ गया जाने का, तो जो आपके टैलेंट वाले लोग हैं ना, वो आएंगे आपके बगल में, बोलेंगे बॉस दिया तो था भगवान ने तुम्हें, यूटिलाइज ही नहीं किया यार, नॉट डन, दिस इज इनजस्टिस, है ना। मैं तुम में इतना शायद पैशन था, तुम इतने इनोवेटिव थे, तुम इतने मतलब कैपेबल थे, तुम्हारे में ये पैसा था, फॉर एग्जाम्पल किसी अच्छे फैमिली के से बिलोंग करते हो, अच्छे होंगे, दैट विल कम, दैट विल हॉन्ट यू। सो लेट्स डू नॉट दैट, मतलब वो माहौल में ऐसा रखे यार कि सब आए बोले यार अमेजिंगली वी हैव डन ए ग्रेट जॉब बॉस, थैंक यू सो मच।
Thank you so much,
Thank
sir.
you, sir.
And it is very humbling to see that everything which is created in this world, it started with an idea and a person behind the idea who decided to take an action on this. And ending our questions with this, we would like to take this to our batch because our batch also has a lot of questions for you. I would request volunteers to take mic along, please.
Okay, good morning, everyone, and thank you, panelists, for your time. So I'm Meetu Gandhi, and I have I have more than 5 years of work experience, and I've been from the agriculture sector mainly. So my question, of course, gets directed to Amrendra automatically. So Amrendra, like the research that I have done till date in the agriculture sector is, and what I understand is that the production is no longer the problem for India, the production side of the agri business. But the main problem is the market. And having the right access to the most remunerative market, actually, I would say. So I just want to know what are your thoughts on this and what is the ground reality when it comes to something like this, and what would be like, are you working on a solution for that, or how do you approach it?
आपने 5 साल रिसर्च किया तो सही बोल रहे हो आप कि मार्केट के प्रॉब्लम स्टेटमेंट है, मार्केट मतलब है ये चैलेंजेस। सो अजय देहात जब हम लोगों को शुरू किया तो हमें ये फील आया कि मतलब आप ना बेचना, मतलब जब हमारा सर्विस था कि आपको कुछ जाके बेचना है, तो हमें समझ में आया कि पहले उनका खरीदना शुरू करो ना, तब बेचना शुरू करेंगे ना। So our journey from the Dehat has been like we started our journey with the market linkage only. Secondly, जो challenges हैं कि scale पे मतलब so for India, I mean आपने research किया तो 1 हेक्टेयर की खेती है आप समझो, and that 1 hectare is also divided into 3-4 different land parcel. So ultimately बहुत सारे चीजें सरप्लस है ही नहीं, तो समथिंग दैट इज गेटिंग कंज्यूम्ड विद इन द इकोसिस्टम ओनली, तो वहां पे एक चैलेंज है। बट एंड दूसरा कि ग्राउंड लेवल पे जो क्वालिटी असेसिंग है ना, कि क्या क्वालिटी हो सकता है, लोग नहीं घुसते हैं नीचे जाके या डरते हैं जाके फार्मर से खरीदाने की, जस्ट बिकॉज की क्वालिटी की सही असेसिंग नहीं है। सो वहां पे कुछ टेक्नोलॉजी लगा के अगर चीजें की क्वालिटी पैरामीटर सही आ जाए तो कोई भी बायर कहीं भी बैठा हुआ हो तो वो सौदा दे सकता है, वो खरीद सकता है, जस्ट बिकॉज कि वो नीचे क्वालिटी उसको अगर गारंटी नहीं है, क्योंकि जो दे रहा है वो उसके पास कोई सोर्स नहीं है, वो जस्ट बोल रहा है कि माल अच्छा है, बट वो माल क्यों अच्छा है उसका पैरामीटर डिफाइन नहीं है। अगर ये डिफाइंड हो जाएंगी तो वी कैन कनेक्ट ऑल द बायर्स अक्रॉस द वर्ल्ड कि भैया ये जो जा रहा है, एंड दिस इज वेयर बेसिकली एज ए देहात वी हैव एंटर्ड इनटू मेनी वैल्यू चेन इंटरवेंशन, कि केवल माल ऐसे नहीं बिकना है, माल का क्वालिटी भी मैनेज करना पड़ेगा, माल की जो पीछे का प्रोडक्शन साइड चीजें हैं वो भी सही करनी पड़ेंगी। सो होलिस्टिकली सॉल्यूशन काम कर रहा है जहाँ पे उसके मतलब आप बोल रहे हो तो हमने क्या उसके कॉस्ट बेनिफिट एनालिसिस की प्रोडक्शन कॉस्ट कम करा सकते हैं क्या, सही पैकेज और प्रैक्टिसेस से उसके जो बायर की रिक्वायरमेंट है या सही वैरायटी के इंटरवेंशन से जो बायर की रिक्वायरमेंट है उसको समझ के हम पीछे ग्रो करा सकते हैं क्या विद बेस्ट पैकेज और प्रैक्टिसेस। सो ऑल दोज इंटरवेंशन हैपेंस एंड देन फ्रॉम देयर टू मार्केट लिंकेज वाली चीजें होती है, तो एंड टू एंड सॉल्यूशंस पे अपन काम कर रहे हैं, बट जहाँ पे मेजर प्रॉब्लम है कि अगर ग्राउंड पे क्वालिटी की असेसिंग हो जाएंगी तो देयर कैन बी बायर्स। थैंक यू।
Hello, am I audible? Yeah. So thank you all of the panelists to come here and share your experiences, thoughts with us. My name is Rohit Kumar. I have 8+ years of experience in the oil and gas industry. So my question was, we had a course recently in form of entrepreneurship and new ventures where we were asked to, come up with ideas and pitch them in front of our professors only. So we came up with an idea, something related to in the circular economy, but the challenge we were facing there was the business was very operations heavy, so with your experience, what any ideas or any tips that you would see that in a operations heavy industry like Amrinder sir is there in Dehat, and that is also a very operations heavy initiative, and even that I mean it's a primary sector, so usme sir margin nikalna bhi bahut mushkil hota hoga. So how do you operate in that scenario and you make the business model profitable? So that is my question, open to everyone. So yeah.
Say ultimately, when you start to go directly to the customer, where we are ultimately there, we are going to work with them, right? Say you take the example of a healthcare sector, we are extremely operationally heavy, right? Say there are coaches, there are doctors, you need to intervene with them. And the toughest to bring in a human is to bring in a behavioral change, and that's what we are trying to do it with the technology. That's where we need to be smart in adopting technology. You need to build solutions. Say, yeah, at Twin, we are not just trying to make people healthy. We are trying to make people happy and healthy. You need to find a way to understand how to know about the happiness of an individual, right? And if you want to build a scalable big business, you need to build a internet scale business, which is operational heavy, for which there are a lot of solutions where you need to go understand the granularity of what a customer expects, what a customer looks for, and trying to build technology for it to make it scalable and adaptable to people.
See, I'll add to this, right? You need to go down and figure out the use cases that how operation heavy it is. Yeah. Break it down to a stage where you are able to clearly define the process. And then you start looking into the technology part, how it is really going to automate it, right? I'll give you an example, like why an insurance claim takes such a long time in terms of it's a document which has been given to you, you are taking it to a hospital knows it's a document, then hospital is really going to send it to the insurer is going to look into whether terms are okay, going to give it back. But unfortunately, in case you are at a stage where you're taking a claim for an insurance, you're stuck at the hospital for 5 to 6 hours to really get an approval. Yeah. A classical problem. But if you really go back and look from every stage perspective, there are enough and more inefficiencies in the system which can be improved on, right? Is technology ready to solve this problem? Yes, it is. But will we be able to solve it today? Maybe not, right? Smart contracts, blockchain, we all read this, right? But why it is not there? So I would rather say for every industry, right, it is very important when you're looking at a problem definition before you really knock off that there won't be any profit margin in it. Yeah. you need to go and execute it first. Okay, there are 20 people required for this, because once you are going to implement that process, you will understand what are the processes which you have to improve on. And all the organizations, day one, they don't really start working on technology. You first define the process, then you break it down. And once you really know this is the mantra, you would be the first one who is really going to replace it with the right technology. Yeah.
Just a small addition to that. Operations heavy businesses carry a risk due to skill gaps in the people in the operations, right? And you need to be able to map those risks and manage with what EC has just mentioned, right? And that will be the way to counter not just your costs, but also to reduce the variability in a negative way that will come with the heaviness in the operations.
Hello, sir. Hello, sir. Am I audible? My name is Atul Shrivastava. I've worked for 10 years plus in automobile industry. My question to all of you, first of all, thank you all for sharing your individual journey with us. Currently, recent phenomena is the cost of capital and whatever funding which is coming from outside sources to Indian startups has considerably reduced in last 1 year. And I think most of the startups were initially focusing on increasing the revenue. Now the profit part is coming up. How individually each of you is handling that kind of pressure from the funding side, and how to make that profitable? What is your plan in future to make individual each of your business to make it profitable and available to your consumer as well at the same point of time? Thank you.
To tell the truth, it's not true. To tell the truth, it's not true. You have a good idea and you are really onto it. Every investor is waiting to pour money on you. That's the truth, right? And all those people who are talking everywhere don't believe in it. You have a great idea, you come to me, because my own investors keep troubling me saying that, hey, can you get someone whom you know in the ecosystem who has an idea where we could invest, right? Say they are looking for opportunity to invest. And if you have the aspiration, because tough for the tough times, say we did not want money, but Temasek wanted to invest in us and we took money as they were ready, because we thought it can help in growing the business with their connectivity, right? So money is there, is my strong belief.
I agree, sir. But currently, every business has to be profitable in terms of growth.
Ultimately, Are, come on. Otherwise, you will not be inspired to do it, right? Why should you otherwise do it? You're not trying to do any experiment, right? Everything is business at the end of it. It's money matters, data matters.
So we're talking. Hi, Rishabh this side. Thank you all for coming here. And my focus is on the theme, which is how to make a profitable business. One is that, you grow your revenues. The other is you reduce your cost. So in a innovation-driven entrepreneurship sort of a phenomena, technology is your major expense head. What other areas that you in your businesses are looking in terms of reducing cost? Because technology is something that you have to deploy your money into. What are the other areas that you look into? Thank you.
So I would break it up in two parts, right? First, the first part, which was primarily profitability, right? I think when you're building a hotel, suppose you have to, hotels on a longer run is a very profitable business. Everybody knows that, right? If you're building a hotel, what is the kind of quantum which you have to really put in, and at what time there will be a break even, at what time you'll really get into a profitable zone, right? That's how typically everybody is interested in investing into a business. I'm just taking hotel as an example out here, right? Similarly, when we're talking about entrepreneurship, right? Entrepreneurship is more riskier, right? Hotel is proven, right? Similarly, there are a lot many other businesses which have proven fundamental after X number of years. If the ingredients are right, it will turn out to be profitable. Entrepreneurship is a bet. There's a higher risk. Given the risk, there is a probability that you are really going to get higher returns. Period. Now, when we really talk about funding winter, Yes, funding winter is primarily more to do with the overall, I would say, in US, the kind of funds, the way they were already increasing, saturation. And then when you're really looking lesser capital which is available, probably lesser number of businesses are getting picked where investors are comfortable, yeah, highlighting that there is a clear cut ROE which they are really going to get, which is a fair fundamental. And as highlighted, there is enough and more as far as your implementation, as far as your idea is getting to a stage where there is a predictable outcome. So you'll get that. Then there's no problem. But wherever the risk is high, where the predictability is low, yes, there is a funding window, but that is also the right opportunity to start and invest into the business, because that's the time, right, when you would have enough and more to really look into the assumptions which you have really taken, where profitability seems to be a distant goal. Yeah, one of the biggest, as you really highlighted, head really turns out to be technology is costly. Yes, it is, right? So when I was answering him on operations, I really said, first you have to create the process, look into the first use case. You're not really going to just start training your models on today, I'm going to use LLM. In case you're losing that, sorry, you're not in the right business, right? You have to know about it, but you have to solve the right use case using the right amount of technology to go ahead and automate and get the cost benefit. Otherwise, you're going to lose the game. And unfortunately, I would rather say this is rationalization right now. What happened in 21, 22, there was surplus. So anybody who said, I know what AI is, I know how it is really going to make an impact in future, because there was surplus money, there was enough and more which was coming as a part of investment. So have a sound principle, have a sound business, you'll always get enough and more interest into investment on your business.
Just would like to give the context of a services business in this, right? The largest cost in this business is the people cost, right? Now we don't want to reduce that, right? So we try to contain it, but the reduction there is not something we look forward to. So what is the next thing that we can do is to control the percentage of that as a percent of revenue, right? So what we look for is now to do more with the same number of people, how to get more revenues from the same set of people or the same costs that we have. And that's how the percentage cost is reduced compared to the revenue. So that is also a way to control costs by increasing your revenue with the same set of people.
I'll add. So we are almost 5.5 years since we started. Our current cash burn is 4 million, right? And look at our valuation. So I'll tell you, when we started the company, the patient coach ratio was 1:20, right? We had automated in a big way, and now it is 1:100, right? Another sensor is required. A CGM patch is one of the sensor. Though we don't measure sugars are one of the data to build the digital twin. Here, the way we had now developed this, after 35 days, a diabetic patient need not wear a patch. The digital twin starts to predict the sugars, right? Earlier, when we started, throughout the journey, they were valuing a patch, right? Here, the complex problem you need to understand is you need also customers in the early days, but you need to also you need to optimize the cost. So you need to keep an eye on how to curtail the COGS continuously. Every sprint, you need to add a solution to ensure that the COGS keeps coming down, right? So that the unit economics is so great that you're able to get the first milestone of hitting a gross margin positive and next go to the cash flow positive. Simple mantra.
So, thank you for the enriching discussion. So I'm Krishna Kashyap. I come from social development sector. I have 6 years work experience. So my question is to Amarendra Singh ji. So this is pertaining to the institutional finance and also the non-institutional finance pertaining to microcredit. For farmers, majority like tenant farmers and also people with marginal background with minimal land holdings. So how you are able to facilitate this microcredit? Because for the produce, definitely we need information. Apart from that, most importantly, credit, microcredit. And now with government trying to implement several schemes, and we have corporates also into it. As a startup, how do you find this, challenge? How do you find solution to this challenge?
दोस्त चैलेंज तो है, यही तो फिगर आउट करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं. सो हम लोग करते हैं इन मतलब फिनेंसिंग. सो हमारे हमारे मॉडल में देखोगे तो वी आर फिनेंसिंग टू आवर माइक्रो एंटरप्रेन्योर एज वेल एंड वी आर फिनेंसिंग टू फार्मर एज वेल. सो ये फार्मर वाला तो बहुत चक्कर है, मतलब आप समझो कि किसान के पास बहुत सारे लोगों के पास पेपर नहीं है, खेत के पेपर नहीं, इतनी सारी चीजें. सो हम लोगों ने क्या किया कि हम लोगों ने अपने माइक्रो एंटरप्रेन्योर जो उसका मतलब उसी गांव का है ना, उसको प्रिंसिपल बनाया कि बॉस यू हैव टू एक्नॉलेज दैट कि ये मेरा किसान है ना, तुम बोलते हो ना, ठीक है, तो इसको उधार अगर अपन दिलाते हैं तो यू विल टेक अकाउंटेबिलिटी ना. तो ऐसे करके उसको हम लोगों ने इंडल्ज किया एक बीच में एक पर्सन को, मतलब जो हमारा माइक्रो एंटरप्रेन्योर है. सो करेंटली जस्ट मतलब बहुत ही इनिशियल स्टेज है, 2 साल से अपन कर रहे हैं. सो करेंटली वी फिनांस टू 12,000 फार्मर्स. बट दैट अगेन इज ए वेरी क्लोज लूप फिनांसिंग कि मैं दूसरी चीजों पे खर्चे के लिए नहीं दूंगा. यू विल ओनली गेट द इनपुट, मतलब जो तुमको खाद बीज कीटनाशक चाहिए ना, वो मिलेगा इस दुकान से. इट्स ए क्लोज लूप फिनांसिंग वी आर एक्सपेरिमेंटिंग विथ. एंड पीछे धीरे धीरे थोड़ा डेटा और आ रहा है, तो वी आर ब्रिंगिंग लेंडर्स ऑन दैट platform. But it's tough, मतलब I think अभी crack करना, अभी nobody has cracked it with a perfection, boss. But solution मतलब opportunity भी बहुत है इधर. So think in that way.
Hello, sir. My name is Deepak Marana. I have 10 years plus experience in metal and mining sector. First of all, thank you for coming here and sharing your journeys. My question is to Dr. Dr. Maluk. The very first thing is that what is the sensor that you are using? So how you come up with the design? Was there any barrier from the customer side to adapt usage of that sensor? And the second part is about the speedy execution that you truly believe in. So like I see this digital twin as a core solution upon which many over-the-top solution can be built. So what are the next few things that are in the pipeline to build up over that? Thank you, sir.
So when we wanted to build a digital twin, we said that, say, we took the genesis of automobile, right? In an automobile, you could put thousands of sensors, pick up data, right? And try to correlate and try to build a digital twin. In a human, you cannot do it, right? One interesting finding what we were able to understand was, in an automobile, the sensors did not speak. It did not correlate. They were in silos because each data was independent by itself. In a human body, every piece of data correlated to the other data. When I see there is some signal, some hormonal thing happening. So there is everything is connected. So by which a computing guy will love to immediately grab and say that, hey, minimum data is enough to picturize things, right? So we wanted 3 to 5 sensors we wanted to understand. And we founders started to pick up sensors, put ourselves. Say, for example, in early days, we were wearing a say ECG sensor, put on the chest, 24/7, you need to wear it. Horrible experience. So we really tried. When we wanted to try a CGM patch, you will not believe at a given time, I had worn 6 patches. Couple in the stomach, left hand, right hand, test all these things we had tried, right? So finally we narrowed down to a place where a minimum number of 3 sensors are required to build a whole body digital twin. They are a CGM patch, which will go off in 35 days, a watch, which has to be worn, and a body composition scale. So with so simple solution, we were able to now build it. Now we had gone to the matured state. That's to answer your first question. Second question is, so proud to share that when we have a doubt, what we do, we go Google it. Am I right? When we have a doubt, we go Google it, right? When you have a doubt on your body, go twin it. That's what we had come to. We had found out the solution. We had patented it, but we don't want to make that announcement because we wanted to go along the flow. The minute you get into the healthcare, trying to say that you are trying to totally transition things, people are going to hit you badly, right? You need to go eventually. First, tell people that this is what can happen. Say, earlier, when you go look at 5 years back our data, we might have just said we are there to reverse diabetes, reverse diabetes, reverse diabetes. Now then we said obesity. Now we say we are there to reverse chronic condition. You will not believe that the biggest challenge in India, many people will not know, 50% of people are suffering with infertility. We had proved that infertility can be corrected. Biggest gifts and someone can give it to a family, right? So people suffering with infertility, we are able to bring them to the platform, just offer by correcting the metabolism, they are able to get the solution. So that's what it is. So this is revolutionizing, but we wanted to go in phases.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you everyone for your encouraging words and of wisdom. We'd like to, we'll call the host upon,
Thank you to all the panel members for the insights that you've shared with us. Before we can formally deliver a vote of thanks and also facilitate you, we are joined by two more panelists and we'd like to welcome them. Professor Sarangi, may I request you to please do the honors. We welcome Mr. Nishan Kapoor, the founder of Coded Electric Private Limited. Also welcoming Mr. Abhishek Sharma, founder of RoboChamps by Bright Champs.
Thank you all the panel members for such a powerful discussion that you've just shared with us today. Each one you have tacitly taught us a lot of things in addition to entrepreneurial enthusiasm. Dr. Maluk and Mr. Amren's personal journeys have been more of inspiration than what we can find in books. Ish has shown us how we can manage our passion for him, which is running marathons alongside running his own firm. Pradeep's industry expertise has given this batch a lot to take away for today. Thanking you once again for sparing time off your busy schedules and contributing to INGENIUM 4.0. A huge round of applause for all the panel members, please. As a token of our appreciation, I would like to invite Professor Sarangi to present the mementos to our guests as we invite them one by one. Mr. Pradeep Jadhav. Dr. Maluk Mohammed. Mr. Ish Babbar. Mr. Amrinder Singh. Thank you, Professor Sarangi, and thank you to all our guests. I would also like to thank our banking partner, SBI, our merchandising partner, One Way, food and beverages partner, Udupi Upahar, and our radio partner, 92.7 Big FM, for the support in INGENIUM. Dear guests, professors, and classmates, I now request you to gather on the ground floor outside this building for a group picture, post which we shall break for high tea. I also request everyone to assemble back by 11:30 for the next segment of the day. Thank you. I would request my batchmates to wait for a while and let our guests leave first.
मौसम को अपने पैशन के बीच जो नहीं आने देते, मैं उनका फैन हूँ। अर्जुन, टॉयलेट पेपर।
अगला रैक ऑन योर लेफ्ट।
जो अपने इरादों को हर जगह लेकर चलते हैं, मैं उनका फैन हूँ।
10।
जो अपनी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटीज निभाने में कभी कोई कमी नहीं आने देते, मैं ले लूं, मैं उनका भी फैन हूँ।
Thank you. And we did friendly.
मेरी तरह SBI भी आपका फैन है, इसलिए SBI आपके लिए थोड़ी एक्स्ट्रा मेहनत करता है। तो एक्सीलेंट कस्टमर सर्विस, असिस्टेंस टू MSMEs और टेक्नोलॉजी ड्रिवन बैंकिंग सॉल्यूशंस। घर छोड़ दूं, SBI बदल रहा है, क्योंकि हम एक बदलते देश के फैन हैं। SBI, देश का फैन।
Kissing and hope it cut us, whether they like it or not. I wanna show you out, I wanna show you out. I wanna brag about it, I wanna tie the knot. I wanna show you out, I wanna show you out. I wanna show you, yeah, yeah. I wanna show you out, I wanna show you out. I wanna show you, yeah, yeah. I wanna show you out, I wanna show you out. I wanna show you
मौसम को अपने पैशन के बीच जो नहीं आने देते, मैं उनका फैन हूँ। अर्जुन, टॉयलेट पेपर।
अगला रैक ऑन योर लेफ्ट।
जो अपने इरादों को हर जगह लेकर चलते हैं, मैं उनका फैन हूँ।
10।
जो अपनी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटीज निभाने में कभी कोई कमी नहीं आने देते, मैं ले लूं, मैं उनका भी फैन हूँ।
Thank you. And we did friendly.
मेरी तरह SBI भी आपका फैन है, इसलिए SBI आपके लिए थोड़ी एक्स्ट्रा मेहनत करता है। तो एक्सीलेंट कस्टमर सर्विस, असिस्टेंस टू MSMEs और टेक्नोलॉजी ड्रिवन बैंकिंग सॉल्यूशंस। घर छोड़ दूं, SBI बदल रहा है, क्योंकि हम एक बदलते देश के फैन हैं। SBI, देश का फैन।
kissing and hope it cut us, whether they like it or not. I wanna show you out, I wanna show you out. I wanna brag about it, I wanna tie the knot. I wanna show you out, I wanna show you out. I wanna show you, yeah, yeah. I wanna show you out, I wanna show you out. I wanna show you, yeah, yeah. I wanna show you out, I wanna show you out. I wanna show you out.
मौसम को अपने पैशन के बीच जो नहीं आने देते, मैं उनका फैन हूँ। अर्जुन, टॉयलेट पेपर।
अगला रैक ऑन योर लेफ्ट।
जो अपने इरादों को हर जगह लेकर चलते हैं, मैं उनका फैन हूँ।
10।
जो अपनी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटीज निभाने में कभी कोई कमी नहीं आने देते, मैं ले लूं, मैं उनका भी फैन हूँ।
Thank you. And we did friendly.
मेरी तरह SBI भी आपका फैन है, इसलिए SBI आपके लिए थोड़ी एक्स्ट्रा मेहनत करता है। तो एक्सीलेंट कस्टमर सर्विस, असिस्टेंस टू MSMEs और टेक्नोलॉजी ड्रिवन बैंकिंग सॉल्यूशंस। घर छोड़ दूं? SBI बदल रहा है क्योंकि हम एक बदलते देश के फैन हैं। SBI देश का फैन।
Kissing and hope it cut us, whether they like it or not. I wanna show you out, I wanna show you out. I wanna brag about it, I wanna tie the knot. I wanna show you out, I wanna show you out. I wanna show you, yeah, yeah. I wanna show you out, I wanna show you out. I wanna show you, yeah, yeah. I wanna show you out, I wanna show you out. I wanna show you out.
मौसम को अपने पैशन के बीच जो नहीं आने देते, मैं उनका फैन हूं। अर्जुन, टॉयलेट पेपर।
अगला रैक ऑन योर लेफ्ट।
जो अपने इरादों को हर जगह लेकर चलते हैं, मैं उनका फैन हूं।
10।
जो अपनी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटीज निभाने में कभी कोई कमी नहीं आने देते, मैं ले लूं, मैं उनका भी फैन हूं।
Thank you.
मेरी तरह SBI भी आपका फैन है, इसलिए SBI आपके लिए थोड़ी एक्स्ट्रा मेहनत करता है। तो एक्सीलेंट कस्टमर सर्विस, असिस्टेंस टू MSMEs और टेक्नोलॉजी ड्रिवन बैंकिंग सॉल्यूशंस। घर छोड़ दूं? SBI बदल रहा है क्योंकि हम एक बदलते देश के फैन हैं। SBI देश का फैन।
Kissing and hope it cut us, whether they like it or not. I wanna show you out, I wanna show you out. I wanna brag about it, I wanna tie the knot. I wanna show you out, I wanna show you out. I wanna show you, yeah, yeah. I wanna show you out, I wanna show you out. I wanna show you, yeah, yeah. I wanna show you out, I wanna show you out. I wanna show you out.
मौसम को अपने पैशन के बीच जो नहीं आने देते, मैं उनका फैन हूं। अर्जुन, टॉयलेट पेपर।
अगला रैक ऑन योर लेफ्ट।
जो अपने इरादों को हर जगह लेकर चलते हैं, मैं उनका फैन हूं।
10।
जो अपनी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटीज निभाने में कभी कोई कमी नहीं आने देते, मैं ले लूं, मैं उनका भी फैन हूं।
Thank you.
मेरी तरह SBI भी आपका फैन है, इसलिए SBI आपके लिए थोड़ी एक्स्ट्रा मेहनत करता है। तो एक्सीलेंट कस्टमर सर्विस, असिस्टेंस टू MSMEs और टेक्नोलॉजी ड्रिवन बैंकिंग सॉल्यूशंस। घर छोड़ दूं? SBI बदल रहा है क्योंकि हम एक बदलते देश के फैन हैं। SBI देश का फैन।
Kissing and hope it cut us, whether they like it or not. I wanna show you out, I wanna show you out. I wanna brag about it, I wanna tie the knot. I wanna show you out, I wanna show you out. I wanna show you, yeah, yeah. I wanna show you out, I wanna show you out. I wanna show you, yeah, yeah. I wanna show you out, I wanna show you out. I wanna show you out.
मौसम को अपने पैशन के बीच जो नहीं आने देते, मैं उनका फैन हूँ। अर्जुन, टॉयलेट पेपर।
अगला रैक ऑन योर लेफ्ट।
जो अपने इरादों को हर जगह लेकर चलते हैं, मैं उनका फैन हूँ।
10।
जो अपनी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटीज निभाने में कभी कोई कमी नहीं आने देते, मैं ले लूं, मैं उनका भी फैन हूँ।
Thank you.
मेरी तरह SBI भी आपका फैन है, इसलिए SBI आपके लिए थोड़ी एक्स्ट्रा मेहनत करता है। तो एक्सीलेंट कस्टमर सर्विस, असिस्टेंस टू MSMEs और टेक्नोलॉजी ड्रिवन बैंकिंग सॉल्यूशंस। घर छोड़ दूं? SBI बदल रहा है, क्योंकि हम एक बदलते देश के फैन हैं। SBI, देश का फैन।
Kissing and hope it cut us, whether they like or not. I wanna show you out, I wanna show you out. I wanna brag about it, I wanna tie the knot. I wanna show you out, I wanna show you out. I wanna show you, yeah, yeah. I wanna show you out, I wanna show you out. I wanna show you, yeah, yeah. I wanna show you out, I wanna show you out. I wanna show you how.
मौसम को अपने पैशन के बीच जो नहीं आने देते, मैं उनका फैन हूँ। अर्जुन, टॉयलेट पेपर।
अगला रैक ऑन योर लेफ्ट।
जो अपने इरादों को हर जगह लेकर चलते हैं, मैं उनका फैन हूँ।
10।
जो अपनी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटीज निभाने में कभी कोई कमी नहीं आने देते, मैं ले लूं, मैं उनका भी फैन हूँ।
Thank you.
मेरी तरह SBI भी आपका फैन है, इसलिए SBI आपके लिए थोड़ी एक्स्ट्रा मेहनत करता है। तो एक्सीलेंट कस्टमर सर्विस, असिस्टेंस टू MSMEs और टेक्नोलॉजी ड्रिवन बैंकिंग सॉल्यूशंस। घर छोड़ दूं? SBI बदल रहा है, क्योंकि हम एक बदलते देश के फैन हैं। SBI, देश का फैन।
Kissing and hope it cut us, whether they like or not. I wanna show you out, I wanna show you out. I wanna brag about it, I wanna tie the knot. I wanna show you out, I wanna show you out. I wanna show you, yeah, yeah. I wanna show you out, I wanna show you out. I wanna show you, yeah, yeah. I wanna show you out, I wanna show you out. I wanna show you how.
मौसम को अपने पैशन के बीच जो नहीं आने देते, मैं उनका फैन हूँ। अर्जुन, टॉयलेट पेपर।
अगला रैक ऑन योर लेफ्ट।
जो अपने इरादों को हर जगह लेकर चलते हैं, मैं उनका फैन हूँ।
10।
जो अपनी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटीज निभाने में कभी कोई कमी नहीं आने देते, मैं ले लूं, मैं उनका भी फैन हूँ।
Thank you.
मेरी तरह SBI भी आपका फैन है, इसलिए SBI आपके लिए थोड़ी एक्स्ट्रा मेहनत करता है। तो एक्सीलेंट कस्टमर सर्विस, असिस्टेंस टू MSMEs और टेक्नोलॉजी ड्रिवन बैंकिंग सॉल्यूशंस। घर छोड़ दूं? SBI बदल रहा है क्योंकि हम एक बदलते देश के फैन हैं। SBI देश का फैन।
Kissing and hope it cut us, whether they like it or not. I wanna show you out, I wanna show you out. I wanna brag about it, I wanna tie the knot. I wanna show you out, I wanna show you out. I wanna show you, yeah, yeah. I wanna show you out, I wanna show you out. I wanna show you, yeah, yeah. I wanna show you out, I wanna show you out. I wanna show you how.
मौसम को अपने पैशन के बीच जो नहीं आने देते, मैं उनका फैन हूं। अर्जुन, टॉयलेट पेपर।
अगला रैक ऑन योर लेफ्ट।
जो अपने इरादों को हर जगह लेकर चलते हैं, मैं उनका फैन हूं।
10।
जो अपनी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटीज निभाने में कभी कोई कमी नहीं आने देते, मैं ले लूं, मैं उनका भी फैन हूं।
Thank you.
मेरी तरह SBI भी आपका फैन है, इसलिए SBI आपके लिए थोड़ी एक्स्ट्रा मेहनत करता है। तो एक्सीलेंट कस्टमर सर्विस, असिस्टेंस टू MSMEs और टेक्नोलॉजी ड्रिवन बैंकिंग सॉल्यूशंस। घर छोड़ दूं? SBI बदल रहा है क्योंकि हम एक बदलते देश के फैन हैं। SBI देश का फैन।
Kissing and hope it cut us, whether they like it or not. I wanna show you out, I wanna show you out. I wanna brag about it, I wanna tie the knot. I wanna show you out, I wanna show you out. I wanna show you, yeah, yeah. I wanna show you out, I wanna show you out. I wanna show you, yeah, yeah. I wanna show you out, I wanna show you out. I wanna show you how.
मौसम को अपने पैशन के बीच जो नहीं आने देते, मैं उनका फैन हूं। अर्जुन, टॉयलेट पेपर।
अगला रैक ऑन योर लेफ्ट।
जो अपने इरादों को हर जगह लेकर चलते हैं, मैं उनका फैन हूं।
10।
जो अपनी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटीज निभाने में कभी कोई कमी नहीं आने देते, मैं ले लूं, मैं उनका भी फैन हूं।
Thank you.
मेरी तरह SBI भी आपका फैन है, इसलिए SBI आपके लिए थोड़ी एक्स्ट्रा मेहनत करता है। तो एक्सीलेंट कस्टमर सर्विस, असिस्टेंस टू MSMEs और टेक्नोलॉजी ड्रिवन बैंकिंग सॉल्यूशंस। घर छोड़ दूं? SBI बदल रहा है क्योंकि हम एक बदलते देश के फैन हैं। SBI देश का फैन।
Kissing and hope it cut us, whether they like it or not. I wanna show you out, I wanna show you out. I wanna brag about it, I wanna tie the knot. I wanna show you out, I wanna show you out. I wanna show you, yeah, yeah. I wanna show you out, I wanna show you out. I wanna show you, yeah, yeah. I wanna show you out, I wanna show you out. I wanna show you how.
मौसम को अपने पैशन के बीच जो नहीं आने देते, मैं उनका फैन हूँ। अर्जुन, टॉयलेट पेपर।
अगला रैक ऑन योर लेफ्ट।
जो अपने इरादों को हर जगह लेकर चलते हैं, मैं उनका फैन हूँ।
10।
जो अपनी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटीज निभाने में कभी कोई कमी नहीं आने देते, मैं ले लूं, मैं उनका भी फैन हूँ।
Thank you.
मेरी तरह SBI भी आपका फैन है, इसलिए SBI आपके लिए थोड़ी एक्स्ट्रा मेहनत करता है। तो एक्सीलेंट कस्टमर सर्विस, असिस्टेंस टू MSMEs और टेक्नोलॉजी ड्रिवन बैंकिंग सॉल्यूशंस। घर छोड़ दूं? SBI बदल रहा है, क्योंकि हम एक बदलते देश के फैन हैं। SBI, देश का फैन।
Kissing and hope it cut us. Whether they like it or not, I wanna show you out. I wanna show you out. I wanna brag about it. I wanna tie the knot. I wanna show you out. I wanna show you out. I wanna show you. Yeah, yeah. I wanna show you out. I wanna show you out. I wanna show you. Yeah, yeah. I wanna show you out. I wanna show you out. I wanna show you all.
मौसम को अपने पैशन के बीच जो नहीं आने देते, मैं उनका फैन हूँ। अर्जुन, टॉयलेट पेपर।
अगला रैक ऑन योर लेफ्ट।
जो अपने इरादों को हर जगह लेकर चलते हैं, मैं उनका फैन हूँ।
10।
जो अपनी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटीज निभाने में कभी कोई कमी नहीं आने देते, मैं ले लूं, मैं उनका भी फैन हूँ।
Thank you.
मेरी तरह SBI भी आपका फैन है, इसलिए SBI आपके लिए थोड़ी एक्स्ट्रा मेहनत करता है। तो एक्सीलेंट कस्टमर सर्विस, असिस्टेंस टू MSMEs और टेक्नोलॉजी ड्रिवन बैंकिंग सॉल्यूशंस। घर छोड़ दूं? SBI बदल रहा है, क्योंकि हम एक बदलते देश के फैन हैं। SBI, देश का फैन।
Kissing and hope it cut us. Whether they like it or not, I wanna show you out. I wanna show you out. I wanna brag about it. I wanna tie the knot. I wanna show you out. I wanna show you out. I wanna show you. Yeah, yeah. I wanna show you out. I wanna show you out. I wanna show you. Yeah, yeah. I wanna show you out. I wanna show you out. I wanna show you all.
मौसम को अपने पैशन के बीच जो नहीं आने देते, मैं उनका फैन हूँ। अर्जुन, टॉयलेट पेपर।
अगला रैक ऑन योर लेफ्ट।
जो अपने इरादों को हर जगह लेकर चलते हैं, मैं उनका फैन हूँ।
10।
जो अपनी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटीज निभाने में कभी कोई कमी नहीं आने देते, मैं ले लूं, मैं उनका भी फैन हूँ।
Thank you.
मेरी तरह SBI भी आपका फैन है, इसलिए SBI आपके लिए थोड़ी एक्स्ट्रा मेहनत करता है। तो एक्सीलेंट कस्टमर सर्विस, असिस्टेंस टू MSMEs और टेक्नोलॉजी ड्रिवन बैंकिंग सॉल्यूशंस। घर छोड़ दूं? SBI बदल रहा है क्योंकि हम एक बदलते देश के फैन हैं। SBI देश का फैन।
Kissing and hope it cut us, whether they like or not. I wanna show you out, I wanna show you out. I wanna brag about it, I wanna tie the knot. I wanna show you out, I wanna show you out. I wanna show you, yeah, yeah. I wanna show you out, I wanna show you out. I wanna show you, yeah, yeah. I wanna show you out.
Welcome back, everyone, to the second segment of this conclave. We would start by welcoming our panel members who have joined us recently. I request Professor Kanagraj to kindly welcome our guests for the bouquet. Introducing Mr. Varun Mahana, co-founder of Poker Dangle. So, we would also like to welcome Shashwat Jain, again from Poker Dangle.
Embarking on the frontier of next-gen entrepreneurship, our upcoming panel explores what is the next-gen thinking, catalyzing the Gen Z and millennials thinking in the Indian startup ecosystem. This session will feature a panel of visionary leaders at the forefront of paradigm shift, offering insights into the evolving landscape of Gen Z and millennials' impact on the Indian startup ecosystem. Ladies and gentlemen, introducing our distinguished panel members for this segment. Dear panel members, you're requested to take a seat on the dais as we call out your names one by one.
First up, Mr. Nishan Kapoor, founder of Corit Electric Private Limited. With a degree in automobile engineering from SRM University and an MBA from IIM Lucknow, he brings diverse expertise from Corit Energy and TCS. In his current role, Nishan crafts efficient procurement process for Corit Electric, specializing in high-performance electric two-wheelers for the last-mile delivery services. We welcome you, sir.
Introducing Mr. Abhishek Sharma, founder of RoboChamps by Bright Champs, recognized in Business World's 30 Under 30 Entrepreneurs list. Committed to leveling the educational field, he dispels misconceptions about technology for kids, emphasizing its importance in preparing them for a tech-ruled future. Abhishek's teaching methodology, PITLS, ensures engaged learning and optimal outcomes. Thank you for being here with us, sir.
Meet Mr. Varun Mahana, CEO and founder of Poker Dangle, India's fastest growing online poker platform. Inspired by his passion for poker since his engineering days, Varun founded Poker Dangle in 2017, aiming to redefine the game in India. With over 20 lakh subscribers, Poker Dangle fosters community building and offers real money games for all skill levels. Welcome, sir. Once again, welcome to all the panelists. We now hand over to our friend Rohan Khanna to moderate the session.
Hi. Hello. Yeah. Okay. So good afternoon, esteemed panelists. Glad to be kind of sitting here and sharing the stage with you. I've had the pleasure of kind of interacting with a few of you prior to this. And so kind of Oindrela, my colleague, has already given away the topic, and we'll be talking about what is the next generation thinking. How exactly, the Indian ecosystem startup planning to engage
the Generation Z and millennials. Getting right into the action, but before that, setting up a little context. Generation Z and the millennials, we've seen, technology kind of evolve right in front of us. It's rapidly evolved, and our consumer behaviors and our preferences kind of shape the market today. I was just having the discussion that by 2030 we should be about 50% of the population. So jumping right into the action, like I said, the first question is like, what is the strategy or brand vision that your individual brands have with respect to this? And maybe if you could just introduce like, how did you come up to this point of getting into the business or introducing yourself? I open the floor for Nishan to go first.
Thank you for having me here. So we started our entrepreneur journey in 2015. That was into renewable energy. So we run a renewable energy company mainly focused in solar power plant. 2020, we took a new diversity and we thought to enter into electric vehicle manufacturing also. So from there, we started EV and our focus was completely into two-wheelers because we think that two-wheeler is something which is going to be future in electric. Of course, four-wheeler and commercial vehicles are coming up with the EV segment, but the number of EV and adaptation right now, which is happening in India, is only focused on two-wheelers. So our focus was completely on two-wheelers. Now coming to your question, like Gen Z and millennials, like you understand the Gen Z and millennials right now, they are the main user of two-wheelers right now, of course, to commute to the offices, of course, commuting to their colleges and anywhere. So they are more right now like tech savvy in nature. Whatever the purchase they do, whatever things they do, they go to internet, read about all those things, understand what is more social impacting, environmental impacting things. Considering all those things, EV is the right choice for them. So we actually educate them through putting up good thoughts like targeting social media, putting up blogs, running some campaigns. So we try to educate them what's the benefit of the EVs in their life and also in the impacting social and environmental cause.
Next up, we have Abhishek. If
Okay. So I think I've spent most of my life trying to interact with and trying to get Gen Alpha ready for the future. But I've had the opportunity or the pleasure to spend most of my time working with Gen Zs and the millennials. To give you a context, I come from an edtech background and I've spent all my life into developing technologies that school-going children can use to learn about robotics or IoT or any other emerging technology. Right now, I'm in a service business that teaches these things to those children directly. So I think from my observations, it is not about Gen Alpha, Gen Z, or about millennials. You will face this problem when you are dealing with people 2 generations down to you. It is always about understanding the kind of culture, the kind of thought process the next generation is coming from. We had a saying that people in our generation are born with a silver spoon, right? But the next generation is born with an iPad. How to deal with that, right? So all you need to understand in order to just make it make it a better workplace for them to work with or to make products for them, because of course, you need to understand that the consumerism, the consumption is increasing generation by generation, and their mindset is becoming more open, more modern, that might be difficult for prior generations to comprehend. All you have to understand, all you have to do is put your energy into understanding where they're coming from, what kind of lifestyles do they have, what motivates them, what engages them, what makes them talk about something with their peers, with their friends. Just do that, and I think that works in both the segments, whether you're developing a product for them or whether you're working for them. Yeah.
Next up, Varun. That was quite the perspective, like, just to not just focus on the generations, it's their attitudes, behaviors. What do they really want? Get them talking about your product is the way to kind of target that segment. Next up, Varun, if you.
So guys, thank you for having me. And it's been a decade since I've come back to campus, and really a pleasure to be back on campus. I am Excel 2014. So pleasure to be back on campus and be with you guys. So, I mean, just to give an introduction of what we do, who we are. So we are Poker Dangal. We are one of India's fastest growing online poker platform. It's a very off chosen track which we chose to start our entrepreneurial journey with. But I'm a HR professional before taking the plunge into entrepreneurship. And the reason why we chose poker or gaming specifically as a area we wanted to enter was because Gen Z, Gen Alpha, or a generation before us, a very common theme for every generation is entertainment, right? We want to get entertained. That is very important for us. And we felt gaming is a source of entertainment, which is a two-way entertainment. It's a very active source of entertainment. It's not passive. So when you're consuming Netflix, that's a one-way communication, right? You're seeing something which is being streamed in front of you. But gaming is two-way, right? You have to put some inputs. You'll get some feedback from the games you're playing. So that was our logic that gaming is much more uh, aggressive and active in nature as an entertainment form. That's why we chose gaming, and poker is a personal passion. So probably it flowed from there that let's get into poker then. It's a very growing space. A lot of Indians are now adapting to online poker, online gaming in general. The big reason being everyone wants to be a part of a community as well, right? You want to have a feeling of belonging, sense of belonging to some place. That's one of the big reasons why online gaming is at an all-time high and will continue to grow. When it comes to building products for Gen Z, the new millennials, it's all about what kind of engagement are you able to create with them? Are they able to get that engagement on your platform or not, which helps in your retention and the other matrices in the business. So for us, the most important feedback is, are we able to engage with the consumer at a level where they are having fun while playing with our platform? And of course, because it's real money which is being involved in our platform, security and tech capabilities play a very, very important role. So a lot of focus for us is on product, on technology, and building this product for the next 20 years, where poker and fantasy sports, online gaming would be a mainstream entertainment genre for the vast population of India. So that's one of the big drivers for us. That's what we are trying to build. And definitely it's a very interesting topic which you have chosen as well, because it's important to now analyze, what will the 50% of population, as you said, what will they be consuming? What's their interest levels? How will they adapt to products? And hence, how do companies adapt to their products accordingly? So again, thank you for getting me on this stage. And it's a pleasure to be sharing the stage with you guys, and looking forward to a great conversation.
So thank you for that perspective. Like, Netflix is just one way entertainment, but when we're doing gaming on a platform, it's two-way. So that kind of appeals to the mass audiences. On that note, I will move on to my next question. Back to you, Varun. You were talking about that it's the gaming platform itself, and as we understand it, it's an extremely competitive market, like you said, fantasy squads, and a lot of people are trying to enter right into it. So how do you kind of maintain that sort of engagement with this crowd? How do you keep them coming back for more? Is that something that you kind of on a day-to-day basis haggling with that problem?
A lot of competition is now kind of not entering into this space after the recent regulatory changes. So that's good for us. It kills off the competition automatically. But yeah, on a serious note, what is more important to understand is, at a product level, what are you offering to the consumer? So definitely, the thrill of winning real money. That keeps everyone engaged, because if there is even 1 rupee involved in any transaction, it catches your attention as a consumer, right? So the money element definitely plays an important role, but it is a very hyper competitive market in which we are operating, because the market size is growing, but it's still small. So especially for poker, fantasy sports is a big market, but it has its own complications. In our kind of market, the most important thing becomes retention of the consumer you are acquiring. For that retention, the most important aspect has to be the product, because we feel the differentiation between poker brand A versus poker brand B versus poker dangle has to be the product and not the financial offerings which we are giving, because that is easily replicable. Product is something which creates a long lasting differentiation in the market for us to have. So we've been trying to innovate our product right from day one. when we entered the market, like poker was treated as a commodity that, you can play on any platform. It's basically the same game, same set of rules. So how does it matter if I'm playing on platform A or platform B? The platform which is giving me a better deposit offer is probably where I'll play the more, right? But coming into the industry, we felt there is a gap at a product level where people are not talking about engagement with the consumer. So we came up with a lot of innovative product hacks to help, get into the market with a different niche and a different classification altogether. So it started from introducing new variants of the game. Currently, we are now talking about a lot of social elements in the application itself, where we're talking about emojis, throwables, having those animated chats which pop up, using a lot of data to make sure we are educating the users of how they can improve their game, where are they going wrong within the app itself. So it's an ever evolving process where you have to think of the next hook for the consumer and where will they keep themselves engaged on the platform itself. So building that social element, building that retention hack in the platform is the most important thing for us. And I've been very lucky to work with a lot of poker mad people in my team who love the game. So having that passion for the game in itself helps us come up with hacks on what will our consumers enjoy, because we are consumers ourselves. So it creates an impact on how we perceive the market, and then what can we improve in our product, which will help the life of our consumer while they're playing on our platform. So it's all about product there. It's everything has to start from the product, and then you have to keep working on that product every day, and you will see improvements on that.
I think a lot of aspiring product managers in the batch would be kind of excited to hear that. All right, the look out for the certain hooks for your crowd is what you should be aspiring for, and maybe like adding that layer of having a passion for that product makes you offer that hook to the customers. So that's my key takeaway. Next, on to Abhishek. So the question for you is once again, we'll be talking about how exactly at RoboChamps are you customizing, because you firsthand are like we were having that discussion, you're firsthand interacting with these generations. So how do you kind of make them come back for more, again, like on a similar note, but of course the product is different for you, and how are you kind of attracting these little children to come back and be curious about building robots and on your platform and using your platform?
So think about it as even though the panel's topic is how to build products for Gen Zs and millennials, right? Your question is around that. But think about it. When you are talking about making a product for Gen Zs, you're not only making a product for them, right? 5 years down the line, we'll be making products for your children, correct? And that is 2 generations ahead. So when you are thinking about the next generation, you don't think about just one generation. You need to understand the pattern of how expectations and decision making is varying from generation to generation. Maybe let me ask you guys a question, right? How many of you think that you give it more thought and time in making any decision than your parents did? Do you think that you give it more time and thought and more analysis, you evaluate more number of options than what your parents did to reach to any particular conclusion? Is that correct? Oh, time taken by you is less, but you give more thought, right? You give more thought, correct? And same happened with between the your parents' generation and your grandparents' generation, correct? Because you have more options. So the idea is, as you move further in generations, people from a younger generation tend to spend more time in evaluating, because they have more options, because they've seen a broader variety of things. Be it any decision, be it a purchasing decision, be it a lifestyle decision, be it a product building or a strategy decision, they take more time. So if going specific to EdTech, if I have to answer more specifically to EdTech, children are not sure what they want to do because they've seen so much. So the first step is not to teach them anything. The first step is to let them explore it in a more I would say analytical manner, that you also understand what they're understanding and they also understand that they're trying to conclude or converge towards a decision. Give it that as a first step. And then you decide what to teach next or what to hit next, right? In the customer's mind. So that is how it works. If the customers need is that I need these number of options, and you understand these number of options are what are those options that you need to make them explore that, make them choose that. Why else is the generation or are the businesses going towards more customization generation by generation? Because the needs are varying, right? And you have to solve for them because purchasing power lies there in the next generation. Purchasing power always lies in the next generation. And probably if not purchasing power, then maybe willingness to spend. One way or the other, there is more money with the next generation always, right? So I think if that answers your question.
That
yes.
absolutely,
Okay.
that absolutely does answer my question. And maybe like, one thing I picked up on was uh, imbibing a sort of curiosity for the children to kind of exploratory, like the term that you exactly used, for them to, come and want to just learn. And there's not a focus going from A to B. It's like go wherever you want kind of approach. And like just making, and then targeting that specific segment. They're the customers for the future. You want to make sure that they're curious and they want to learn. And those are the things that I kind of picked up on. I hope like kind of makes sense.
Yeah, yeah.
And,
Absolutely.
are there
absolutely.
any like additional thoughts or?
Yeah.
you-
So if I teach you a story about something that you guys are not interested in, you guys do not want to hear about, I think maybe less than 2 or 5%, a very negligible fraction of people will get back with that story in their mind. But if I give you an open-ended question, if I let you speak, let you think, and you get curious about something, and I understand that curiosity, and I try to answer or try to cater to that curiosity, that is when a larger fraction of the customer segment will remember or will go back with the emotion that I'm trying to sell. As a business, you sell emotions, right? What else do? You cater to emotions, you solve emotions, you sell emotions. That is what you do as a business, right? So you need to, so I think you're correct on that point. You need to make them curious about that first. That is where they open their ears. They give you, they offer you their willingness to listen, and then you talk, right?
Right. Next on to Nishan. So as the Gen Z becomes a more influential consumer demographic, like we've been talking, uh, how is your startup engaging with this generation? What are the strategies that, Corit is exactly implementing to get them on board? Because EV is here to stay, and you seem to be at the forefront of it.
So first of all, I'd say we need to understand our consumers, like Gen Z, be it Gen Z or millennials. So there are two different types of two-wheelers lovers. Few of here who will like thrill, speed, vibration of an ICE engine, and there are few people who loves to have economical ride, sustainable ride. So we need to understand the consumer, what kind of consumer you are. We need to understand what's your thought on that, and we need to work according to that. Of course, when you come to electric vehicles, there are a lot of things which you can do on the technology sides, be it IoT, be it or AI side, to maintain the vehicles, maintain the vehicle and your mobile applications talking to each other, maintain the data on the back end, and of course giving a better driving experience to the people. All these actually incline towards the need of the today Gen Z and millennials. So they are much more into technologies. They are much more into, of course, we'll say, I'll keep on saying the sustainability and social impacting purchases. Okay. Whenever they do purchases, there are a lot of Gen Z and millennials who do purchase, which put social impacts and environmental impacts. So these are the thoughts which we take care at our end. We try to take some, we'll say, campaign in when we try to cater our Gen Z and millennials, we go to colleges and we do some campaign and teach them the benefits of electric vehicle. We teach them how it can change their ecosystem, how it can change the complete environmental condition, right? So prior to the session, Dehat was there. He was mentioning, Amrinder was mentioning that the soils are degrading, the environment is degrading, and all those things, because the carbon which ICE engine is giving, it's impacting environment a lot. But of course, EV, of course, there are discussion going on. EV is also harmful as the batteries are there. But people are working on recycling the lithium batteries and all those things. So we need to find the consumers first. What's the idea? We need to educate them. Because education, until unless we'll not educate, because the Gen Z and millennials are the people who are from Royal Enfield Duke kind of bikes, right? We love, even I own a Royal Enfield. Okay, I love to drive Royal Enfield, but on the contrary part, like when I have to drive for like say 20, 30 kilometer, I would ride my Transit. I'll ride my bike. But if I want to go for a thrill ride, I will go for a Royal Enfield bike. So understanding the thought process, educating them is the most important thing to be in the EV segment. Right.
uh, that puts a lot of perspective for all of us that first of all, why most of our generations, how we're kind of thinking about the social impact and sustainability of our decisions. Then us having those varied consumer preferences, we like the feel of a petrol engine revving, and but it's also for us to kind of be educated now to understand what is the impact of that petrol engine going along.
We need to think for the future, right?
Right.
If we'll not think right now, we are going to like Gen Alpha is going to suffer a lot. The temperature right now you're seeing, the climatic condition, all things are impacting a big way. And even our government is focusing because the main focus around the world, around the globe is right now to maintain the global climate thing, right?
Like just not technology, even like weather impact, the things we are seeing like firsthand, the global impact of all of the global warming, all of these aspects are coming firsthand in front of us. We are seeing the rapid increase in temperatures, or tsunamis, whatnot. Like even COVID might be an offset of those things. Moving on next, the question is about innovation, because technology kind of helps you compete with the challenges that sustainability brings. So the question back to you is, right, in an industry that's rapidly evolving with technology, uh, how are you harnessing the preferences or the inclination of this generation and integrating cutting edge technologies like AI and IoT in your electric vehicles? Can you share examples of how this digital first approach is helping you attract this crowd?
Yes. So the vehicle which we have developed, okay, so it brings both the thing IoT and AI. So when coming to AI, our AI is completely monitoring the vehicle performance. Okay, I'll come up with the example only. It's monitoring the performance of the vehicle, be it motor or controller. If someone is understanding electric vehicle nomenclature, so because I'm using electric vehicle nomenclature, motor and controllers are there, battery is there. So all these things performs on the basis of the data which it is monitoring. So get a thought of an example. If a vehicle is running in Chennai climatic condition, the temperature is very high. At the same time, it is running in the Delhi right now. The temperature is different. Both the vehicles will perform differently because it's not working on petrol or something. It's working on battery. It's chemical is there. So temperature impacts the battery performance, right? On the same way, if the vehicle is running on the inclination side, so say in the mountain area and the plain area, the vehicle will perform differently. So we need to completely monitor the vehicle, how it's performing, and we need to improve the vehicle according to that climatic geographical condition. Now, at that point, the IoT comes into the picture. We maintain the over the air updates on the application. We need to change in the controller side how it controls, how it talks with the motor, how it talks with the battery, how much drainage, voltage. All those things need to be maintained on the air like live. It not only gives the performance of the vehicle, it also gives us the benefit to tackle the performance on the say warranty side, claiming if the vehicle got say stagnant somewhere, we need to see what's the we can actually monitor the where the problem was remotely through the application, through the backend data which we are receiving continuously from the vehicle. And also proper maintenance of the vehicle can be taken care at different stages. And of course, people of this generation, Gen Z, likes some two-way communication, right? As our fellow friend has told. So our vehicle also do two-way communication. So if someone sits on the vehicle, it will give you the complete data of the vehicle. You can actually put your location on the but two-wheeler itself. It will drive you to that location. It will give you the weather condition. All those data will come from there. And of course, if you want to get the data of the performance of your vehicle, you can take it through your mobile application. So all these two-way communication, IoT, AI are there in our vehicle, and we are continuously improving it. We are working on accidental data, like if someone crashes its vehicle, the data should come directly to us, and we can actually initiate an emergency call or something like that. We are working on those features also. We are working with fleet management companies where the data is utmost important to them, how the driver are performing, because usually fleet management companies drivers drove the vehicle rashly. So they need those data, like how is the driving score of their drivers. Based on their performance, they maintain the vehicle. So periodic maintenance and all those things will be like helpful with the data which we are receiving through the vehicle IoT based, and of course improving the vehicle through the AI.
Nice. Like that's going to be like a memorable one that you can improve the customer experience depending on the environment that they're in. So that's one thing. Like a person, me as a person using one of those products, would be like, all right, this company really does care about me. And then even for some of your B2B clients, like you said, in fleet management, giving them a driving score helps them improve their overall performance as well. So those are things to kind of stick by. Quite the innovative approach when it comes to EV. Next up, my question is for Abhishek. This is about, how are you leveraging technologies, like a similar, we're talking about the theme of innovation. So how exactly are you kind of innovating on your EdTech platform to make sure that, that the Gen Zs and the millennials are kind of stuck, and it even you kind of, an aspect of internally how you're leveraging this digital first crowd to make those solutions for your customers. So on to you.
Maybe I'll try to answer it a little differently.
Right.
Because you probably would not be interested on how am I doing it, but I can probably tell you how you should do it. Right. So I'll break it down into two parts. Right. First is technology comprehension of a generation, like future comprehension of a generation, and technology penetration. Right. So for example, you're thinking about future. We are thinking about green energy, sustainability. That means, but we are able to understand, we are sitting in 2024, we are able to see that future. For somebody that was sitting in 1990, their comprehension or their understanding of the future would be different. Let's put a random number to it. Let's say that each generation can only see 20 years ahead in the future, right? Somebody who was born in 1970 could only predict what will happen till 1990. That's a random number, but it almost makes sense, right? Let's say. And the other element is that those 20-year period will have more technological development as you move forward. For somebody in 2000, the amount of technology development or technological changes that happened between 2000 and 2020 would be way more than what happened between 1980 to 2000. And what lies ahead of us, 2020 to 2040, would be way more difficult to comprehend. So it increases the burden on the previous generation to understand and predict the technological progress accurately. And when you're dealing with, maybe if you're dealing with only the next generation, that is still okay. But if you're dealing with two generations, a jump of 2 or 3 generations down, that becomes very, very important. So you need to understand how far in the future can they think. If you are thinking about sustainability, I'll make a product for sustainability, right? But if somebody from the next generation thinks about something else, I'll make a product for something else. If they can see that as a future, if they think that space travel becomes more important, like if for them, for that generation, exploring space becomes more important than sustainability, then you'll make products for that, right? And the second is how to like the kind of technology tools you use to engage them depends on how far the technology has penetrated. Even though AR, VR is like exists today, but if I'm going to 100 students, not even one of them has an AR, VR set. The technology penetration is not there. But everyone has an iPad now. Everyone has a laptop now. So you use the technology that has maximum penetration to your target group. You make a decision like that. For example, if your target segment is something where you feel 90% of people will have an AR, VR set, great. Go ahead and do it. But if your target segment is, let's say, farmers, then you know you have to use mobile phone to reach them. You cannot use an iPad, probably, right? So think about your target segment and the technology that maximum penetrates there, and use that to design their experience. For me, when it comes to robotics or the other subjects that we teach at Brightgems like financial literacy, we mostly use the internet. We do not go to very niche technologies that do exist, but are too fancy to exist in every household. Right? I hope that answers your question.
Very well. Like, the first half important, how we cannot really guess what's coming. And then the secondary aspect of the technology penetration. Like, there is AR, VR, but not everybody can afford a AR, VR set realistically as of now. But maybe in the future, if the product does come in, you will be there to like, here, RoboChamps is there on AR, VR. So that's how we should kind of think about it.
Great. Thanks.
Next up, Varun. So along the same lines, the question for you goes ahead as, in an industry that thrives on innovation, how is your gaming platform harnessing the creative and tech-savvy nature of digital natives to revolutionize the gaming experience? And do you see a role of technologies like AR, VR in the coming years?
So a very open-ended question, because it has a lot of elements which you can cover in detail. But I would like to talk about the sector first, because I think one of the things about gaming as a sector is it is very misinterpreted. It is misconceived by some as gambling slash akin to a sin industry. But there is a clear distinction, right? There is a clear distinction between gambling and gaming, which the government has also realized. There are various laws around it, but that distinction really defines how are you using technology to help the sector grow. So back in 2017, when we started out, there were hardly any available technologies for a game like poker to go mainstream in India, right? Everything was very niche. Everything was created for just 100 users, 150 users at a time, in terms of the concurrency, because that was the audience we used to think will come on our platform in a single minute or in a single second. So the servers capability, the kind of coding which used to happen was done with that in mind. Cut to 2024, we are talking about 20,000, 25,000 people playing concurrently. And it's a massive shift, right? It's an industry which is fast growing, fast evolving. So the technology has to adapt to that kind of scale as well. So right from the capability of the product to handle such kind of traffic, that is one. Two, then creating innovative ways to create an edge in the market. That's two very different aspects, because the first part talks about the server capability, the product having enough load handling ability without crashing. The second part is, in what more can you do at a product level to engage with your users? As Abhishek mentioned, AR, VR is all something which is directly compatible with gaming as a domain. But there is hardly anyone in India who's using an AR, VR set to play a game of poker or to play a game on fantasy sports. Maybe 5 years down the line, yes, as I said, it's a community angle which the consumers also want. So initially, when I used to play poker in XLRI, I used to play in a single room with 8 of my friends, and I used to play all night. But now most of the guys are in the US or in different parts of the country, so we don't get a chance to play together on a single table. But maybe with an AR, VR technology, 7 years, 10 years down the line, we can have that experience again, that we are in the same room and we're playing. So technology will keep evolving, but the first aspect has to be the capability of the business to reach out to the consumers. Then comes the innovation. There are a lot of ways you can innovate. As I told you, product level is the first thing. Technology plays a very important role. For us, data is one of the key aspects which we use to engage with our consumers. That's where a lot of your AI, ML sort of things come into the picture, where we are predicting that, okay, you have played 100 hands on the platform. Probably this is the pattern in which you are playing, and this is how you can improve your game. Can we give that sort of experience on our product itself to a consumer, so they can learn how to improve? So there are a lot of aspects which we are working on as a business to educate our users about the game better. How can you play it better? So it's an ever evolving process. 5 years down the line, maybe people come up with crypto, Web3 kind of elements into poker or into real money gaming, and those are all realities which we'll have to be aware of what is happening in the world, and then we'll have to adapt accordingly. But as Abhishek mentioned, businesses are also about reaching out to the consumers in the simplest form possible. You cannot try to create something very sassy and then make it unaffordable or inaccessible to the consumers. No point building a game with a supercomputer which only one person in the world can play. but you rather make very simple applications, which a person on a 5,000 rupee smartphone can also enjoy and play. So that's how we like to think of building the products using technology. Also, I think security is a very important element in our business, because there are financial transactions happening every second, and there are like millions of microtransactions happening in terms of deposits, user balances, so on and so forth. So we have to take care of technology, creating a risk-free product for the consumer, so that they are able to enjoy a financial transaction as well. There are a lot of frauds which happen with respect to the KYC, with respect to credit card frauds on such platforms. So you have to be very careful, right? And there are legal consequences as well. So right from capability to handle traffic, to innovating, to security, everything is dependent on technology. So it creates, that's a basic backbone of your business. So you have to be on top of it 24/7 to know that, you're able to perform at the level which you have to in a real world environment. That's very important.
Wow, like we started off with innovation and technology, but it's to kind of understand capabilities first, what exactly the basics should be done, and then the secondary focus, like we all kind of converged at, is the customer focus. Customer is king at the end of the day, and you only give them what everybody has and what everybody can use today. Maybe those technologies will come in, but that is for the future to tell. As long as the penetration is not there, that's not the main focus. It's about getting the product out there to customers and making sure that their user experience is smooth and they're enjoying and they want to come back for more. So the next thing is that we'll be talking about, the next theme is basically how a lot of the Gen Z, millennials, all of us are out there working in your businesses. So the next question is, culture is paramount for a lot of us. We want to know what the company culture is like. And that being the theme, I pass on the next question to Abhishek. The question being, all right, so in an industry that's evolving, how is your edtech startup leveraging the innovative spirit? So, sorry, my bad. I think I misread the question, going at it again. So balancing technology innovation with educational effectiveness is crucial in edtech. So how is your company culture, ensuring this equilibrium? And as a leader, what strategies are you employing to foster the continuous learning and adaptability that this generation looks forward to?
Again, breaking down breaking this down into two parts. One is the customer you're dealing with, what generation they're from, and the people you're working with, what generation they're from. Now, when you talk about working together, and when I think you also touched upon the company culture, right? How you are imbibing a culture that accommodates the newer generations. I think when you talk about a culture of working together, you need to understand how people form friendships in that generation. What do they talk about? What are they excited about? You need to understand that generation as a human being first, and then think about how to make them work together. For example, again, I'll make you think about yourself, your parents, and your grandparents. What did they expect from a job? Right? What do you think your grandparents' expectations were from a job? Were they simpler than yours, or were they more complex than yours? Way simpler, right? And your parents too. But our expectations are more complex. We expect the organization, the culture to tick a way more number of check boxes than our previous generations did. And if my parents' generations is my boss, and they fail to understand that that these many check boxes need to be catered to, I will not get satisfied working with them, right? So in order to ensure that the people you're working with are happy, are motivated, they work towards the same goal, the culture is good, whatever you mean by the culture being good, right? You need to understand their emotional aspects of working. And that changes drastically from generations to generations. I've seen people graduating in this COVID period have very different expectations than people who graduated just 2 years before that. Forget a complete generation, right? And even in a 5-year delta, people have very, very widely, very drastically different expectations from what a workplace should be for them. And the only answer around it is understand how they build friendships. If I'm the boss and somebody 10 years younger to me is working for my team, I don't understand them probably. But then, and if I don't understand them, then I need to create an atmosphere where they understand each other. One way or the other, their work culture requirements, the checkbox that they come up with while joining your organization must be met. That's the only goal, right? That's the only goal. Understand the checkboxes and just tick them. Tick as much as you can. I hope that answers your question.
Absolutely, like how they build friendships. I mean, like our conversation before, I think I understand that you're a self-taught entrepreneur. So these are the things we learn in management school in our different classes, organizational behavior, and all of these things. But you seem to have learned this firsthand, like focus on how they like to interact, what do they want, what are their aspirations, how they build their friendships. Those are the things that are key to our generations, and delivering those promises is how you kind of keep them and keep them going for the long distance. So next up, I have Varun, and the question for you is, given the gaming industry's reliance on creativity and teamwork, how does Dungle cultivate a company culture that encourages these elements? And what approaches do you use to maintain the environment that supports this creative freedom and collaborative efforts? Like it seems like those are two different aspects, but how do you bring them together in one?
So, of all the questions you have asked me so far, I think this is right down my alley. Because being an HR, you can take me out of HR, but you can't take the HR out of me. So, culture and creativity and that teamwork, those are some of the things, which, and especially sitting in XLRI, talking about culture is something you're talking about teaching a fish how to swim. So, we all know how to build cultures now in Excel. So, yeah, but the first thing which in Dangal we did when we started out. So we were 4 founders who started Dangal in 2017, and we were a team of 10 people till about 2020. So it was a very lean operation, and we had a small engineering team based out of Chennai. But yeah, we were like 15 people in the system till 2020 before COVID. And every individual whom we were getting onto our team, we were very careful to make sure they have their own space. Like I don't want to tell people in my team what they have to do. Like let them figure it out. Let them come up with creative ideas. Give them that kind of space and comfort that if things go wrong as well, it's not the end of the world. Okay, there might be some financial loss, there might be some reputational loss occasionally, but your team has to have that confidence that yes, they are able to express themselves, they are able to come up with new ideas, come up with solutions to problems. Because one thing which I've learned is that even 7 years down the line in the industry, I don't know what problems will come up next. And those will be probably first time problems for us as well. So to solve those problems, you need creative ideas. It cannot be that this is a textbook. You find out your answers from this textbook and move on. So there has to be that freedom which you have to give to your team members. Uh, we when we started out in 2017, we were a very young team. We still are. A lot of people whom we hire are freshers or people with 1 year or 2 years of experience. And the reason we go down that route is because people at that stage of their careers, probably they are not used to working in a certain way. You spend 10 years in a sector, you spent 5 years in a particular job, you're wired to think like in a particular way. So we made sure that our first 10 people had that kind of creative liberties, freedom of expression, a very open door policy. So we didn't have cabins and all till recently, but it was an open door policy, a culture where, and as long as you're not wearing shorts and coming to office, you can wear pretty much anything you want. So there were no restrictions on timings. Like we start our day, someone starts at 11:30, someone starts at 9. But yeah, there is an expectation of professionalism that your work has to be done, but how it is done is something we leave it up to the individual. The second part of the question is then when we scaled. So from 2020 to 2023, we became a team of 80 people suddenly. So from 10 people, very close-knit team, people who knew each other very thoroughly, to 80 people where there were people who are now managing their own teams. As I told you, like people with not so much of experience managing teams, those are all challenges which you face while building an organization. And it took us a lot of time to make sure the last person in my team is also having the same vision as the first employee of the team. So to transfer that entire vision to each member of your team, that's a big challenge. And again, that's something where you have to be very open and talk about things with your team. So we basically started out doing these breakout sessions where there was no work, we did for a day. In one day in a month, we just used to sit together, have food, have a couple of beers, and focus on just talking about where are we heading, what's going on, what's the plan for the next 5 months, 6 months, 2 weeks, whatever. So it was basically a way to communicate with everyone, where everyone was comfortable talking to everyone. Uh, Scaling up is a very different challenge from starting up. So that journey from 0 to 1 is different from the journey to 1 to 10 and 10 to 100 will have different challenges. But having that trust in your team is very important. You need to learn to delegate. You need to learn to trust your team members to take care of their job. A lot of times what happens is, because it's your baby, you want to just keep it very protected and keep everything under your vision. It doesn't work like that, because then you can only do X amount of things in a day. You need your team members to come up and support you. And that's where I think giving them that, empowering them with that kind of confidence is very important to grow a business, to scale a company. And then creativity is all about mistakes, right? If they're able to make those mistakes, they'll come up with creative solutions as well. So giving them that comfort that it's okay if you fail, if there is a mistake, no problem. We'll figure out ways to solve that mistake. But giving them that freedom is important, because then they'll come up with ideas. And you don't know which idea clicks and which one becomes a brilliant one as well. So that's what I've learned in the last 7 years. Plus, as you said, there are a lot of courses on OB and all. So let's not get into those. Thank you.
All right. So next up, Nishan, the question for you is, um, how is Corrit harnessing the inclination towards innovation? Like pretty much talking about innovation is the key to stay ahead. How does your company culture specifically cater to the values and work style and preferences of Gen Z and millennials? Uh, Focus being pretty much on the generational friendly working environment, influencing your strategies in maybe EV design, technology adoption, and your market approach.
See, developing a culture in a company is a very tough job. Okay. To start a company with a handful of people, 10 to 12 people, coming from most of the people coming to us were from Gen Z and millennial, right? And their way of thinking was different. And being in automotive industry, the thing should be very disciplined, the timelines, in the safety things, because you're working on machineries, right? Safety of yours and safety of working on electric vehicle battery is not a easy job. It can be hazardous. Okay. So to teach them all those things, we had a very tough time. Okay. We had a very tough time, but yeah, once we have a HR in our team, later on, all those things like all the community building and everything, we hired people from a different background, different colleges, making friends and all those things. It took time. It took at least 1.5 years, right? And we face a lot of problem. But now, yes, the culture is there to enhance our, like as you said, innovation and technologies. Now we are actually focusing on like the hierarchy. We maintain hierarchy, but it's not like a junior engineer cannot come to us with the innovation, with the ideas which he thinks can improve, because we are making vehicles which belongs to generation G and gen millennials. So their thoughts is very important to us. i'll I'll say someone came to me like 3 to 4 weeks back. He asked me, can we put a music system on the two-wheeler? Right. I thought, from where you got the idea? He just told me, sir, we go to chai tapri, chai peete hain, wahan pe gana baja lenge. It will be fun. So I don't think it's a bad idea, right? It is a good idea. Few of the EVs are making it, but you need to appraise them. You need to listen to them, and also ask them to give us like timeline solution. Give us as a, like a small project to them, so that their learning will also improve, right? And if they are willing to do it by on their own, like we actually push them to do it. We don't stop them. So we are building all those things, but still it's a process. I'll say culture doesn't develop in a day. So coming from a background of a corporate and everything, I've seen the culture was developed in a lot of time. It took a lot of time. So developing a culture in a company is a process. You have to do it every day. So it takes time. So we're working on it.
Nice. I mean, quite the perspective on how, especially given that automotive is a challenging space, and then for this new age workforce to come in and have their own set of thoughts about it. And like you said, it's a challenging environment, and you have, a longer innovation period is a little longer in comparison to the other industries. Right. So for the new workforce to come in and understand that, it's a gradual build up to it. And then the second thing that I picked up was the handing them over projects, letting them be by themselves and creating in their own space. Those are the things that we all do.
Completely different culture. Gaurav.
Right.
It's completely different culture.
Like it's actually on opposite head roads, the sort of culture that we
depends on
expect.
software company. It depends on which industry you're working. If you're working in a chemical industry, it's a completely different culture. Okay, the way you work in the culture, you have to have all the safety things with you. You have to wear a helmet. You have to wear safety shoes while going into the factory. Right. So all the tools, the 5S, Kaizen, you need to follow all those things. Will not follow, you will harm yourself and you harm the people around you.
And I think we love that freedom of space. So sometimes understanding, standardized operating procedures is a little tough for us, but in this industry, quite the necessity, as I understand. So that's a nice takeaway for all of us. Now, last up, we will be talking about uh, pretty much coming to the last question. As we kind of conclude this panel discussion, I pose one final question to all of you. Reflecting on the diverse perspectives and innovative strategies that we discussed today, how do you envision the role and impact of your respective startups in shaping the future landscape of your industries, particularly in relation to Generation Z and millennials? So that's the final.
So again, I'll say, so every generation need to be educated, right? What's the so as Abhishek told, you need to think for the future, right? 20 years, 30 years, 40 years, whatever. But right now we are facing the challenges related to environment. We need to educate how the EV is helpful to them, not only economically and all those things. So we are continuously educating people. We are going on social media. We are going running campaigns. We are trying to make communities where people can talk about EVs, put their thoughts, what's the best we can do. Government is standardizing the processes. We are adapting those things on the safety side, on also on the bringing the all the parts in India. So all these things we are doing to improve, like to cater the requirement of Gen Z and millennials, right? So it's a process. It will take time in the EV industry. It's not something which will be in a couple of years. Right now, we are just 2% of all the two-wheeler market right now, which is actually a big market. Only 2 to 3% people are riding electric vehicle right now. So it will take at least 10 to 15 years to adapt. But my thought is, yes, it will be like 70 to 80% people will be on two-wheelers which run through electric vehicle. So we are actually working on those things.
Next up, Abhishek.
I think coming from an tech, the answer is easier for me, right? So I think for Gen Alpha, the consumers we are dealing with, we are teaching them how to learn what you are completely unaware of. Right? We just because the way we live our lives has drastically outgrown our textbooks. The way people learn, the way people approach a problem differs even in a 5 years delta. For example, you will find people today working different graphics designing software versus a person who graduated 5 years ago, he'll be using a different software, right? Teaching Trello to somebody 15 years older than you is difficult. So the whole expectations changes, the technology landscape changes, right? And the variety of things that you have to learn to survive changes. What we learned in school is usually it is not enough for us to survive, right? And this statement has became truer as we have moved further in generations. It could have been true for 2-3 generations back, like behind us, but it will definitely not be true for 2-3 generations ahead of us. So the idea is give everyone, like, get their personality grown in a T-shaped manner. Probably they teach you, right? Just make them understand everything, make them explore everything they're interested about, and then let them make a decision of do they want to become an expert at. But let them explore. The idea is, if like at least for Gen Alpha, I would say let them explore till the point they make up their mind and say that, okay, this is what I want to settle with. Please go ahead. Then we'll enable you to settle. Then we'll enable you to skill up in that particular thing, right? And talking from the perspective of working with people, working with Gen Zs, right? I think people, as we have moved forward in generations, people are less affected by stick and less affected by carrot. Both of these things do not work as effectively as they did maybe a few years earlier. Now people are more affected by emotions, I would say, and the freedom to work. They are more affected by their individuality in the whole system. So I think the way I have approached in my most recent team building exercise in the recent, I would say, my recent startup, I was the first one to come in, and then we made a core team of 5, 6 people. Then it expanded over the years, and so far in the last 2 years, I've had less than 2% voluntary resignations. Right. So, and the idea is, I have never told them, the trick that I used was, I have never told them how to work, because that differs from people to people. I've put constraints only on the problem side, not on the approach side. I could make the problem more complex if I want them to make them think more thoroughly. For example, there's a deadline on compliance is a hard stop problem, right? You cannot play around it. If there is a safety concern, you cannot play around it. For example, when you're teaching children, being humble to them or being disciplined and being emotionally connected to the child is a uncompromisable problem, right? You have to, no matter what your nature of work is, you have to meet that. Correct. But put constraints on the problem, do not put constraints on the approach. That is something that has worked for me so far.
So you can only tell them the what, you let them choose the how. That's how I'll put it. Next up, Varun.
So, the sector which we are in, gaming, it's a decade-old sector, 8 to 10 years old sector, still growing. There are a lot of regulatory challenges around this sector because the last law which was written to govern the sector was written by the Britishers in 1878. So, the even the government doesn't know that, how quickly has it grown, what's the kind of scale they're now dealing with. And they're trying to figure it out, give them credit that they are trying to work with us. They're trying to understand, okay, what's the complications, what's the difference between gambling, gaming, and, the kind of taxations that there should be or regulations there should be to regulate this sector effectively. Compare it to a sector like banking or FMCG, where you're talking about sectors which are 200-year-old. So everything is established, the SOPs are there, and then the sector continues to grow at 5%, 10%. As per the economy, it can grow to 20% as well. Gaming is going 100% every quarter. So, it's a very rapid changing environment. It's an environment which is a lot of unknowns for the company as well. Because I told you about going from 10 to 80, we had to come from 80 to 20 again, just 3 months after that. So the kind of dynamics which are involved in this sector are unparalleled to whatever I have seen in my stint as a corporate employee or maybe reading about other sectors as well. So it's a sector where you have to be very nimble. You have to be ready for any change which might come overnight, right? And you have to then try and figure out how to engage with your consumer, because everything else is the surrounding environment. Your core business remains engaging with your consumer. So in this environment, how are you able to continuously evolve your product, your offerings, and continue to build with your users is what will determine how quickly are you able to capture the market share in this sector. So even with all the changes in the sector, the number of players who are playing online games, that has increased every day, right? So there are close to 40 crore people in India now who are registered on some sort of online gaming platform, be it a Ludo or be it a Teen Patti app or be it a Carom or a Dream 11 or a Poker Dangle. So 40 crore is a huge target audience, but effectively we are able to monetize maybe only 1 crore of them. So there is a long way to go. Effectively by 2030, we expect 75 crore people to be playing online games with real money on their platform, on any platform. So how quickly can you acquire, what kind of market share is what we are focusing on, while also coming to terms with the changing regulatory environment. So it's a very unique proposition. And as Poker Dangle or as Dangle, we are trying to work with the governments at one end to try and educate them about the difference, try to help them create regulatory frameworks to regulate this sector. And the other end, with the faster growing TAM, you have to try to get the maximum share of market which you can as an organization. So it's basically working at a sector level and at a company level at the same time. And it's been a fun, wild ride in the last 6 months. But I expect by 2025, we should have a very clear regulatory framework in this sector. and then we can work from there on how we want to create more market share for ourselves. But a very interesting time and space for gaming in particular.
Nice, quite memorable, like, focusing between the dynamic landscape of markets and the regulatory challenges that are there in your industry specifically. Now I open the floor for questions from the batch. So they'll be directly asking you questions. And also I'll be kind of shifting to the other side because I've been told that I'll be clicked better over there. So
Hello, sir. My name is Rakshit Mehta. I have close to 9 years work experience with Honeywell prior to joining XLRI. I have two questions, one for Nishant sir and one for Varun. First, I'll go with Nishant sir. Sir, most of the budding entrepreneurs, they would want to make some platform-based startup right now, right? Some sort of aggregator platform, right? Which is the trend as well, so to say. But government focuses on manufacturing, right? And your space is also encouraging in terms of solar PV module manufacturing. So what, besides the sunrise industry, what couple of factors would you share that will motivate somebody in like entrepreneurs to take up this space to start up to do a startup in manufacturing space, right? And yeah.
So thank you for putting that I am into solar also. Okay. So I'd like to tell my friends that I started my entrepreneurship in solar. So we are doing solar, but not in manufacturing. So we are into EPC. So EPC generally stands for engineering, procurement, and commissioning. So we do CNI sector. We are not into manufacturing of solar photovoltaic cell. We actually procure and then we put it on the CNI sector on basis of their needs. We are also into developer with sign PPA and all those things. Okay. So when we started EV thing, we started and we were like, let's jump into manufacturing. But that was not a good idea, I'll tell you. So when you start a manufacturing process, it requires a lot of capex. And until unless you don't have a number in your hand, like say 500,000 vehicles per month you can manufacture, you'll not be able to get the ROI of the factory. So when you develop a vehicle, you start with the R&D setup and everything, and then you just go for a small pilot basis thing. You run 50, 100 vehicles, you test them for at least, I'll say, 100,000 kilometers to get the things. And by that time, we'll be able to actually believe on your product so that they are ready for the market, right? After that, I'd rather say what our strategy was earlier and now. Earlier, we were set up all the factory. We have a production line for like 20 vehicles every hour. Okay. We have all those setups. We did our 500 vehicles in the first batch. It was not a very good hit. And then, of course, the government changed their policies in between last October 2023. We have to shut down our production. And then, of course, from there, it was completely a different scenario. Then our pivoting was like, we thought if we have a manufacturing unit and everything, and when the government policy is not very much stagnant in electric vehicle thing, right? It's not very standardized policy. We cannot go and jump into manufacturing right away. Rather than let's explore contract manufacturing. There are a lot of companies who do contract manufacturing for you until unless your numbers are very small. Okay. When you reach a number where you can actually get a proper outcome from the factory, your factory is running 100%, because the fixed cost will never change. If you have an asset, if you have a setup, the fixed cost will be there. Whether you are manufacturing, whether you are operational or not, fixed cost will always impact you. So work on those numbers, work on your Excel sheet. When you will be able to get the profit, then only you move to manufacturing. Of course, government is giving a lot of benefits in manufacturing. Like if you're setting a factory, they are giving you rebate. Acquiring a land, they are giving a rebate. Manufacturing policy, ESIPF, for the employees you are hiring, there are so much rebate in different states. We are operational in Haryana right now, so we know there are a lot of policies. But these things will lure you, but don't fall for it. I'll say falling for it will actually a bad thing, because we have seen that in the past, from past like 1.5 years, we have faced those issues. But it would be always great once you are actually ready for a number which will be profitable and which will be like operational for, because you cannot move to a different setup. Say if I have a small space and I just made all the setup for manufacturing for 100 vehicles, say per month, because this is my number. I cannot be moved to 1,000 numbers again by moving all the things. So we need to think in that perspective and then go for the manufacturing. Of course, there are policies with the government, they are promoting, but you need to have your numbers tight, very tight, before jumping into manufacturing.
Thank you. Thank you. Certainly, feasibility of the finances and economics is important.
So it's always good if you are making profit, and because manufacturing, until you're not making profit of more than 60-70%, it is of no use, because you have put in lots of capex in R&D,
sure,
lots of capex in like developing a product.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you for that answer. Question to Varun. Varun, you spoke about that last laws that were created in this field were ancient ages, right? And government is still evolving. We have seen how was the battle with Dream 11 founder, right? Only because of his closeness to probably Ambani's, he could get into some good space. And current 28% GST kind of shattered the market cap of Delta Corp and all the listed space. It must have an impact on your business as well, right? So with this ever evolving changes, regulatory changes, how do you see with respect to your resource commitment on this front, right? Because that's always a question mark.
So definitely see when we were studying in our second year, there was a course on, as a manager, what's your sphere of influence? As a CEO, what's your sphere of influence? So maybe you are responsible for 10 people in your company, then you go up into a CEO role and you're responsible for the industry, you're talking to the government. So I think what has changed in the last 1 year, 2 years with the government is that they've realized that this sector is big now. So there are till 2018, 2019, they were not worried because the revenues were hardly there for any company, or the kind of users who were there, the number of users. There were hardly 1 crore people playing online back then, which has increased to 40 crores in the last 4-5 years. So suddenly the government has woken up and realized that, there is something which we have to do over here, because there is a lot of money which is now being pumped into this sector. There are a lot of users who are playing it. So how do we monetize it and how do we regulate it? The problem is that since the sector is so niche and so new, the government probably doesn't fully comprehend the complexities of this sector, because A, it's online, B, it's gaming. They are trying to figure out a lot of moving parts on how to make things work. So with that in mind, it's important to have a dialogue with the industry as well, which the government is doing. So there are a lot of panels which we have sent to different ministries to try and tell them about how this is what our sector is doing and this is what are the complications, so that when they are framing their laws, they can come up with solutions which don't hamper the industry in a negative way, while also protecting the consumers, because that is also very important. It is wrong for me to say that the government is draconian. It's not like that. But yes, there are certain viewpoints which the government has, which I personally will never agree with. But there has to be a balance between, regulating a sector and kind of killing it off. So they're trying to figure out that balance. There are some laws which they introduced which hampered the industry negatively. But I think the good thing which will happen is it will weed out the bad actors, and B, it will come up with the survival of fittest kind of a thing. Because one problem which I personally found with a lot of startup culture which was happening in the mid 2010s and early 2020s was everyone was trying to start up to raise capital. That cannot be the objective of starting up anything, because if you're trying to only raise capital, you are trying to scam someone off. You have to come up with a solid business plan on how you can be profitable. Can you be profitable or not? And then you try and deploy resources. So for us at Dangal, we were always profitable. We still are. Okay, our margins have shrunk. But because we were profitable, I was not under any pressure or stress when the laws changed. Because I knew always that I can sustain my own business even if I'm not raising the next round of capital. Probably a lot of startups fail because they're not able to raise the next round of capital. So it's important to have the confidence in your product, in your business model, that can you survive if there is no external funds being infused into your startup. If the answer is yes, then everything else will fall into place, because sooner or later, you will be backed by an investor, or you will be able to raise capital when the market is in the bull mode. Right now it's bearish for gaming, but companies who are able to have that strong unit economics focus, they're able to do well. I mean, they're not growing at 50, 100%, but they're not shutting shop. And we are very sure that the bull run will come in the next 6 months, 1 year. And then whoever is left behind, those are the ones who can really enjoy that bull market, right? So it's a question of creating businesses with strong unit economics, working with the government and understanding the regulatory framework you are working in, because it has changed, right? From 2017 to 2023, the regulatory framework has changed a lot in gaming. So it's important to comprehend it, understand it, because you don't want to be on the wrong side of the law, because that creates a different stress level in your life. So it's important to comply with the laws of the land, to understand what the regulatory impact will be on your business, and then come up with a solid unit economics based model. Once you have these things in focus, everything else will fall into place sooner or later. So it can be that you're not able to raise capital for 4 years, but 5th year you will be able to. So those things will happen, but the first focus has to be, is your business in itself sustainable? So if the answer for that is yes, then you can move ahead with all the other moving parts in the business, because everything else is just the ecosystem, but the focus and the core is what your business is. So I think, yeah, that's my answer. Thank you.
Hi, Nishan, Abhishek, and Varun. Thank you for giving us time. I'm Rishabh. I've previously worked with Invest India. Incidentally, it's also the implementing agency for Startup India. So my question is that, you guys alluded to entrepreneurship, and given the context that, Gen Z, as you said, are emotionals and incentives and sticks don't work with them. My question is, how do you ensure that, those ideas are sort of implemented, given you have limited resources and capabilities as a startup?
I did not say that they don't work with them, but they work lesser than they work with, like less effectively than they work with previous generations, right? It's not like they don't work at all, right? Otherwise, how will you have someone highly motivated and running towards a goal? So, to answer your question, you always need to have carrots and sticks. The only thing is, the culture actually should be in a manner that makes them comfortable to working with you, right? As if you'll observe, the amount of time an individual, a professional spends at any organization has reduced with time. Now it is part a generation or a modern thinking problem, and part the organization's culture problem. It's both ways, because if you go back 10 or 20 years, right, you will see most of the employers were established businesses, and the average business history of employers was very high, right? And right now, the average business history or average life of an employer is lesser. So it is a part business problem and a part cultural problem as well. The only thing is you need to find the right fit. Create the right culture that they find themselves motivated in. That's all.
The part was that, as startups, you have limited resources. So whatever ideas that they are giving out to you, how do you ensure that they're actually implemented? Because you have your a certain vision, and you have sort of laid the pathway for that. And if somebody is bringing up a very decent idea, how do you ensure that, given your limited resources and capabilities, that it is actually implemented?
You don't have to implement all the ideas, but at least accept them. I would say, if you do not have budget to get all the ideas implemented, as you said, in case of a startup, you have restrictions on the amount of spend you can have, right? So the idea would be make people do more homework, get them more prepared before they become eligible to make you spend money on their idea, right? If you have more money, you can start investing in their ideas at a very early stage, when they are not when their ideas are at a lesser maturity of level of that idea. But if you have lesser money, then make it compulsory, or maybe motivate them to get their ideas more matured before you release your money there. And if their ideas are more matured, probably it will be of better benefit to the business eventually.
The danger is that, because Gen Z operates in a different way, as we discussed, they're more emotional, which is true. The danger is that you could lose out on that great talent, right? So how do you ensure that while you're doing all this, that the talent sticks with you?
I'm saying okay. Don't say a no to them. Don't say that we are not listening to your idea, right? That's a trick. Or maybe if it's a trick, I don't know. But don't say no to their ideas, accept their ideas, work with them on their ideas. But before, if you have a money problem, if you have constraints on the budget, then do not invest in every idea just by listening to them. If there are 10 ideas that are coming that, sir, I would do this, sir, I would do this, you do not have to invest in all of them, right? Do maybe take them through a shortlisting funnel, make them do more homework, make them do more uh, market research or impact research, impact analysis, right? Before you put some money into them, you will realize that from 10, you'll be left with just 3 or 4 ideas. And eventually, you will never say no to an idea that is coming, that is correct and beneficial for your business, right? And that is, which also means that you will never end up saying no to idea of a person that you need to retain the most. Correct. So both way it actually works out.
Hi. Good afternoon to all the guests here. We really enjoyed this talk. I'm Rishikesh. I have come with about 5 years of experience in the automobile sector. So my question was with regards to the changing regulatory impact on data. We know that data is one of the key drivers of businesses today, and it is being regulated. It's becoming more and more regulated, and the regulations sort of differ from place to place. So when you think about companies that operate in multiple geographic locations, how do you manage these kind of regulations? And the question is to all three of you, please.
So Rishikesh, yes, data is very important for everyone right now. So I think data will run the business in future, right? So understanding in automotive sector, I'll answer you in perspective automotive sector. So you need to understand how the people are driving right now, in what condition they are driving. So all these data are very important to you. Now coming to the regulations, we don't share these data. Whenever we are taking the data from the person, from the vehicle, we actually get the confirmation from them. Everything is at the place law-wise. We are not selling these datas. It's a data, it's our data with the confirmation from the client. Of course, if I'm working for say B2B segment and they also need the data. So we need to confirm from them whether the individual who's riding the vehicle, the tri-party agreement should be there, that the data should be shared with them or not. So everything is done under the regulations. So it's not like that anything we are doing, like you could say opposite of the laws. So we are doing in that manner. Any other questions we have related to this?
So the question was more geared towards how do you see this affecting the startup industry itself as a whole in each of your different sectors? Because I feel that the sort of fluidity and the lack of regulation has also played a big part in allowing startups blitz. And do you see the incoming regulations sort of affecting the speed or the rate at which startups develop?
So I don't think so it's affecting anything. Like until unless you are doing in the right way, it will not affect. Okay. If you're doing in the wrong way, it will affect 100%. But if you are doing it in the right way, there is no stopping that thing.
I will just add one more thing. So when we're talking about regulations, data, the answer is also technology, right? So back when we started out, the KYC norms for gaming platforms was not that strict, right? So we could, and the traffic was not that high, so we could do manual KYC checks, right? There were used to someone who uploaded his Aadhaar card or passport or voting card, and you used to manually check for those details, manually check the bank details which they've submitted. But now technology has an answer. So you have got these platforms which do the eKYC check in a matter of a 1-minute scan. And those really help in optimizing the process for a company while making sure you are in the right side of the regulatory framework as well. So technology plays a very important role in handling these regulations as well. Data is the oil, and especially in my sector where there are financial informations which we have access to, it's very important to be very careful with that, because a simple mistake can really cause a big problem for the consumer as well as for you as a business. So you have to take care of those checks, making sure that data is secure, encrypted. So like there is a lot of effort we put in this security within our product and within our technological frameworks to ensure this data is protected and secured. And those are things which I think are the backbone of the business. Once you're starting out, those are the first things you need to take care of. They can't be an afterthought that let me start my business and let me scale and then I'll take care of that. Because by that time the bus has already left the station and there will be a big mess for you to clean up. So these are some of the things which you have to check on day one. The regulatory aspect of the business, the security of your consumers' data. Those are things you need to ensure from day one. And then you build your business on back of that. So if you're starting in the correct manner, then you should not be faced by any challenges on the regulatory part. And then there are black swan events which can change the industry and change things in a matter of seconds. But you can't plan for black swan events. So you basically react to them and you don't be proactive on black swan events. You never plan for a black swan event. Like the world never prepared for COVID to come, but it came and then people improvised and people changed. But the first thing when you're starting a business is to have some check marks on regulations, security, data protection, and then you start building your business.
That answers the question.
Hello, panelists. My name is Deepak Maharana. I have 10 plus years of experience in metal and mining sector. So my question is to Mr. Abhishek Sharma. The EdTech service that RoboChamp is offering, so mainly the decision of availing these services lies with the parents, guardians, and the teachers. So my question is that what did you spot? What is the willingness of these decision makers to let their children have these advanced skills along with that their formal schooling education? So what are the important factors that actually impact this willingness to learn these advanced skills? Did you spot any kind of resistance, and how did you overcome that? If yes.
Unlike most other sectors, when you talk about edtech, especially in that age group, the major difference, there is one major difference that keeps in that the customer and the consumer is different here. For example, for most other industries, the consumer, the person who's paying, right, and the buyer, the purchaser, and the user are the same for almost all other industries. But in this industry, the buyer and the user are different. So you need to convince both of them. You need to bring both of them into on board before you do this. And their expectation from a product or a service like this is very different. If you go to a child and tell them, if you go to a second grader and tell them that robotics is important and you will have a good future, they won't understand anything at all, right? You give them a share of your time, tell them that this is going to be playful, and the outcome of that playful activity should be visible to the parent and connect with their future goals. Because in this case, the user is not aware of, about the objective of the product. The parent is seeking the objective or outcome from the product or the service, but the child is just expecting an experience out of the service. So you need to take care of both. And when you're taking care of both, of course, both these things come into a similar place and then you end up solving the problem. So, and when I talk about children, their problem and their expectations also differ from age to age. If you're dealing with younger children, you need to be more playful, more maybe aesthetically driven. The kind of activities they're doing should look good, right? But if you're dealing with, let's say, high schoolers, 8th graders, 10th graders, it does not matter how your project looks until and unless it works. No, as long as it works, right? So the functionality starts becoming more important. So you need to understand the only answer, the real answer lies in understand their mentality and do what they expect you to do. That's it. Give them what they're expecting from you. And I think that is the universal answer for everything, every industry, whether it's a customer or consumer. I hope that answers your question.
Yes, thank you.
All right. With that.
Hello, sir. I'm Mukesh Kunal. I'm 11.5 years experience in IT services and logistics. My question is for Varun, sir. Like like you have said in your statement that you have 20 years vision for going forward, online gaming would be the next thing. So what is the trade-off that you do while designing your product keeping in mind that Gen Z people who are much more less aware about the regulatory compliances, and while designing your product, like adding more features so as to give you a competitive edge compared to your peers?
So from a business point of view, it's very interesting because the highest spenders on my platform are not Gen Z, right? The highest spenders on my platform are people who have that kind of liquid cash to enjoy online gaming with. So that would be typically an age group of 35 to 45 kind of an audience. But when I talk about 20 years down the line, you're talking about catering to not 200,000 poker users. You're talking about catering to say 20 crore poker users in India now. So the ecosystem and the landscape changes, right? The expectation of the consumer from the product changes. Back in 2017, the expectation was very clear that I'm able to deposit money, I'm able to withdraw money, and I'm able to play a glitch-free game. That were the three key criteria for my user. Now, 2024, the expectation is these three things have to be there. And then the product has to have throwables, emojis, it has to have a lot of data points where I can see how is my other opponent playing, what kind of strategy are they using. So it's called HUD or heads up display, which is a common feature now in the gaming applications across India, but we were also the first ones to try it out with for our consumers. So the expectation of the consumer really decides what you're doing. Your consumer will tell you that this is what we want from your product as well. You can try and innovate and you can try and be one step ahead of the curve. But if you're not getting feedback from the market, then there is some serious problem with what you're building. So building something 20 years down the line cannot be your vision right now. The vision is that gaming will be big in 20 years from now. So we have to just keep ourselves in the game and keep acquiring that market share so that 20 years from now, when we are looking back, we can say we have now 15, 20, 25% of the market share for poker in India. How you plan for that is you see what your consumer wants, you give them what they want, and you keep innovating and adding more to that. And then what will stick is something which no one can tell for sure. So you cannot say that this is what I'm doing next and this will be 100% success. It never works like that. It's a hit and trial. You continue to try, and then whatever success you find with your base, you will have to aggressively chase that. So even in poker, like there are my competitions which are doing very well as well. And they have a very different philosophy because they have a different user base compared to mine. So their users tell them a different story. So within the same sector, we are seeing a very different approach and strategy by someone who's our competition, and something very different is working for me. So it's all about what is your consumer telling you, how quickly are you able to listen to that, adapt to that, and give them that. So Abhishek also mentioned, right? It's just what they want, you have to give them that at the end of the day. And you cannot plan until unless you're Musk and you're trying to send people to the moon. For businesses in India, you cannot plan 20 years down the line. You need to have a vision for 20 years down the line that, yes, this is where I want to be 20 years from now. But you have to plan for more immediate needs and keep evolving, keep learning from whatever you're hearing from the market, and then keep delivering them at your optimal levels so that you are able to create the space for yourself. That is something which I feel like we do very practically. Like if you ask me कि 20 साल बाद आप क्या करने वाले हो, तो मैं डर जाऊंगा भाई, तो मेरे को नहीं पता. We'll figure it out.
Thank you. Thanks.
All right. With that, I kind of close the session. Thank you so much for your time. It was like, a pleasure learning about the different approaches for this generation, learning about what are the challenges in different industries, and then the culture and innovation that appeals to this category of Generation Z and millennials. Now I pass the mic back to Pranav and Oindrila to give the vote of thanks.
Thank you, Rohan. We would like to thank all our panelists, Nishan Kapoor, Abhishek Sharma, and Varun Mana. Your insightful perspective on guiding next-gen consumers towards energy-efficient and sustainable transportation, or designing for the future generation who already come with complex expectations and in a world where there's plethora of choices, and adapting two-way communication approach in a lucrative but competitive landscape such as virtual gaming have been truly enlightening. As we stand on the threshold, as a badge, we stand on the threshold of our professional journeys. Your perspective and understanding of the next gen stakeholders, if I may call it, is sure to help many of us take some key decisions in our future. I thank you all for your experiences. Thank you.
As a token of appreciation, I would like to request Professor Kanagraj sir to come up and present the mementos to our guests as we invite them one by one. Mr. Nishan Kapoor. Mr. Abhishek Sharma. Mr. Varun Mahana. Thank you to Professor and all our guests. Once again, we would also like to thank our banking partner SBI, our merchandising partner One Way, food and beverages partner UDP Upahar, and a radio partner 92.7 Big FM. Thank you to all the sponsors for their support in Ingenium. Respected guests, professors, and dear batchmates, we now request you to gather on the ground floor for a group photograph, post which we shall break for lunch. This is Oindula Mukherjee and Pranav Verma signing off as your guests, as your hosts for the first half of the day. I would request everyone to assemble here back by 2:20 p.m. Thank you.
Mr. Vaibhav Khandelwal, co-founder and CTO Shadowfax, would be attending us online today. And we are still awaiting Mr. Tarun Katyal, CEO of Koto. And we also have Mr. Bhakt Keshwachar, founder and CTO of EasyTap. A huge round of clap, guys.
As we can see, we have a lineup of disruptors and visionaries who have shaped industries and led with immense resolve.
Indeed. And it's our honor to introduce them to the audience. Sirs, as we call your names, you may please join us on stage. So now let's welcome the guest who's attending us online, Mr. Vaibhav Khandelwal, a 2012 electrical engineering graduate from IIT Delhi, co-founder and CTO of Shadowfax, India's largest on-demand third-party logistics platform.
Vaibhav's innovative leadership earned Shadowfax prestigious awards, including the 10th AG's Graham Bell Award and recognition as a future unicorn. Thank you for joining us, sir.
Our next guest is Mr. Riju Datta, co-founder of Cash Free Payments. He is a visionary leader shaping India's payment and banking technology landscape. A graduate of IIT Kharagpur, Riju's entrepreneurial journey began in 2015 with a focus on offline restaurants.
Beyond business, he actively mentors startups and embraces a culture of continuous learning. A soccer enthusiast and avid traveler, Riju finds balance in fitness and culinary exploration.
And to further enrich our panel, we have Mr. Bhakt Keshwachar, the visionary founder and CTO of EasyTap. He's an Arizona State University graduate and a seasoned Intel veteran.
With a vision for self-reliant India in the energy transition, Bhakt co-founded Chara. As the CEO, he leads the team in designing rare earth-free motor systems, fostering sustainability in the evolving electric landscape across EV, HVAC, and more. Welcome, sir.
And finally, here we have Mr. Tarun Katyal, CEO of Koto. Koto, a women-centric social platform dedicated to creating a secure digital haven for open discussions.
A Kellogg's alumnus and former Z5 CEO, he blends technology and consumer insight to shape digital products with over 2 decades of experience. Tarun's journey spans from advertising agency, Star Network, Sony Entertainment, and Big FM. We welcome you all, sir.
So now, Shalini, it's time to delve deeper into the stories and insights of these remarkable individuals.
Of course, Vansh. I can't wait to unravel the wisdom these visionaries have to share. We welcome and request Anukriti, my batchmate, to please take the command and navigate the discussion further.
Thank you, Vansh and Shalini, for the introduction of the panelists as well as calling upon me. So, hi, speakers, and hello, everyone. I hope the lunch was delicious, and I request all of you to please not sleep because I know you all had chole bhature in the lunch. So, because now it's the time to fuel our minds, right, with some brand talk. So, entrepreneurship, right? It's all about the journey in itself. And I'm planning to have this conversation revolving around the journey. So every remarkable brand that we know, right, it all began with a flicker of possibility in someone's mind. So it started with a belief which was so strong that compelled you all to act. So let's go back a few years when you all were probably doing different things in your professional journeys. And then suddenly there was one aha moment when you decided that, yeah, this is it. I'm going to start something on my own. So why don't we start the journey discussion by hearing about that turning point or that aha moment that sparked the idea of starting your company? So, Tarun.
So, my career is kind of very, I won't call it unique, but almost funny, right? I attract myself to companies who are in that 0 to 1 stage, and I don't know why. Even as somebody who's just getting paid a salary. So right up in 99 when I joined the Star Network, we were just coming out of a JV breakup with Z, and we were hardly a network in that sense. And I was one of the first few people that Star hired to be able to then make an impactful entry into India and so on and so forth. And we had to do a ground up team, ground up business, took it from 0 to 1 to literally 100, 80 of the 100 shows. So yeah, you could call it 80. But it was just a journey that was completely entrepreneurial because there was, unlike what we believed that it was a large company with a lot of apparatus, there was nothing, right? It was almost like we had to get our own computers to get started. Then I got to Sony because of what Star had done to Sony. Sony again had the same problem. It was famished, and we had to refix Sony. But there, I think it was a transformational journey where we had to really re-energize the organization because it had been battered for many years, and when you don't see success, then it has a real adverse impact on organization, team, morale, also just the entire fabric, right? And then I got the opportunity to start Big FM, and I saw Big FM as one of your sponsors. I was kind of very proud. I was the founder, and
nostalgic enough, I guess.
Yeah. And I started that from my father's computer. And it was a real journey, right? Which was 0 to 1 to many thousands, and at the point that we did that exit to Z is when I moved to Z to start Z5. Again, a very 0 to 1 kind of 100 kind of journey. So for me, entrepreneurship has been the way I've even worked with corporate businesses. Fortunately, both with Z and with Big FM, I was a founder. I had a certain amount of I was vested into the business in many different ways beyond just being a corporate CEO. And so, when I started to do something on my own, the experience wasn't really very different because that is possibly how my entire career has panned out for so many years. But the aha moment was about me being able to decide what the business is going to be, right? So that was the big decision, because even when you're a corporate CEO, you kind of are boxed into what the the vision of the business is going to be, at least the category of the business is going to be, right? So with Big FM, when I came in, Reliance had acquired a set of radio licenses, and then they handed it down to me to say, okay, can you build a business out of it? And we went about doing it. And with Z5, it was known to be that we had to start a video streaming platform. So here we toyed with many ideas before we decided what we wanted to do. And we've also evolved it along the way. And that opportunity, that flexibility, that ability to be able to recraft and recreate when you think the time is right, or, or the indicators are all there. That flexibility does not, present itself in a corporate job. And so that was the big difference for me here. And really, after having done all of this for 20 years, in 2020, when I decided to take this leap and I decided to exit Z5, it was clear in my head that I wasn't going to do one more, corporate job, because it was almost like it had become routine for me to go into an organization and rebuild it or build it and all of that. And just, if I hadn't done an entrepreneur journey, I wouldn't have done anything at all. I possibly would have just become an angel investor and
Retired early, maybe.
retired early kind of person, right? You have to decide what you want to do in life and how far you want to pull, right? So I thought that I had a couple of more seasons to go. All Stanford study and longevity now show that 1 and 2 are going to get up to a 90. So I was in my mid-40s. I thought I was only halfway through life. What am I going to do for the next half of my life? It's too early to retire and think that you're going to be able to mind your own or somebody else's business for that long. So that's why I decided that there are a couple of more chapters to play out. Yeah.
I think what I understand is it was not a aha moment, but aha months or maybe years.
That's true.
Right. Okay, moving on to you, Bhakta. How would you describe your turning point?
The first thing I wanted to say was what you said last. It's for me, it was never an aha moment. I think for most people, it's more like aha month or a year or a decade sometimes. I hope it's not a aha moment and you jump into entrepreneurship. Entrepreneurship is hard. So there you go, that all-knowing laughter. It is hard, but it is one of the most rewarding things you can do in life, both from a professional point of view and if you're lucky from a financial point of view. So having said that, so as you guys can see, I'm an old guy. So I worked in the corporate world for a very long time, and then decided to jump into entrepreneurship very late in my life. And for the following reasons, as you all know, and I strongly believe that we have fundamentally screwed up the climate on this planet. So we need to fix it. Maybe I'm wrong. I hope I'm wrong. But we need to fix it. And therein lies a huge business opportunity also. That is number one. Number two is, and kind of related to the first one, there is a large energy transition that is happening in the world today. We are moving away from hydrocarbons to electrons for our energy, because electricity is the only known source of energy that is easy to produce, hopefully in a clean manner, easy to transmit, easy to store, and at the point of consumption, it is completely pollution-free. And that is why electricity is the future, and that's why we call it the electric future. And this is a huge transition happening all over the world, and we believe, and I believe, it will last for decades, and that's a huge opportunity. And again, drilling down further into one more detail as to why we started Chara. In this electric future, the future engines of our economy will be our motors. Motors will turn and move everything. And if you look at motors today, the efficient motors have this rare earth-based magnets. Does anybody not know what is rare earths today? If you don't know, please go Google them. So rare earths are this, going back to chemistry class, are the 17 elements on the periodic table. They are so weird that it occupies its own row. Sorry, but they are critical for our electric future. They are used in motors, batteries, electronics, displays, semiconductor manufacturing, and defense equipment. They go by the name of neodymium, dysprosium, samarium, and all that. They are they will be. We believe they'll become more important than oil. What oil was for the past century. The most of the motors use rare earth minerals to make them work, and so rare earths have a few problems. They're expensive. They're difficult to mine and extract, and our friendly neighbor has 90% control over the supply chain, which is not good for pricing, not good for supply chain, not good for geopolitics. So that's why we thought we'll solve one of the problems, not all problems, one problem. We are building rare earth free motors and controllers from India. The last one I want to add is, as as a country, as a society, we have not built products. We are primarily a services dominated economy. We have to build products. We have to do manufacturing. As far as I know, no country in this world has gone from lower income to higher income without traversing the path of manufacturing and products. So we are now a services dominated economy. We have to do products and manufacturing, and that's what we wanted to do. We wanted to build a deep tech product. When we deploy our product, which is a rare earth free motor and controller for electric vehicles and various other applications, we will deploy it against revenue like next quarter. It will not only be the first in the India, it will be the first in the world. So that was one of the visions I had again in my old age, to build a deep tech product from India and deploy products in India and take it to the world.
Thank you, Bhakta. I think that's a very unique perspective to have. So, Riju?
Yeah, so I think in terms of aha moments, for me, to get into entrepreneurship, that definitely was an aha moment, and it was very accidental. I mean, we were, I used to work before I started up, in a company in Gurgaon. So we were actually in an office party and we were drunk. So so my colleague, he was a Gujju guy, very, typical Gujju hustler kind of a guy, and he pitched, and, we started up. And then we used to work in the office, like wrap up our work till 8 and then work till 4 a.m. Right. So we started up in real estate, a kind of a property broker, and we made money. We made like 1 lakh, and profitable in a way. Right. So that was the first stint. So, but while doing that, I realized that, this is something that, that feels good. Definitely way more interesting, way more challenging. So when the time came, I think so that time, we were, I guess, too naive, young, beginners. But yeah, in a couple of years, I think when the time came, I think what worked was, I think for payments, I think payments was a large market. I think that's pretty much all we knew. I think both of us were not from the payments background. We were both e-commerce people. But we felt that and what we started off with was very different from what we are today. So it was actually again an move born out of ignorance. I mean, we felt this is good, and we quit our jobs, and then we realized that oh shit, right? So that kind of a thing happened after 2 months. Right. So yeah, but I think then we figured out way. So I think it was slow and steady in the right direction, is what I would say, not an aha moment. So yeah, starting up was an aha moment, but these days I think if something comes, we really, I think 5-6 times before actually doing it. So yeah, maybe matured over time, but yeah, starting up, definitely that's how it happened, I would say.
Yeah, that specifies that not everything needs to be planned. It just comes out of some party maybe. All right. I think I'd like to ask Vaibhav. Can you hear us, Vaibhav?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right. So, Vaibhav, moving on to you. What was your journey like?
So I was quite happy with my job. I didn't work a lot in my job, but I was really happy solving the kind of problems. I was happy with my manager as well. But so every weekend, me and my partner, we used to discuss different problem statements, how we would plan it out. Every now and then, we used to get some aha moments, but by a lot of these ideas, they used to fizz out by the next weekend that we used to chat. So I think the one that stuck with us for Shadowfax was something that we felt after visiting ground, after talking to different restaurants, what their problems were, what their use cases are. And that actually gave us that confidence that yes, we have hit on something relevant. To be honest, at some point of time, we also had thought of building a full stack kind of a model, something like what Zomato and Swiggy do right now. At that point in time, we were not able to justify ourselves how the unit economics would work it out. I think it's kudos to these guys that they have created that habit among the Indian consumers, that now consumers are also willing to pay the delivery charges. At that point in time, when we were starting, we were just not able to figure out how this model would be able to make money out there. So yeah, there were a number of aha moments, but I think the key learning for us, or the key learning in that journey, was that if that aha moment stands out the test of time, maybe 2-3 weeks of sorts, and you are still excited about that idea, even after talking to different people and listening their opinion on why it will not work, then I think you have landed on something which can be built, which is worthwhile spending your life on. Yeah, so that has been our journey.
Thank you. And thanks everyone for, it's incredible how you finally pursued your calling and we are here. It was a delight to listen. So, like we spoke about the journey. So, Spark ignited, you all decided that you have to have your own company. So, then what next? Like, we would want to hear what happened next and how did you recognize the hidden potential of the market to, carve out a unique space for your offering? And just to add on to that, sometimes when you are a new entrant, there is an inherent skepticism in the audience. So, how did you address that as well?
Yeah. So, when I quit Z5 in end of 20, I had an exit to make. And with that exit came a long garden leave because they said that, listen, you can't take the exit and possibly go work for someone else, and which is what they feared. And so my contract had about 6 months of just gardening leave, right? And unfortunately, I live in Bombay and there is no garden in my building. So, while they told me to garden, I had no garden. So I started to use my mind as the garden and grow some plants in it, right? And that's when lots of ideas came my way. The first obvious one that I wanted to do was to build a streaming platform for women. I was doing this video streaming platform. I want to do something around women. And so I thought, I looked at all the streaming platforms. I said, they're very male dominated. If you look at most of the content, it is very action, male, in that genre. And women are being the big consumers of entertainment content, but unfortunately, video streaming OTT wasn't doing any justice to them. So good thesis. Thought of a great idea. I also thought that I'll acquire one of the existing companies that had great content and some engineering done. Went around building a business plan. But I think, after having spent enough time behind that idea, I realized that, streaming in its way was in fact saturated, and the young were more scrolling than watching, right? And that long form content in itself didn't have the future for it, right? And people's sources for information, entertainment had changed considerably. And then an incident happened with my wife. She actually got trolled on the internet for, and started to get attacked, revenge porn, so on and so forth. And I then realized that women have it very hard on the internet. There are lots of subjects, topics that never even come around to discussion because everybody self-censors themselves, right? You never want to talk about PCOD, you never want to talk about your mental health or your menstrual issues or your sexual health or even just gender diversity, gender issues that you face at work or in public places, so on and so forth, right? There's a great platform called Instagram, but everybody just puts out their best version of themselves every day there, right? They put out pictures at a party, or everybody seems to be on a vacation, right? If you go to Instagram, you think your life is like shit. Yeah. Like you're not taking enough vacation and you don't go to half the restaurants that everybody goes to, right? And you don't have half the clothes that everybody has. So in all of that vanity metric, there is also a certain amount of mental health issues that these platforms are creating. And so we then realized that the best way to do this is to be able to build a safe space for women where they can have the kind of conversations that are relevant, pertinent, very important for them. And also do it in a community format where they can help and support each other collectively. And these topic-based or area-based communities then become almost their entrepreneurship. So the way we do this is that as a mental health expert or a sexual health expert, when you set up a community, you then have the opportunity to take it forward as a consultant on that community. So you can then sell one-on-one consulting services as well as do live streaming consulting over there, which is also becomes a huge monetization opportunity for you. And a lot of these communities, we have 7,000 such communities, got set up by a lot of women from different parts of the country who aren't really, out there making a business out of these things. But this became a way of for them to be able to monetize, right? So if I'm like a nutritionist who gave up work early on because I got married or I got into another city or had children. Now I'm not going to go back to that profession. I don't even know I'm a trained dietitian, nutritionist. I don't know where to start, right? And I'm not going to set up shop. It's that the kind of capital expenditure, the family support, so on and so forth. But here's a digital platform where you can set up a community, have a lot of conversation around topics that you're an expert or a subject matter expert on, and then go on to be able to sell your services on the platform. And today, digitally delivered services are so easy, right? But unfortunately, a lot of this hasn't really taken place in areas around women health, women well-being, nutrition, diet, so many of these areas, right? We also realized that this wasn't just an India problem. It was actually a global problem, right? And like you said, making from India and going abroad. Our first market was India, but what we saw was that very organically, Middle East started to lap up this concept because Middle East women have an even harder time to find a platform or a way to be able to express themselves, have support and networks, right? So Saudi, Egypt, Qatar, Lebanon, all of these started to grow up, and then came Indonesia because again a large market, but culturally it's somewhere between India and the Middle East, right? It has some amount of elements of India, but it also has a large cultural context like the Middle East, right? And so we realized that the platform is really just an open infrastructure for women to be able to build communities, monetize themselves, and make it sustainable for themselves. So it's really now emerged into a marketplace of great services on one end and women members on the other who are looking for answers. And as we went along, one of the things that we saw was that unlike regular social media platforms, the way people wanted to create content on the platform was not by putting out a picture or putting out a post, but it was about asking a question. So our content creation journey was, instead of being just a picture or a video, it's a Q&A journey where you can craft a question, and then we built it on OpenAI where real-time NLP and metadata generation allows you to be able to identify the experts in that category, the communities in that category, so that you can have some meaningful support and conversation. So it's been a great journey. We've been at this now for close to 3 years. We start our monetization journey much like you next month. And it's an incredible time in the business where you now allow both the experts and yourself to start to make money. And the more money they make is the more money we make. So it's directly linked to creating more opportunities for them.
Quite a commendable approach, I would say. And I think I have read your blog, Silent Battles, Shared Strengths. And I actually, while listening to you, I was thinking that, okay, that blog is just coming through my mind. And it's the same things what you have written, the struggles women go through offline, online platforms. So extremely appreciated approach. So Bhakta, what do you have to say about your brand?
So when we decided to build this new technology, new motor, we started looking around, see who else is doing it in the world. We spoke to leading universities in India, IIT Madras, Indian Institute of Science, and nobody had done much work on this one. We spoke to people outside India also. People had started looking at this a little bit in 2019, end of 2019, just when the pandemic was enveloping the world. And there is a reason I'm saying that. And then there was some activity. Then the pandemic hit us, and we decided to do this, and we started doing really fundamental R&D. Myself and two more founders, and this is like deep tech stuff, right? And there are various definitions of deep tech. A lot of people claim they're deep tech, and I picked the definition from one of the most prominent business journals. These are the four definitions that define a deep tech company. One, the products and the technology should not have been deployed anywhere in the world yet. So it's brand new. It might be known, but not deployed. Number two, it generally takes about 4 or 5 years of fundamental R&D and development to become to get to revenue. We're not even talking about profitability or positive cash flow. Number three, it generally has a much wider and deeper impact. And last but not the least, in a slightly funny fashion though, deep tech companies are generally started by older people. Myself, Mr. Mohammed from the previous group, and not because the young people are not smart or anything. It just needs a little bit more patience, long time to work on this. And that's how we started our journey. And the other thing in this journey, we need a lot of capital. That's one more defining feature of our journey. And it is very difficult to raise capital without any projections of revenues or profits or even products. And so we had a difficult time, but we have gone through 2 rounds of funding, a seed round and a pre-series A round. So that gave us a lot of oxygen to develop the products. We are now developed products, and we have started deploying it. Coming back to your question, Anukriti, this is so new that when we go and talk to customers, there is resistance to use it. Even though we are giving a product which is cheaper, which is free of rare earths, completely designed and manufactured in India. So if I go and talk to him, if you're a EV OEM, the obvious question, so why should I use you? I have something that works. I know it is bad, but it works. So why should I use you? There is what we call as there is no forcing function. There's no immediate forcing function. So we took almost 1 year, and you probably know this, selling is the hardest thing you can do in this world. Again, he's laughing. Not developing technology or building a company. If one thing you learn from any school, please learn how to sell. It is very humiliating, to say the least, but it's also rewarding. Anyway, so we took a long time to. Humbling. It is also humbling. Yeah, it is also humbling. It's not humiliating, right? It's more humbling. Yeah, you need to talk to like a dozen people before somebody even responds properly. But that is an art we all have to learn. And that is one skill you need to learn and develop if you ever want to be an entrepreneur. Everything else is secondary, I think. So, but coming back to the answering Anukriti's question. So, the resistance to new technology, new products was there. But now coming back to one statement I made, the pandemic enveloped us. The pandemic gave us one advantage. Everybody in this world became aware of this problem called China. So that is why everybody got worried about these rare earths. And now also they have given us a small opening. They've given us the initial orders, initial POs, we deploy, and then we hopefully scale. The last thing I want to say is I don't know whether you agree with me or not. I think there is always a little bit of luck involved. I think in business parlance, we call it positive externality or something like that. So for us, the luck was the pandemic. The pandemic gave us the boost, and the whole world, including India, woke up to this problem. And now there's a lot more support to companies like us.
I think I would call it right place, right time. Yeah.
Oh, that's true. As simple as that.
Yeah. So I think for us, sorry, what was the question?
Okay, so I wanted to know, how did you find out the hidden potential, and how did you find your unique space, and
Yes.
how did you deal with the skepticism?
Sure.
Yeah.
Yes, I'll talk about the journey. Right. So I think when we started off, we were looking to solve for cash on delivery payments. That time, I think 70-80% of payments were cash on delivery. Even though online payments still existed. So the idea was, pay digitally after the product has been delivered, right? And that's why we're called cash free also. So we started, talking to restaurants, like walk into restaurants. So that was part of, like the humbling sales process that I went through. Go to 100 restaurants in Bangalore, right, and pitch them this payment offering, right. So yeah, we did that. I think we found traction with night delivery restaurants specifically because at night, you had high ticket order sizes, and people, if they did not have enough cash and change, so night delivery we cracked. But I think what we realized was that it wouldn't scale, right? I mean, even if you give the product to 100 200 restaurants, maybe they would use it for 2 3 4 orders, and that's not enough scale, right. But meanwhile, what happened was these night delivery restaurants started asking us to build payments for their own websites, right. A lot of them operated their own websites, and then they were like, why don't you help us with the payments on those websites? So that's when we figured that there's a scope in building helping on businesses collect payments online through their websites, and maybe later apps as well. Right. So yes, and that's how we transitioned from solving for cash on delivery at point of sale to online payments, right. And then so that was the first part. Like we decided we'll do online payments, and the second part is so what we realized was most of the businesses, I mean, because we're thinking, right, I mean, how can we innovate, how can we differentiate? So what we realized was there are even today, or even at that time, I think most payment processors or businesses were using online payment processors to collect payments, but there were a lot of emerging business models coming up then now that also need to send out money, make payouts. And then while talking to banks, and we realized that there is banks were transitioning to APIs, and then there was a programmatic automated way to make payouts at scale, which would help certain business models, right. So that was kind of again something that we felt happened, and then I remember, like, we had a couple of meetings with a couple of banks who kind of came on board, right. And yeah, so and then we became like today we're one of the largest payment payout processors in the country. We process around 5% of all the bank transfers that happen in the country, right. And yeah, so that started, right, like just this kind of hunch that businesses not only collect payments, they have to make payouts, and we can make it programmatic and automatic. Yeah, so and regarding the skepticism, I think, yeah, there were skepticism, why should I take online payments, why should I pay the extra cost? So luckily, I think that has changed now. I think we have UPI, demonetization, the formalization of the economy with GST, so that is gradually now not a problem. It's like a no-brainer right now. So yeah, I think over time that has shifted. That would be us.
Right. Thank you, Riju. Moving on to Vaibhav. How did you deal with the challenges when you started Shadowfax?
Yeah, so I think like other speakers also mentioned, when we were starting, we interacted with a lot of our customers, potential customers. We heard their feedback on what do they want, what should we build. And in the initial days, I think there were both kinds of supporters and detractors for us. We were fortunate enough to find the owner of the restaurant Burkos. So Burkos is a fine dining restaurant in South Delhi. We were fortunate to find him, and he, in fact, said that I will keep aside all my delivery partners for 1 month, allow you to only do my deliveries, because I do see that there is good potential in this model, and hence I'm fine in keeping the cost of my existing delivery boys, at the same time also paying you additional for that. So these kind of partners actually helped us move or be encouraged that this model or this the kind of problem that we are trying to solve will actually work well. The other set of motivation used to come in from the kind of employment that we were able to generate, or the employment opportunities that we were able to generate. Even today, every month, close to 1 lakh delivery partners work with us, and they make close to 15,000 rupees on a monthly basis. And a large number of us, maybe our major motivation of why we are building a number of solutions is because of that in a country like India, if you can create an impact wherein people from different zones, irrespective of their caste, creed, or any biases, can come on to the platform and can make living for them. These are school students as well, college students as well, who come over the weekends. These are people who work at 9 to 5 in a job and then come in the evening hours. And these are women as well, who are able to make money via this platform in a much more flexible manner. So these were some of the throughout our journey. These are some of the points which gave us as well the motivation to pursue this goal, to pursue solving the challenges that were there. Um, as Bhakta also mentioned, entrepreneurship is hard. I think running, or in general, running a company in India is hard. There are lots of challenges. There are lots of issues that you have to face. But at the end of the day, I think these motivations or these impact that keep you excited make you travel this journey. From a distraction perspective, or the challenges, or how we overcome the cynicism, I think the major learning for us was that we sold ourselves. So in the initial meetings, we used to meet some big food giants or pizza giants as well in the earlier days. And we have had conversations with their senior leadership telling us that, there is nothing unique in the idea that we are doing. And they themselves are planning to do something like what we are doing. And they will go to the market and they will beat us in the market. And we used to have those harsh conversations as well. I think at that point of time, what turned in our favor was the at that point in time we sold ourselves. We told that logistics is in general a very difficult job to do. uh, it's like the role of a wicket keeper in a test match. The entire test match, you are taking catches, you are collecting balls, but if you miss only a single one, the entire blame would come onto you. And the way we are executing it, the way we are pursuing it, our motivation levels, our approach is something that helped those bigger brands initiate strong partnerships with us. And that's I think worked in favor for us. One more thing I believe worked in favor for us. So when we started, there were roughly around 15 different companies trying to do the same uh, setup that we were doing. And in the next 2 years, we were the only one who were thriving, who were alive. All others had shut shop or had been acquired by some or the other company. And I think the bigger brands, they took confidence in the way that we were able to thrive in such a downturn. And that actually made us sign long-term contracts with some of these bigger brands as well. So yeah, I think in terms of cynicism, it's better to follow the guidelines from Sachin Tendulkar. I mean, he has been a batting great. He has always received criticism one way or the other, never reverted back in a similar fashion. He just kept doing his work, kept silencing the critics from his bat, and that's what we have learned as well in our journey.
Thank you, everyone. I think the key takeaway here will be that despite the challenges which comes, because all of you had different unique challenges your way, and you still kept selling yourself, right? So that's some really great insights we heard actually. And now let's delve into your specific and talk about the individual journeys. So we'll start with you only, Tarun. So you have built a unique platform, Koto, and building a dedicated women's platform in a crowded social media landscape is not just impressive, but a niche within a niche, right? So tell us more about how did you break through the noise of the social media established platforms, these Facebook, Instagram, and still you were able to attract a organic base. So could you tell us a bit about more on that?
So, you know, you're a woman, and half the world is that. So it's not really a niche within a niche. And we've got to start believing that it's a large enough market, right? It's half the world. And
I meant to ask is probably your target audience is not niche within the niche, but the product offering what you are giving is
correct.
a niche within
So
a niche.
really, half the world can come together on this platform, which is what Koto means, come together, and have the kind of conversations that they well deserve to have. Like he said, the China moment happened in the pandemic. I think what happened with Black Lives Matters in the US, and then eventually also the understanding of the gender diversity and the gender disparity that exists across society. I think that awakening has happened now in every society. And even the budget that came out 2 days ago gave out a good special impetus to adding more women into the workforce in India, right? One of the bigger things that the bank and everybody else has been pointing out to India is that India cannot grow as a nation until more women come into the workforce, right? And we are one of the lowest labor force participation of women in the world, yeah. And the largest population. So imagine, what's the gap that we're facing, right? So to your point, when we were starting up, we realized that this was going to be a segment that we needed to do very differently than what current social media players have done, right? The current social media players were doing one too many, and so it was all about one big individual being projected over there, and then everybody else was literally a follower, right? So it was a hero and a follower method. And we need to break that, because if you want to get people together, it had to be many to many rather than one to many, right? And the way those platforms are built, that they're built for scale into advertising, but they're not built for the people who create the content to be able to get a sizable part of that revenue, right? Because the advertising revenue really flows down to Meta's or Google's bottom line, but nobody else's. And so it was very important for us to bring participative ownership in the monetization, and then build the platform on that fundamental, right? And that's why we thought of commerce and consultative commerce and services as our way to monetization, because that monetization, 60% of that monetization goes to the service provider, the expert who creates a community. Very, very different from, so if you were to tell Facebook, right, that $60 of your every $100 that you earn is going to go to your creators, Mark Zuckerberg will shut the company the next day. And that is the big difference that we are trying to make to the lives of these, community creators, these service providers, and to the business model altogether, right? It isn't the business model which is scale for scale. for scale's sake, right? So it's not that we want 100 million users, because once you walk down that path that I want 100 million users and then run advertising out of that, and then I'll keep all the advertising. First, you're going to have to burn a significant amount of cash to get the 100 million users, right? And then you don't even know whether you have any content that is so unique that will retain those 100 million users, right? That's the other thing. And the participation in that content, if it's one to many, again, is not of those 100 million users. As long as you keep fueling it with some good content, fine. If not, no more, right? And there have been parties like this in India. There have been platforms like this that thought that this was the way out when TikTok got banned in India. And so there were 2 or 3 or 4 platforms that emerged out of India, which were in the short video space. Unfortunately, neither of them are scaling up today. Primarily because their model was, one, they wanted to keep all the revenue. Two, there was very little in it for the creators. As long as the creators kept getting paid to make the content, they were interested. The minute they didn't get paid, they weren't interested. And so the network effect, which is key in social media, was really, really missing, right? And that's why the way we build this is about many-to-many conversations, consultative commerce. There's something in it for the users, which is that they can ask their questions, they can get community support around all the issues and problems that they have. And there's clearly something for the experts who are building these communities. And if and you would understand this for everybody on the panel, if there's enough on both on the demand and the supply side, there is enough in a marketplace model. If there's enough impetus for both the supply side and the demand side, you have a good model. But if you don't, and if you tend to believe that I will control the supply and pay very little to them, and then make sure I make everything out of the demand, then the model kind of gets flawed, and very few of them can succeed in that. Yeah. So I hope I've been able to. I've not made it too technical, but that's really where we've come from.
No, that's actually, I guess you have been awarded as a dreamer disruptor by Bloomberg, right? I now understand why. All right. So probably this leads us to another brand which is created by Chara Technologies. So before we delve into your brand's narrative, could you briefly explain the Chara's core innovation in a very layman's term, because there is science involved, there is chemistry involved. So I think this will just help our audience to capture what you do, and then we probably move on to the unique details about the product.
Okay. I will try to explain. Even I don't understand fully how my whole product works. It is so crazy. And I'll tell you why it is crazy. Without again delving into too much detail, building a motor and a controller, you need like 5 disciplines. So there is this thing called electromagnetics, where you have flux and torque and other things. Then you have mechanicals, because it's a mechanical thing, it generates torque. Then there is thermals. This thing get heated up, and we have to cool it adequately. Then there is the electronics, very high power electronics, very niche, and we don't have the design know-how in India. It's primarily imported today. And then there is a sophisticated algorithms that run this motor. So we have these 5 different disciplines, which makes our office a little bit like a mental hospital. Most of the time, everybody has to work together to make this thing work. So that is one aspect. But if you want to know more about the technology, as I mentioned, there are broadly like 2 classes of motors today. There's induction motors. We don't have ceiling fans here. Ceiling fans. All the motors that are deployed in this world are induction motors. Most of them. They are established technology, but they're only about 60 to 70% efficient. That means a third of the energy we put in is wasted as heat, which is not sustainable either economically or environmentally. If you remember, about a decade ago, I think, or maybe a little bit less, we moved from incandescent lamps to LED lamps. So the same transition will happen in motors. The effect will be larger here because 8% of the electrical energy we produce on this planet is consumed by lighting. 60% of the electrical energy we produce on this planet is consumed by motors. So just moving the efficiency of these motors from 65% to 85% has a huge effect on the whole ecosystem. And of course, therein lies a huge business opportunity. And this will take decades to transition. Um, then we have efficient motors, but they have this rare earth problem. So that is why we decided that we'll have to invent a new technology or reinvent an existing technology called reluctance motors. In case you can go and Google it, it's called reluctance, which is the inverse of inductance for electrical engineering graduates. If you remember your first year and second year. So I'll tell you one more thing crazy about doing a deep tech startup like this. So we build reluctance motors and we have solved much of the engineering problems. There are at least 4 companies all around the world. One is, of course, based out of Palo Alto, California, heavily funded. One in Canada, one in Israel, one in UK, looking at the same technology. But hopefully we will be the first to deploy it, and it will be a big feather in our cap. Thanks. We'll be very proud of it when that happens. Yeah, you mentioned something. So one of the things doing a deep tech company is when you start on this for the first 2 years, you go back to like what you studied in the college or what you did not study. Everything comes back and we'll have to do everything from first principles.
So, listening to you, of course, the technology sounds groundbreaking, but it's slightly complex. So, when you actually went out in the market and you crafted a brand narrative around Chara Technologies, so how did you craft that narrative that simplifies the science and resonates with your diverse audience? Because it's important that you have a vision of zero emission future, and how did you inspire them to think on those lines?
Yeah, whenever we speak to the 2 principal classes, which is the investors and the customers, it is extremely difficult or impossible to explain the tech. So we have given up on that. There are only 3 things we say, and we have said that consistently. It's just that we've gotten a little bit more interest in the past 1 year. Number 1 is, we have screwed up. We have cooked this planet quite well. So we have to start uncooking it, cooling it, or at least not cook it anymore. So we'll have to do that, which is net zero and bunch of other things. The second one is electricity is the only way of solving this, and motors will become important, and we'll have to solve this rare earth problem. Otherwise, the transition to electric future will be less sustainable. Will be a little bit harder. It's not impossible. It'll just be a little bit harder. And the last one, but not the least, is we have to do product development and manufacturing in India. And that is what we have consistently told. Unfortunately, I think in the past 2 years, the government has come out with a huge support for us. PLI schemes, if you guys have heard about it. And just in budget, which happened 48 hours ago, I think the government has earmarked a huge corpus for component manufacturing for electric vehicles. And in the long term, when we do this, I think India is the single largest market in the world today. It might not be the richest market, but the single largest market. Richest market are still in the Western worlds. So we have a market now. We deploy it here. And the long-term advantages, we can export this technology to the rest of the world. And that is where the future lies. If we do not do that, I think our progress towards Viksit Bharat, developed economy, will be in a little bit of trouble. Yeah.
This reminds me of a concept called reverse innovation. We recently learned. It's like developing a technology in one of the developing countries and then taking it to a developed economy. And I think that's what you're focused on, right? Perfect. So my next question is for Vaibhav. Probably Vaibhav, you know that Shadowfax operates in a dynamic gig economy, and your platform caters to both independent riders as well as corporate clients. Now, your independent riders will seek flexibility, whereas your corporate clients is more focused on the reliability part. So how did you craft a brand, or when you spoke to your audience that resonated with both your independent riders as well as the clients? And how did you achieve this crucial balance?
Yeah, so see, very fair question. So, a couple of elements to it. Before maybe talking about the brand, it was important for us to ensure that the value propositions are making sense. So, when one works with a gig platform, one works with a crowdsourced setup, service reliability is an important challenge. How do you ensure? So, your likes of food delivery giants, uh, medicine giants, grocery giants, they would want predictability in their customer service. So if they are saying that the end customer will get the order in next 30 minutes, they would definitely want to get it. At the same time, from the delivery partner side, when you have a crowdsourced setup, you do not have much control over when they will come, when they will not come, and in which area will they come in. A large part of our technical innovation was on shaping this demand and supply. So we used to forecast the different demand patterns that were there, and accordingly, we used to shape our supply in such a way that we had a predictable serviceability for our clients. So that obviously came up with scale, that came up with a lot of iterations, and that became a secret sauce for us on how we were able to ensure that a predictable fleet is available to a wide variety of clients that are there. Now, in terms of building the brand after that, in order to reaching out to respective communities after that, I think certain elements they stayed similar. Both our clients and delivery partners, they wanted somebody whom they can trust. So it is not a platform, or Shadowfax is not a platform wherein any client, the client being, let's say, Swiggy cannot say that today I'm working with you and tomorrow I do not want to work with you. There goes a deep level of integration that goes between both Swiggy and us, and it's a good amount of investment or commitment that needs to be done. So brands or our clients, they wanted that they can trust on us, that the kind of sales that we are doing or the kind of commitments that we are doing in our sales, those are fulfilled on the end result perspective, and that too in a very dynamic setup. So I'll just take a parallel of payments and logistics here. Now, in payments, a large part of work is driven via tech. In logistics, it is tech and human that is there. You could make a very strong routing algorithm, for example, but if your delivery partner isn't there, or if your delivery boy is not following that route, then no amount of tech can actually solve that problem in the current state, unless we move to a zone where drones are doing deliveries. But up till then, it's a fine balance of humans there. So trust was an important thing that we instilled in our conversations, uh, both on the delivery boy side as well as on the business side of it. And a large part of building trust was on the transparency part of it. So we were very transparent to our clients whenever we were not able to fulfill their demands. Uh, and at times we have said no to some of our clients, maybe because that we were not able to do it at the price that they were negotiating with us. So the entire thesis that we wanted to stick with is that this is a fair team. If they commit on something, then they'll deliver on that again. Then, apart from trust, the brand building also needed some bit of scale as well. So, both on the delivery boy side and on the client side, people want to associate with a player which has considerable scale. People are skeptic to join a company which is existing right now and is unsure whether they'll stick to it later as well. And I believe the same would hold true for somebody in the payment space as well. Now, in order to build that scale, that is where a good amount of our word of mouth started coming in. So we are happy, or we are proud to gain clients from the word of mouth of our existing clients, from the kind of performance that they have seen, from the kind of impact that they have seen on their matrix. Similarly, even till date, roughly 70% of our new delivery partners, they join via our referral network. So our existing set of delivery partners, they refer their relatives, acquaintances onto this platform, and 70% of it comes of the new joining that happens on our platform comes from the existing setup. So the word of mouth helped us to build that good community, to build that brand image in that direction there. One divergent point that is there in terms of client and in terms of riders is on the way it's. I would say, see, your delivery partners, they would want a large amount of autonomy on their own end, whereas your clients would want that their flows or the way of working should mimic exactly how they are solving those problems with. So Swiggy, for example, does its own delivery as well and outsources to us too. Flipkart similarly does its own delivery as well and outsources certain part to us as well. The expectation from clients is always that we would want to we have run our operations in this particular way, and the same should be able to run on your part as well. Similarly, the delivery partners would want that everything should work in the common way out there that is there. So in terms of building that right balance, that your delivery partners understand what is the importance of different brands on our platform and what is the value that Shadowfax brings on to their lives, that was a tricky part for us. And similarly, on the client side, to ensuring that it is a consistent experience, just focus on your set of metrics and leave the rest on us. That was a major driving force for us in that direction there.
Yeah. Thank you, Vaibhav. So, probably in the lieu of time, we are almost concluding the panel. So, just before that, one probably short last question to have a closing comment. Let's shift our gaze towards horizon. So, we have explored your unique journeys, we have explored the valuable lessons. Now, I would like you to paint a picture for the future. What you anticipate? Like the road ahead promises both the opportunities and the challenges. So, is there any specific hurdle that you anticipate, or rather, the opportunities what you anticipate, and how are you actively preparing to overcome?
Yeah, I have the big opportunity of going first all the time.
You
and
can
wake
switch
up
if you want.
and wake up the audience and shake them up a little bit, right? I think they need a coffee, and so do I.
Okay. So then let's wrap up with the closing comments after the guest
right,
and then audience.
Correct. So, the biggest opportunity and the challenge for us is that digital services for women is a great area. But because we've structured it as by women for women, we've also got to make sure that there are enough women experts and suppliers who will be able to do this. And so, as we are starting this off, we are also starting to build upskilling opportunities for women, because we realize that we will have to upskill an entire generation of women service providers. One, how to use digital, but the other in their own subject matter areas also, right? And so that is something that we are investing heavily into, which is to being able to train the suppliers so that they can, serve the demand, right? Because yes, there are huge demand for mental health issues. You know how many mental health experts, certified mental health experts in India? Take a guess. 3,000, that's all.
I was saying 1,000. Okay.
Right? And for a population of our size. Right? And almost every other person is going through some form of a mental health issue, whether anxiety, depression, bipolar. I mean, all sorts, right? You may be willing to accept or not, but everybody's going through that ups and downs in their own life. But this is all the number that exists. And so how do you really, and out of that, how many women, and then how do you do women for women? So creating enough supply on a long-term basis. And the same problem exists in Saudi Arabia. The same problem exists in many other countries. So how do you really get women into the workforce? How do you really get them up and ready for this entire digital services piece? So that's going to be our biggest opportunity as well as the challenge here.
So for us, the opportunity is what I mentioned before. We wanted to be a deep tech product company from India and deployed all over the world. The problem we see in the future is, all things said and done, we are a component manufacturer. Our motor is a component in the larger product, like a two-wheeler or a three-wheeler or a four-wheeler. So we will get lost in the branding and in the valuation game. We will be kind of hidden in the bubbles, not to be seen outside. And that is a challenge. So I think I spoke to somebody, they were from Bosch. Bosch makes a lot of auto components, critical components, but they're not as well known as Tata or Mercedes. I think we will end up in the same problem. We somehow have to fix it. There's one example. I used to work for a large company called Intel. Intel is also a component manufacturer, but Intel spent humongous amount of money, billions of dollars to run the Intel Inside campaign. Not that we have that kind of money, but that is a challenge we'll have to solve in the long future.
Sure. Yeah. Quickly for payments, I think in terms of opportunities, I think now that payments have become pretty mainstream, make sure the penetration keeps increasing. That is one. In terms of opportunities and innovations, I think cross-border payments is something that we're seeing a lot of potential in. The regulations have come out recently, and that greatly opens up the market in terms of both transaction limits and the kind of payments that you can do. Maybe offline contactless payments is something that we'll see in India. I mean, I think we've been doing the UPI scans now, but I think we'll also see the cards being tapped, which I think has started up, and then the card will go inside the phone, and then you'll tap the phone, and then finally you'll use your wearables, right? So to again tap, right? This is something that has already happened in Europe, so maybe we anticipate this is something that will probably be a visible change. Maybe also new forms of authentication. We're already seeing biometric based, face ID based authentication also starting to creep in. And in terms of challenges, I would say, I think regulations, so essentially balancing regulations, like staying within the envelope of compliance and still being able to innovate and keep customer experience in mind. Because the regulator has set a high bar, and that's right also. They're right in that regard, and I think the bar has been raised and fintechs have to comply. So yeah, that's the sense.
Not hit the headlines like yesterday.
Thank you. All right, thank you, Riju. Moving to Vaibhav, what do you have to comment on that?
I think the major part for us would be how the unbundling of e-commerce shapes up in the country. If you talk to a lot of SMEs are still looking for platforms beyond the couple of them which hold the monopoly. And if a project like ONDC or similar projects can be started, which can unbundle the different offerings, I do believe that the logistics as a piece and commerce as a piece in the country would flourish even better.
All right, I think we are almost done. So that was kind of truly an engaging and informative session. So thank you all the panelists. Now we can open the floor for the questions from the batch.
Very well done.
Hey, good afternoon, everyone, and thank you to all of you for sharing time with us. My name is Shavik, and my question is to Tarun. So you said
you started with Big FM, then Z5, and now a social media platform for women. A lot of change, I believe, over these years, right? I mean, con- um, pe- the people's attention span has reduced, customer stickiness has dropped. At the same time, the internet penetration in India and globally has, increased drastically. So I wanted to ask you, like, how does this impact your approach when you're starting something new, particularly when you're taking a product to a new market? And lastly, what would be one advice you would give to someone who might, start something of their own, maybe in the next few years?
You're right, and I think you captured this quite well, right? I'm kind of very lucky, and like somebody said, right time, right place here, uh, because my belief is that if you can't see a future for that business 3 or 5 years from now, right, then you should start the business now, and not wait for the 3 to 5 years for the business to find itself in a very hard position. So I was kind of very clear when I left Big FM, even though I was the founder, and I missed a big exit opportunity there. That radio in its traditional form will stay stagnate or degrow, right? And that's not the space that I thought we could go further with. And at that point in time, I had the opportunity to go back to mainline television because I came from there, from Star and Sony. But I chose not to do mainline television and decided to do video streaming because I realized that video on demand was a reality. And once people, even though in 2016 it wasn't as 10, it literally 8 years ago, it wasn't as prevalent as it is today. And people were watching a lot of that just on mobiles, but not on TVs. But I knew that the way technology was going, the way broadband was, coming in, the way Jio and even eventually Airtel and everybody else was bringing in a high-speed fiber copper into the country, you were going to be able to watch what you were watching on your mobile in low-res in really good quality on your televisions, right? And the first thing that I did when I joined Z5 was to start to commission and produce all our TV apps. And that time, TV consumption was only 5% or even lesser of all the mobile videos that was being consumed. And everybody asked me why you're doing it. I said, because this is what is going to be really the truth of video streaming. It's going to replace the television linear broadcast, and it's going to happen on that big screen only. It's not going to happen on mobile because the quality of experience that you can get on a mobile is never going to be able to replace what you can watch on television. And lo and behold, the pandemic happened, and there was no fresh content on linear television, and people took to OTT hugely. We reached the kind of numbers that we were reached this year in 1 year, that year, and the entire ecosystem developed. So all the old TVs brought in an Amazon Fire Stick, which was only $1,500, $2,000 at that time, and I think it's not too much more from then to now, which made even old TVs smart, right? And then any new TV that was coming in as smart any which way. And then there was Jio and there was Airtel and everybody else, and even your local cable operator who had upped their entire piece on delivering bandwidth so that you could watch really good television. So I think the moot point of what I was trying to tell you is that you've got to always look at whether this business has at least the next decade to go for, right? And like he said, right, this is going to be the entire rare earth and changing the motor and the technology is going to be a business that will last now decades from here on, right? And I mean, I went to the US some years ago and I drove in somebody's Tesla, and I came back and I said, I'm never going to drive a petrol or a diesel car, and I gave up a Fortuner. And I wanted to buy an EV, and I couldn't buy any EV that was the size of a Fortuner. There isn't any, right? Tesla is the only thing that has really that SUV, MPV type of EV. So I downgraded myself into an MG Z5, which was the only respectable kind of EV that time available outside of the Nexon, and I loved it. And my family told me, "Oh, why are you buying an EV? It's very untested, and it doesn't go anywhere," and it goes everywhere. And and we go for weekends to ride up to Pune and down, down 300 kilometers, and then we charge it. And then it's easy. It's just
are you early enough to adopt into something that people are going to adopt later, but you're going to make sure that you are relevant for the next decade or two? Digital services, what we're trying to do now, consultation and digital services built on communities. Uh, when I ask or talk to people ask me what is the comparable in the world, and there isn't any. And that's the whole point, that there isn't any. It is not, you're not trying to replicate. The whole problem with India is that we try to replicate and we imitate, something in China or something in the West, right? But are we willing to be the first in the market? That's a question as an entrepreneur you've got to answer to yourself. Now, and you're never going to be too early. If the product is good, don't worry about being too early. It's going to last its time. Yeah.
Don't you think if you are being early, there are other challenges as well? I mean, if there is someone who is willing to adopt it early, we have to figure out some way to, ease out his pain. Right.
Which is the hard problem to solve. And people who solve hard problems make great businesses. And then those are the businesses that truly great value. If you're just going to imitate an existing business, you're never going to get the first mover advantage.
Agreed.
चेपो मत, इंडिया में यही चेप की यही हाल हो रहा है.
Agreed. All right. Thank you, sir. Yeah, thank you.
Hi, Tarun. I actually have a follow-up question to Sauvik's question. So
I thought he had a very good question and I answered it all.
you did. So essentially, like he said rightly, you worked with brands of New India, you worked with Big FM, you founded Z5, and now with Koto. And I just downloaded the app and you have a very unique UI and UX, which is why you have this authentic engagement you built with your customers. How do you do this? How did you distinguish the trends that helped you build this kind of a platform? And to us, most of us will go on to work in B2B, B2C companies as propagators of a certain brand. What advice would you give us to do the same for our end consumers?
So one, you have to keep listening to your user, right? And never get too influenced by your competition, right? Which is what I was trying to tell Shavik, right? Our problem is that we get too influenced by what we see and we consume on a daily basis. So stop consuming too much of what you want to build and start to build some uniqueness, right? When we launched Koto, it didn't look like the way it did. And, I had a VC who came to invest and he said, it has too much heft of a lot of the existing social media brands. And I kicked myself. I said, oh God, yes, it does. And, you could take that comment two ways. It's like, hey, they don't know it, or you can say, yeah, listen to good people and listen to what they have to say and build on it. And we went out to build Q&A. We listened to the consumers. We speak to our creators and our users almost every single week, and we take their feedback and their issues very, very seriously. The other problem with India is that we don't put customer service right on top, right? I can tell you, when we were at Z5, I had to sit and talk to every single individual in the team every day to understand what a customer complaint meant, right? And most people tend to just see them as percentages. But for me, it's not a percentage. It's every one individual who has something to complain about is something that is you need to solve for, right? So on an ongoing basis, if you keep solving for consumers, you will start to get better. Also adopt new technology without fear, right? I'm a huge believer in AI. I got also very lucky. I went to study at Kellogg and study AI and digital transformation in 2020. And I passed out at the end of 21 in a 2-year course. And I didn't know that 23 was going to be the year of AI. But we wholeheartedly, right? We were the first people who built an OpenAI. People said, oh, it's going to be expensive. They're going to take your data. You will, get left behind. But they've anyway taken everybody's data. They only scrape every single site on the internet. What are they going to take off me that they haven't taken off everybody else, right? So, and you anyway allow the Google bot to be scraping your website all the time because you want to get SEO and SEM out of that. So all of that is stupid. You can find 5 reasons of why not to adapt good technology. But all of the 5 reasons are going to take you down. So be very open-armed on adopting the new technology. And I see a lot of businesses get stuck because leaders either themselves are not very adept at that technology, and so they don't want to take the first step, or they hear around and say, oh, there could be a lot of problems. It is incumbent on every founder and CEO to start tasting the technology themselves so that they can encourage their team to use it. Yeah. And I actually don't talk to anybody in my office. I only talk to ChatGPT. Genuinely. I think the quality of conversation you can have with ChatGPT is far better than you can have with any individual. I think humans are a problem now, and they are coming in the way of AI implementation because they're insecure. I'm genuinely saying humans are the biggest. Somebody came to me with a great product yesterday. It's a MarTech AI product, and he's trying to implement this to replace brand managers. And please listen, to replace all the entry-level brand managers in all large organizations. He's already sold the software to Unilever, Colgate, and Marico, and 5 others, right? And he's an ex-Googler, good friend of mine. And he said, so I said, what's going to happen now? So he said, they're going to all use it. And this is how brand managers would use it, and then they'll get outcomes, and then they will implement these outcomes, and they'll get better efficiencies. I said, not going to work. So he said, why? So the problem is that you're expecting that brand manager to use it, and you're telling him that use this and replace yourself. So it's never going to happen. When you put humans in charge of trying to implement something, big problem. Because their inspiration levels and their motivation levels vary from one to another. So I said, if you have to do this, you have to do end-to-end, right? Don't get hope that somebody else will solve it, because you're going to go 6 months later, 9 months later to renew with Unilever, and the managers go, oh, it doesn't really work for us, and we haven't done anything with it, and what do we do with it? But the fact is that there is stuff out there which will replace entry-level marketing managers, which does excellent MMM modeling, excellent, revenue forecasting here. And if companies don't use it today, they will anyway have to use it 3 years later or 2 years later. You have to decide what kind of a company are you. So I hope, with all the emotion, I've been able to answer your question.
Just go back and think about. Thank you.
For sure. Jobs of tomorrow are not going to be jobs of yesterday.
Yeah.
Okay, after this, go ahead. Sorry.
Okay. Yeah. Hello to all the panelists, and thank you for your time sharing your insights with us today. So my question to you, Bangta sir. You talked about that we make quality services, but we don't make quality product. That I completely agree with you. Our manufacturing sector is lagging. But one of the key challenges that I feel is, in digital space or in soft space, you come up with products very rapidly. Sit on computer, few weeks a prototype is ready. But in manufacturing, there's a lot of R&D required, and there are a lot of engineering trials which is to be done before you can actually launch the product. And that phase requires a lot of funding. So in your case, how did you deal with, in that initial era time when you were focusing on R&D and engineering trials? Because I think this is a very big hurdle because research and engineering is happening in our premier institutions, but that is not being commercially scaled as frequently.
No, you're absolutely right. As I mentioned, that was the hardest things we had to do when we started Chara 4.5 years ago in December of 2019. We had to go and pitch to investors who understand that they will not see any revenue for the next 5 years. We had to convince them. So I think the one way we solve this problem is that there is a way to get around this. You have to apply for these grants. Grants are given by large institutions. We got a grant from the famed Indian Institute of Science. We went and pitched to them saying, apart from all other people, the government of India also thinks rare earth is a critical problem that needs to be solved. So once you get a grant, so the grant money was small. I won't mention it how much it was, but the grant is like a seal of approval, saying that the most respected engineering school in this country has said that this is something we'll have to do. So it's something like that. I think most deep tech work like that should start that way. It should start by government funding. To answer your question, I think the government has to put a lot of effort into funding these kind of moonshots. I used to live in the US for about a dozen years, and I always wonder why is that the most powerful, most advanced country in this world. There are many reasons, culture and other things. But one thing I think is there is this agency called DARPA, uh, defense. They fund projects, which crazy projects, and a small portion of that will become successful. And you know what has become successful? Internet, GPS, many other things. And so I think something like that has to happen in India to make this sustainable.
There's a whole ecosystem of universities that give you great grants, yeah. And you should tap into that. Like I'm working with an accelerator out of IIT Madras on climate change, and we are trying to make sure that most of the businesses that are getting incubated in that, we're going down to universities across the US and the UK who have who have really good grant systems, and they have corpuses just looking to be able to put out in projects like deep tech. Yeah.
I wanted to ask Vaibhav a question to you. You'll never get a chance.
Yes,
What
sir.
will ONDC do to you when it becomes big?
So, what will ONDC do to us? I mean, it'll allow us a wider set of SMEs or businesses who would want to get their logistics done. Right now, if a SME needs to deliver or needs to sell something, they have to sign up on certain limited platforms only. And as a result of it, the logistics that we are getting or the orders that we are getting, they are coming in from those demand centers only. The moment you unbundle this entire setup, directly an SME who may be selling his items on platform X can actually choose Shadowfax to deliver their logistics if he or she feels that that is the cheapest or the most reliable way of getting that logistics done. So it's kind of right now as a business, Shadowfax is working with the big enterprises as we call them. With ONDC, it will allow us to reach each and every small mom and pop store who would like to get the logistics done, who would like to be a part of the e-commerce journey as well.
Thank you, Anukriti, for moderating the conversation to help the cohort enrich their understanding of brand craftsmanship. Now I will call Professor Sunil Sarangi to present the mementos to our speakers. Mr. Bhakta Keshwachar. Mr. Tarun Katyal.
I would request Mr. Tarun Katyal to proceed forward for the memento. Now I would like to call Professor Kanagraj to present the memento to Mr. Riju Datta. So now we call our batchmate Balakrishnan from the corporate committee to announce the winners for the B Plan competition.
Good evening. As we reach the culmination for INGENIUM 2024, the national level B Plan competition, organized by the Corporate Competition Committee of Jamshedpur, XLRI Jamshedpur, which is a part of the Vibrant Startup Conclave, I extend our heartfelt gratitude to each and every participating team for their unparalleled innovation and dedication throughout the competition. We are thrilled to announce Team Blisscare from IIHMR Jaipur as the winners for their exceptional presentation and securing them the title. Their collective passion, unwavering commitment have played a pivotal role in making our competition a success. A special thank you to Professor Sunil Sarangi for guiding us through the evaluations, and through our esteemed judges, Professor Kanagraj and Professor Rajiv Roy, XLRI Delhi Dean Academics, for their meticulous assessments. Your expertise has helped us greatly and contributed to the success of this competition. Thank you all for being integral to this incredible journey and contributing to the vibrant spirit of entrepreneurial excellence. Thank you.
Also, please put a huge round of applause for Mr. Vaibhav Khandelwal, who has attended the session online with us.
I would like to request Professor Sunil Sarangi to present a vote of thanks to the distinguished panel.
From the sublime world of entrepreneurship to the ridiculous world of academics. Friends, I must tell you, the experience has been pretty spiritual when I was listening to all these, should I say, spiritual seekers who are in the form of entrepreneurs, were enlightening all our hearts and minds. And one thing I have learned quite powerfully, profoundly in the last few months and years' time, and that stood reinforced, no end. And this goes like this. For all of us, all of you, including me, ego is the anesthesia that deadens the pain of stupidity. So what it means is we must shed ego when we have to understand who we are, who we could be before we die and finish the journey of life. And entrepreneurship gives that one rare opportunity for us to discover, explore who we could be. And when I was listening to all these wonderful speakers, and should I say, truth sayers, starting with Mr. Tarun, who spoke in his rather countertenor voice. That's beautiful voice, by the way. There are 4 voices, and he kind of was corresponding to the countertenor voice and spoke radical truth in the most radical form. And that was inciting, or rather, should I say, was triggering one of my finest moments of conversation with one of my finest friends, who was a great entrepreneur in his own right, when decade and a half ago, when I was drinking, sleeping, and probably eating entrepreneurship, had told me something which was very epiphanic. And of course, he vanished without a trace into the cold mountains of the United States of America. I'm not sure where he is. I'm not on social media, and I should be learning a few things from my students. He said the following, which is very important. When I asked him, what do you think MBA graduates should learn entrepreneurship? What is the reason? Why on earth should they give a damn about entrepreneurship? And the answer which he gave is the following, which I'm going to describe and explain to all of you, which stood ratified by these beautiful minds today. And he said, Sunil, I'm not sure if when I die, I would go to Hades, that is hell, or heaven. Regardless of that, if I were to be asked by the Lord of Hades or the Lord of Heaven, what is that one thing that I would like to have again in my life, I would ask that Lord of Hades or Heaven to give me back my 7 years of terrible pain, trauma, suffering, and success that I had when I was literally undertaking this journey of entrepreneurship, because that's so redemptive. And when he was saying that, I was also listening to Tarun when he was talking about every time, leitmotif, 0 to 1. And that's very, very spiritual. Blake Masters and Peter Thiel, by the way. And 0 to 1 is all about inventing, creating things, giving birth to things which are not yet born. And that's where you make a difference. That's where you make a difference to your existence in this world and scheme of things. And that's what he was so powerfully ratifying. Thanks a lot, Mr. Tarun. Thanks a lot for being here with our students. And of course, in his rather powerful tenor voice, Mr. Bhakta was talking about the profoundly humbling journey. And that's where he was, frankly speaking, reinforcing my own understanding that I'm going to share with you why it is very, very important to love, or rather be in love with the moment of humiliation. It's very, very redemptive. And I'll tell you what, one document, in fact, all these wonderful entrepreneurs are here. One document, I think in my humble life, humble journey of 25 years of investigation and exploration, I found and can put my finger very powerfully is meditation by Marcus Aurelius, the Roman emperor. And each of them were speaking like Roman Emperor Marcus Aurelius, because they were saying, please embrace suffering, please embrace humiliation. And believe me, that's very, very redemptive. That's where you explore far beyond the safe zone of MBA that offers you friends. You would realize who you are, who you could be. And if not, in the process, if you don't become an entrepreneur, you would become a very powerful brand MBA yourself. And that's beautiful. That's so very delicious. So please do that. And last but not least, of course, Vaibhav Khandelwal was speaking in a very, very bass voice, very soft, poetic. Thanks a lot, Mr. Khandelwal, for being here, of course, albeit virtually. And not to forget, Riju, who's rather in his baritone voice, was singing the fine poem of his journey. So thanks a lot. And thanks a lot for letting us know your journey and stories. And mind you, friends, the world is a big storytelling competition. Your stories will win. You will win. You'll stand as a powerful brand only if you go through every moment, every inch of this pain, suffering, and probably success. Not success, doesn't matter. But please love suffering, pain, should I say, challenges. Thanks a lot for being here. It was amazing. And it was also a spiritual awakening, at least on my part as a teacher, humble teacher. Thanks a lot for being with our students. And I'm sure they've been enlightened many times. Thank you.
So ladies and gentlemen, and our esteemed speakers, as we box up the final session, on behalf of XLRI PGDM batch, I would like to extend my thanks for gracing our conclave.
Thank you, Riju sir. Your journey still stated that its slow, steady, and consistent pace wins the race in the entrepreneurial realm. Thank you, Vaibhav sir. Your wisdom on embracing a sanguine attitude, even without the elusive aha moment, taught us how to navigate uncharted waters with confidence.
And Tarun sir, your initiative, extending the impact of women-centric social platform to regions like Saudi, Egypt, Lebanon, and Indonesia as well, mirrors the universality of empathy. Bhakta sir, your insights remind us of the role luck plays and how pandemic proved to be one for you. So once again, I would like to thank our sponsors, which is SBI, One Way, ODPs, and Big FM.
Now I'll request everyone to muster downstairs for a group photo with our panel members. Thank you everyone for a great day.